if you mean going to the casino, I mean, that's just... I mean, people should be able to do what they want, I think, but it shouldn't be encouraged and become made like a social norm, right? To go to the casino every Friday, Saturday night and spend $1,000 or whatever. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, you're correct. If you try to put some regulations, it will be like you're taking the freedom of that person. So he wants to gamble everything. I'm not talking about any type of specific type of gambling. Like, let's say just a casino. Some people will just spend any penny they have and come back with nothing.
Yeah, happens all the time. It's an addiction.
I've been pushed around my whole life. Pushed around. I'm done with it.
I mean, a lot of countries it's banned. I mean, they don't have like poker machines and things like that in like Thailand, for example. Countries like that.
Change the subject, please.
You brought it up, bro. You brought the subject up. Well, let's get back to the topic. Entwine the Design, welcome to the channel.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey, what's up?
Not much, bro. What brings you into the Flat Earth channel, my friend?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what the conversation's about.
Yeah, usually we're talking about the Earth in here. So yeah, if you got any questions about Flat Earth, there's a whole bunch of people here that have been looking into the topic for many, many years.
All right. Well, I will say that I don't believe what NASA says the Earth is. That's what I believe.
Why? Because NASA has things about it that you heard that they do, and they just do it to brainwash it. It's a type of.
Well, one of the biggest reasons is like they said they went to the moon in the 60s, and I just feel like it's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, yeah. Even if I was a globe Earth, right? Even if I was a globe Earther, I would still call bullshit on the NASA lunar Apollo missions. Absolute joke.
I actually do know people that are globe Earthers that they don't believe that we went to the moon in the 60s.
Yep.
But the thing is, I'm not a flat Earther either. I don't know what the Earth is. That's what I am.
On the fence. Or,
like, what does it mean to be a flat Earther? Like, I don't even know what that means either.
The ability to grasp. The ability to grasp idea.
Yeah.
That the Earth is like the Garden of Eden. It's like flat.
Well, it's
Archangel. You can't come in here. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
Show me. Then you guys put it in the chat what you guys think the Earth is.
But Angel, you're not a flat earther, so don't come here trying to pretend to be a flat earther. You're still on the globe side. Come on, yeah, just like I know you for 2 years, dude. So just relax.
I know. Call me Archangel, please. Not Angel. My name is not Angel or Angel. It's Archangel.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. You used to come here and try and pretend to be a flat earther before, so I'm just letting you know.
You can be both at the same time.
No, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so what we mean by flat earther is we can't find any curvature over the surface of the Earth, right? It's been tested.
Hasn't that been proven that like someone has already gone way up and hasn't been able to see like the curve? Isn't that something that's already been proven?
Yeah, you don't have to go up for that, right? You could just go to any large body of water, and if the Earth's a globe, it has to have a certain amount of curvature. for example, a 10-mile lake has to have 66 foot of curvature, and then it curves off exponentially, right? So a 20-mile lake would have to have about 270 foot of curvature. So you can
Right,
go
and
to these.
I've seen experiments of someone using a laser, like they're on the other side of the lake, and they could still see the laser.
Yeah, when it should
So-
be hidden by like 300 foot of curvature. Yep, there's tons and tons of long distance observations and laser tests that are just impossible on a globe. So
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
that.
that-
I've seen that. I've seen those experiments, and it makes me like think like, okay, well, and also NASA saying like the creator of NASA or like the founder, his grave is like has like reference to the Bible, which
yeah,
says something about the firmament, which people believe the firmament is like an enclosed space. So it's like there's so many
It's
things that keep
interesting.
popping up that makes me think like, okay, NASA's lying or NASA's doing some deceiving, or I don't know.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, doesn't NASA means to deceive in Hebrew?
Right, and I've heard that too. I've heard that as well. So it's
But
like
yeah,
things keep adding up to the point where it's like, okay, well, we can't trust this institution that's saying that the Earth is this way when maybe
Exactly.
it's not.
exactly. And most people aren't lying that work at the institutions, right? They're not lying. Most people are just repeating the information that they were taught, and it's just
Right, I
like
think
a
they actually
cycle.
do believe. I think they actually do believe what they're doing is like something
Exactly.
that is an outer space thing. I think they actually do believe that, which is still a lie, but they don't think it is. You know what I mean? They think that it.
It's not they're not willfully lying that like they know it's flat, but they're teaching that it's a globe, right? It's not like that.
Right.
But yeah, have a look in the side chat. Like, this is a great example of an observation that's impossible on a globe. This is 21 miles across the lake, right? From where he's standing, he sets up the camera on a tripod 5 foot above the surface of the water, and he's zooming in, and that giant smokestack you can see on the other side. It looks like it's like a giant silo type thing, right? It's called a smokestack. That's not obstructed at all, right? That should be obstructed behind 293 foot of curvature over that distance. So, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can see the buildings, the lights underneath it. There's zero curvature, right? If the Earth was a globe, you would have to have a horizon at just 2.7 miles, right? And then everything beyond the horizon would have to start to be hidden behind the horizon.
See, my thing is though, when I look at a sunset, I see the sun dipping behind the horizon. I don't see it like just going away until it's a little speck and then it just disappears. I see it going behind something, and it's the horizon. That's the thing that it gets me too, though. It's like, okay, there's clearly something that the sun is going behind. I can't deny that.
Yeah. So there's tons of footage where the sun does look like it shrinks into a little dot. So if you go into like a desert, right, where there's not much humidity, when the sun, like if you have a look at time lapses from places like that, excuse me, it does look like the sun shrinks into a little dot and moves away from you. But in most places, you have like a lot of humidity, a lot of water particles in the air, a lot of atmosphere basically, and it acts like a lens. So it can be put down to atmospheric scattering, atmospheric lensing. I'll show you some examples. I'm just trying to find some examples to show you. So it can be explained on a flat surface, and it can be demonstrated on a small scale flat surface, right? So if you set up like a little demonstration, I'll show you some examples so you know what I'm talking about.
So you don't believe that there could be more than one sun or like portals?
I have no idea what the sun is, to be honest. It's an extreme mystery, I think, for everyone.
Well, not to the science community.
Well, yeah, exactly, because they're just parroting what they were told. It's not like they're testing these things. It's calculations based off assumptions. Right. So let me show you a couple of examples. Right. This one is in Africa. So it's a very, very dry environment. There's not a lot of atmospheric magnification in places like this. Now, a lot of these clips are taken out of documentaries like David Attenborough documentaries and things like that.
Interesting.
So,
I've
yeah.
never seen it.
Yeah, so like if you live in like America or like in Australia where I'm from and you watch a sunset, it's never going to do this because you've always got a certain amount of humidity in the air. You're not getting this like desert sun environment. So you have drastically different conditions in different parts of the earth. I have some more examples of that as well. So if you added in a dense atmosphere, right, in this time lapse that we're watching here, if you add in a dense atmosphere, it acts like a lens, kind of like a magnifying glass. So as the sun moves away, it doesn't reduce in size like that because of the atmospheric magnification. So I can show you some more examples.
Yeah,
Just
no,
kinda
no,
organize
that's
it with my-
interesting. I didn't. That looks like it's like disappearing and like it's getting smaller and smaller into like a speck.
Yeah, there's tons and tons of videos that show this happening as well. It's not like just a couple. So yeah, if you look at in certain environments where you don't have all that humidity. Okay, so here's a it's not the best demonstration, but this is just to give you an idea. Right, so this is, have a look at the bottom of the GIF, right? He's just sliding the candle away.
Mhm.
Now, if you didn't have that lens there that you can see in the top, right, kind of like a dry environment, right? It would just look like the sun's, it would just look like the candle's moving away. But when you add the lens there to simulate the magnification of the atmosphere, it's very similar to what we see normally with a sunset. It looks like it's sinking, and it looks like it's not shrinking down in size or anything, and it looks like it's setting. Now, if you look up on ChatGPT or anything like that, can atmospheric magnification explain why a sun could disappear bottom up over the horizon? It says yes, absolutely, that could, and then it explains, what I just explained to you. So I'm just saying that there are sometimes things are more than they seem. There's explanations that people don't necessarily take into account.
Oh no, definitely. It's definitely a lot nuanced than what we're told, I think.
Yeah,
because
yep.
I mean, science is all about hypotheses, and it's always changing in what they believe to be true. That's how they, that's how it works. Science has always been like that. It's always been like a theory of hypothesis.
It should be like a method, a strict method, the scientific method.
Well, they
try
to, but they don't even abide by it.
A lot of the mainstream science is textbook definition pseudoscience. So if you look up the definition of pseudoscience, it's a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based off the scientific method, right? Which is textbook definition of a lot of astrophysics and things like that, right? A lot of the space science is textbook definition pseudoscience. It's not like they're running it through the scientific method and proving the cause and effect relationship. They're making a bunch of assumptions, right? And they're using those assumptions as core variables in their formulas, and then they're doing calculations based off those formulas that have the assumptions inside, right? And most often they have the radius value of the Earth as the R value in their formulas. So what we're doing is going out and saying, okay, well, if you've got the variables wrong to begin with, then all of the math is wrong. So yeah, if you've got a wrong variable in the equation, right, you can throw the whole thing in the bin. So if they're adding the radius value into their math, and then we go out in reality and actually test for the radius value, right, that means there should be a horizon at a certain distance. there should be curvature over distance that align with the radius value. And what we're finding is we're able to see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. To the extent that there's no explanation from the globe side that's not fallacious or just completely incorrect, basically. So yeah, there's another example there in the side chat of like, you know, a different looking sunset. Yeah. I mean, to me, it just looks like the sun is moving away, right? Whereas if you're on the globe, they tell you actually, the sun's not moving from your perspective. You're actually on the globe that's spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound. And because you're spinning away from the sun, it's making it appear like the sun's setting. Whereas the flat earth side will say, well, the sun's moving across the sky, right? The sun's moving away. And that's kind of what it looks like to me. I mean.
So the world, according to science, the world is spinning from. Is it spinning from
west to east?
Okay, west to east. Yes, thank you. So why isn't it fast? So is this an argument? Like, because this is something I think about too. Like, is it an argument that like planes, when the planes are flying against, when they're flying like towards where the Earth is spinning towards them, why isn't it that they arrive to their destination faster than when it's? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they say because they'll say like it's to do with conservation of momentum, and that the atmosphere, like the air, is actually somehow spinning in lockstep with the Earth. Basically, they have excuses for all of these things, but yeah,
so like, what if like a helicopter is just hovering? Does the Earth move under them?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen. But they have obviously they have excuses for that, right? They'll say that it's like conservation of momentum.
That don't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. But then they'll say that if it's not, then they'll say
because on one hand
like,
they argue that the Earth spins under a football, but not under a helicopter.
Exactly.
Yeah, these are things that I think about. I'm just like, what? Like, if a helicopter is hovering, then that means the Earth should be moving underneath it. Like,
yeah. So they'll say it's conservation of momentum. They'll say it kind of like if you're moving forward in a car and you have a ball in your hand and you throw the ball up in the air, it doesn't fling backwards. You know, it moves. The conservation of momentum means that the ball is already moving with the thing that's in motion. So that's what they would say to that. But yeah, they tell us that the Earth's in motion. That's the thing, that they can't validate that in the first place. So, you know, if they want to
not only are we in motion, we're like blasting through space at like incredible speeds.
Yeah. Millions of miles per hour in all different directions at once. But yeah, we can't feel any of it. They'll say, oh, you're too small for any of this, right? You can't feel any motion because you're too small, and you can't see any curvature because you're too small. But then in the next sentence, they'll say you see boats going over the horizon, which contradicts the last thing. And then they'll contradict themselves with the Coriolis thing as well. Like, yeah, they'll say that the Earth won't move under the helicopter, but if you kick a football, the Earth will spin underneath the football. Or if you shoot a bullet, the Earth will spin underneath the bullet. So you have to account for that, right? That's like Coriolis on, Coriolis off. Depending on what argument they're trying to go with. It's, filled with contradictions, assumptions.
And then the flight patterns that I also looked into, like flying from Australia to Africa is like completely ridiculous. They should be able to just go straight to each other over the ocean, but no, they like do this completely ridiculous U route that takes like a lot more time to do than if they were to just go straight to each other. Yep. It's like, why do that? Like, that makes no sense to me. That's another thing that sticks out to me, where it's just like, what? Like the flight system is just completely off to me.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. Like if you look at the aircraft design manuals, all the calculations assume a flat stationary Earth.
Yeah,
know, in
and
the air.
if it's a flat map, it makes sense that from Australia to South Africa, they have to go through like the states and United Kingdom, but like on a globe Earth, it doesn't make sense that they have to do that U-turn. That it doesn't make sense. But
A lot of things inconsistent with the globe
Have
when
you
it
never
comes
been
to
on a plane and
flights.
seen like the curvature of the Earth?
No, bro. I've been on so many planes. I don't know. People say they go on a plane and see the curvature of the Earth. You don't. It's just completely flat. Like I've taken so many
No, I've seen
really,
it
really long distance
several
flights.
times. If you went on a plane, you're just fucking lying to yourself, dude. You saw it too.
No, bro. No, that's the thing, right? Even if you do the math,
Or maybe you didn't go up high enough.
no, I got up to
Or
like
have you never been
the
on-
maximum height that a commercial jet goes up to. So if you do the math, you would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from
but the
that
thing
height.
is, just look
but
at the Katy
you'll see
Perry
the
video of them
curvature,
going up
even
to
if it's
space, and you could
0.1 or whatever you
barely see
said.
the curve. And they
Yeah, but you
go
can
up.
see it.
They went higher up than a plane does, and you could still barely see the curve. Like it's barely.
Well, you
visible.
don't see,
So
you don't
you're
see any
admitting
curve
that
from
there's
that.
a curve to the Earth.
Well, no, because what they had it like,
No, the
okay,
other
so the
guy,
Katy,
he
hold
was
on, let
like-
me finish.
He said
Let me
it
finish
twice in
quickly.
a row. They can only
Yeah,
see
right, but
it
he's not a
barely.
flat earther, right?
Barely.
He's not a flat earther. He's someone that's just
Oh, okay,
curious
he's
about it.
agreeing. I wonder why he sounded.
No, he's not a globe
like-
earther either. He's just someone that's curious about the topic and is looking into both sides.
So let's hear your
But about
take on it.
Yeah, so right, the Katy Perry one, that wasn't the first time that Blue Origin thing's gone up, right? So they've had other ones before that. That one was just
You guys just
that-
talking about Katy Perry going up. All right.
Did that guy just leave? Couldn't. Okay.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is that the Katy Perry video, like I saw that video and you could barely see there's a curve, like barely. And that little spacecraft, they went up higher than what planes are able to do. Like they went higher than that. So the fact
Yeah,
that
they went up to 350,000 feet, where a plane only goes up to like 30,000, 40,000 feet.
right, I don't know the exact, but yes, I know that they went higher than what a plane usually goes. And the fact that you could still barely see the curve in that video, it's like, okay, how are you able to see it in a plane? Which I've been in a plane before as well, and I've never seen like an obvious curve. Everything just looks flat, in my opinion. I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that because that's just how it is.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I've I've been in so many planes, and you don't see curvature.
You just don't. Like it's just
The
a
only
fact.
time I saw curvature was when, I'm looking in the plane. I'm like, wow, it's so flat. I'm going to film it. Right. So I took out my little action camera, my Sony action camera, and I filmed it. And then when I look at the footage back, there's like drastic curvature. And it's just because of the lens, just because of the wide angle lens on the camera. And you'll see when I pan the camera down, the curvature goes the opposite direction. It's just an effect of wide angle lens.
Mm.
And some planes maybe have like curved glass windows as well. So I don't know if that could make you see a little bit of curvature. I highly doubt that. But
Well, I also heard that pilots, they don't have to constantly, drive downwards. They are constantly driving straight. Like there isn't a pilot that's like, okay, yeah, we have to drive in a, I don't know, in an angle where they have to constantly ride the curve. No, they're always driving completely straight, which is another thing that I hear about. It's just like, okay, well, on a curved Earth, like pilots would have to drive at a certain degree, but they don't. So,
yeah, we actually have black box data from planes that have crashed or had emergency landings. And they've shared the black box data, and it shows that over a certain distance, they didn't change the pitch of the plane at all. It just went in a straight line over like 1,000 kilometers or something like that, or 1,000 miles. Showing, like you said, right, they didn't have to account for the curvature of the Earth by adjusting the pitch of the plane. But yeah, in the side chat there, right, this is an astronaut that was on the Blue Origin, not the previous one. but the one before that, Wally Funk, right, trained astronaut, and she said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough.
That's
And
funny.
yeah, there's an interview there that she did with Fox News after it where she talks about it.
You know what I think? I think they just went high. They went really high, and then they just went down, and then they got the zero gravity effect like that.
Exactly. That's exactly
You know
what
what I think?
happened. Yeah,
That's what I think.
that's what they claim happened as well. But people that haven't looked into it, they think that Katy Perry went up and they popped through some barrier, and like all of a sudden they were in space, and then they floated there for 3 minutes, and then they decided to pop back through the barrier down into Earth and come back down again. It's completely misconception of what happened. It's not even high enough to have zero gravity.
They were like,
you don't
"How do
go
you
up
feel
to
like being
60
an
miles and
astronaut?"
then float around.
Right. They were asking them, they're like, "You're an astronaut now. How does that feel like? How do you feel? You're an astronaut." And I'm like, okay, is there like a certain level of like height where you're just like, okay, once you pass this level, you're like an astronaut now? It's like, it's ridiculous. It was stupid. I have to admit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I saved that link, by the way. Thank you. I'm going to like look into that.
Yeah, have a look into that. Yeah.
But yeah, the NASA stuff, it just seems so ridiculously like not true. And then the whole thing about going to the moon in the 60s, that just seems so like retarded and not true, because they have they have like this telephone that they used to talk to the Neil Armstrong while he was in space, and it's like a wired telephone that the technology that I have in my phone that I'm speaking to you with is more powerful than that whole spacecraft. Like, and then we're supposed to just believe that they were able to do that in the 60s. We're just supposed to accept that. That's ridiculous. Like, come on.
Well, in their defense with that one, I think they claim that they were using like radio transmission, and then the radio transmission's coming from the moon back to the base in Houston or whatever, and then that's attached to the home phone that the president was talking to them on. That's their excuse for that one. You know, and we could just grant them that one. That's fine. But I mean, look at the footage. Just the footage alone is laughable. Like, look at that in the side chat, right? That's actual footage that they're claiming is real from space. It's kind of funny.
It's not loading for me, but I'm pretty
it's not
sure I've
loading.
seen it. I'm pretty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
This is a good clip. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, I don't know how people can defend this and say, "Oh, how are you saying that looks fake? It looks real." No one in their right mind could do that. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's like my biggest qualm with NASA. It's like, if they would just admit that, okay, yeah, no, we made it up, whatever. Like, but space actually does exist, then that would give them some points. But even then, it's like that would be a hard case too.
Yeah.
So I understand that they have to maintain this lie. I understand that. I understand that they have no choice. But the thing is, they can't do this forever. There's going to be a point where we're going to be like, okay, it's been like 100 years and we still can't go to space. Like, I still can't buy a ticket to space. Like, what's going on now? Like, so this lie is going to eventually peter out.
Well, it's been successfully continued since the 70s. They keep saying they're going to go back to the moon. And then every 4 or 5 years, they just kick the can down the road a bit further. They're like, well, due to this issue, we have to cancel the mission, and because we don't have enough funding, so we're going to delay it. And they've been doing that up until this very day, since the 70s.
No, but what I'm saying is they can't maintain this life forever. Like, it's impossible.
They'll just keep kicking the can down the road. They'll just keep telling people, oh, in 4 years... Yeah, maybe at some stage people will go like, hold on, guys, what's going on here? But I think the majority of the people, like, I don't know, they don't think about this enough for the majority to click on that they're being bullshitted.
I don't know. I have more faith in what people are capable of just, of thinking. Like, a lot of the people in my day-to-day life, I'm a server, so I meet a lot of people, and also my coworkers, like, they question this stuff. But also I do have coworkers that are like, why would they lie? Like, why would every country lie about this? And I mean, I don't have the answer to that of why every country would like, because even like, because it makes sense. It's like, okay, yeah, why is Germany like backing up America? Why doesn't like Germany be like, okay, no, America never went to the moon. They're lying, which
You
I
mean
get
Russia?
it. Sorry, Russia. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, well, the head of the Russian space agency said that they faked the moon landings.
Oh, I didn't know about that, but I always
Yeah.
thought that they always backed up America, and they're always saying like, yeah,
No. Yeah, the head of the Russian space agency said that they faked the moon landings. So yeah, they don't put that stuff on the news, right? They sweep it under the rug. But yeah, I can show you the articles like where he says it. It's like he was the vice president of Russia. He was the head of the Russian space agency, right? He was like highly decorated in
I mean,
his.
aren't they all doing the spacecraft, the
Yeah.
thing that orbits around our Earth? Like they're all in on it. They're all China, Russia, India, even.
Yeah, it's a huge. It's. Did you know the space industry is more lucrative than the movie and the music industry combined? So it's huge. It's a huge industry, and yeah, other countries have got on board that. Right. It's also a way for the countries to show the people how they should basically be worshipped. Look how amazing we are. Look at these accomplishments. Like, look what we can do. You know, follow us. You know, we are the leaders. We are exploring space, and you know, it's this type of thing. But if you have a look, also, right, look at the Chinese footage or the India footage. It's absolutely laughable. Like the NASA footage is great compared to the footage from Russia, like the Soviets, or the footage from Japan, or the footage from India or China. Right, their footage is even worse. Right, so if they're going to call out NASA, well, hold on one second. If they're going to call out NASA, right, people are going to say, well, your footage is 10 times worse than NASA's footage, right? So they can't kind of like shoot themselves in the foot like that either. And I do think that these countries on a higher level are working together.
Okay, what would be your reasoning of why they are faking space?
Oh,
Just like,
yeah. So
I mean, do you
I
even
couldn't
believe that outer space is real? I don't even know how far you're taking this.
not outer space is real, but not in the way that we're taught from the globe side, where it's like this big giant infinite vacuum with all of like gas balls and things like inside of it. Like the vacuum of space, no. What's up there? I have no idea, but yeah, there's definitely something up there. We could call that space, right? But not the heliocentric version of space that we're being taught, right? Because it defies so much logic and so many natural laws, right? Like gas pressure laws and things like that.
Right, that's another thing. That's like, okay, well, gas, we can't just hand you gas. You got to contain it.
Exactly, yeah. So like if I stab a tire, why does the air rush out of the tire? You know, because it's gas fills space, right? High pressure goes to low pressure. And they're claiming that that's like the most powerful vacuum known to man, the deep space vacuum. And then we just have this like little gas balls inside the vacuum that don't have containers.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. And they can't prove it. They can't back this stuff up.
I know they can't prove it. This is nothing that they can prove. Nothing. They never even prove it. They're just like, yep, this exists. Trust us.
Yep, exactly. So that's what it comes down to with that, right? That's why, you know, we don't even have to get too much into the space topic, because it's like, it's just faith-based, right? People can choose if they want to believe it or not. They can't validate it. What they can do is go and test the Earth for curvature. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. And no one has found this elusive curvature that must be there throughout all of history. So,
isn't it correct that we don't need space suits in outer space? Because if you just have to go, they have to throw you in outer space, and they will release a little bit of gas because your body have mass, so it will create an atmosphere around your body, so you can breathe normally.
You're gonna like make your own like gravity, and then the gas will form around you, and you'll have your own little Necros atmosphere.
Yeah, a necrosphere.
See, that don't make sense. It's just like, come on, dude. Like, okay, the greater the mass, the greater the pool. That just doesn't seem like it's true. It just seems like it's something that someone said, and it's just
Yeah.
like, okay, we're just.
Well, how does it start? How does it start? What, you have like one gas particle, and then what, it somehow attracts another gas particle, and then all of a sudden those three gas particles attract another gas particle, and then eventually it turns into a big ball of gas in a vacuum. What?
Honestly, like, it's like a religion if you really think about it. It's kind of creepy. I don't know.
Yeah, it really is. And people get upset about it just the same as people get upset when you question their religion. Right? If you have someone that's really, really hardcore into their religion, and then you question some of the core fundamentals of their religion, like, I've done that before in the past, and I get similar reactions out of some of the globe earthers that I got out of the hardcore religious people when you question their religion. So yeah, it is very much similar to a religion. I agree. Good point.
Yeah.
And let me add in here, real quick, if you don't mind, guys, that I do think that's why they created this concept of outer space, is that more or less it's a description, if you will, of a liminal space that's kind of like the physical realm, but kind of like a spiritual realm where you go and you float around like spirits, and you can traverse between all these other supposed worlds like a supernatural spiritual being would be able to, and things like that. So I'm convinced that what they've done is they've just tried to, with a wink wink and a nudge nudge, describe what they thought tangible things of the heavens would be like, from ghost stories and things like that, and then turned it into a liminal space that only the best and brightest and greatest warriors through NASA will be able to go to.
A very nice view. I never heard about that one. Yeah, a very logical one. So you want to say that they gave physicality to those spiritual
Characteristics
experiences or assumptions. So they
Yeah,
gave
so
it
you think like in
physicality.
dream states, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Good point. Maybe, who knows?
But continue on, Entwine. It's good to have you around.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah. No. What you're saying is that you believe that they are kind of telling the truth, but not in the way that our physical reality can comprehend.
I mean, on the one hand, I can't say that they're telling the truth. I think they're just what they're trying to do is they were trying to make this liminal space that people know of through stories with angels and demons and ghosts and dreamlike states where people are floating around in their dreams, things like that, to turn it to this mystical place which heaven is supposed to be. And so obviously in many languages the word for heaven and the sky is the same, and obviously you'll hear the expression heavens and the earth.
Right. I heard that.
Yeah, so just my point being that, like, it was a way for them to tap in to their own mythology, and to kind of co-opt, if you will, a mythology that is kind of already known. So they just syncretistically married the two and come up with all of these fantastic explanations for what happens when you are one of the biggest, baddest, brightest warriors, and the space agency picks you as an astronaut. And
I mean, from what I heard is that they are naming these planets like Greek gods and stuff.
100%, yeah, 100%, yeah. That's why I say they're doing they're tapping into this mythology that people have known, and because obviously those names predated NASA and any of the space agencies, but this idea that you could float around and do all the things that spiritual beings and that you're some sort of enlightened person because you're an astronaut or you work in space, blah, blah, blah.
Didn't they start? Okay, I don't know if this is correct, but didn't they start teaching the concept of space like in the early 40s or 50s?
Maybe earlier, maybe Jules Verne's era of the 1880s when you had, because starting there is when you had the very early parts of the science fiction. I don't want to say revolution, but you started to have
when was like the first controlled first controlled aircraft created? Wasn't that like not that far before we?
Well, that was 20s. Yeah, 19. That was the Wright brothers from Ohio went to North Carolina. That was about. That was what 19. That was about 1920.
And then you're telling me we went to space in like 30 years later.
Right. Exactly.
That is so stupid.
And they went to space with the computing power.
Oh, sorry,
of
1903. I'm sorry. I was
Is that really the date?
Yeah, December 17th, 1903.
Okay, what I'm asking is like a controlled aircraft.
Yeah, that was their controlled aircraft. Yeah, there had been other people who weren't really controlled, but the Wright brothers who
brother.
They had control. But still, regardless, you're talking going from Kitty Hawk to outer space in 40, 50 years. Yeah, right.
That alone is just ridiculous. That is not something that people should be like, oh, okay, yeah, no. That's something that you should question and be like, that doesn't seem right.
What do you guys think about that final thing on YouTube where it was day 24 hours? You think that was just like faked, or is that not a problem?
No, it's something that debunks some really, really dumb flat Earth arguments that only certain flat Earthers were making, which they shouldn't have been making in the first place. So they basically claimed, right, some of their flat Earthers, like the guy that went there, Jaron, he claimed that this particular globe projection, which is called the AE map, right, he's saying that's the flat Earth map. And he's saying, well, this is how the sun works on the flat Earth map, right? It circles around, and you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with this particular flat Earth model, right? It's the dumbest argument. We've been trying to shut down these shit arguments for years, right? So the pastor, Will Duffy, right? He caught on to this, and he set up this final experiment to, quote-unquote, debunk flat Earth. Right, which really isn't what flat earthers are claiming. It's just what some idiots are claiming. So yeah, they went there and saw that there's a 24-hour sun in the sky. Right, so it can't work on this dumb model that they thought is the flat Earth model. So yeah, it.
But don't you think the flat Earth side needs to give a model?
Yeah, it would be nice to have it. It depends what you mean by a model, right? If you mean like a small like version of an object. Right, that's kind of not really what we're claiming, right? So if you've got a globe,
like a theory,
yeah, we have a theory. Like we can model, like when it comes to modeling things, right? There is no such thing as like a globe model, right? That explains how everything works on the globe, right? You can model out like different bits and pieces here and there, right? How seasons work. So
I think there's inconsistency in just like the general consensus view, like physics.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, there's inconsistency in the globe model, right? Straight off the bat, right? The curvature.
Like what?
Curvature of the Earth. Well, the curvature of the Earth, right? It has to have curvature. When we go out in nature and actually test the Earth, right? It's completely flat over huge distances, which is impossible on a globe. Right? So if we go...
What are you doing? That rules out
long distance...
Curvature.
Okay, so if you... I'll give you some examples, right? So if you go to a 20-mile lake... Okay, that 20 miles should have about 270 foot of curvature. Okay, so you can start testing that body of water for that curvature. So you could start just by doing long distance observations. Now, based on the height of the observer,
Yeah, but what about like light bending and all that? All the explanations that accommodate for that.
yeah, so that there's no amount of light bending that's going to completely remove a horizon from existing over a 21-mile body of water or a 20-mile
How do you
body
know
of
that?
water.
Look at
Because I've looked into it. There's no explanation for that. There's no temperature gradient that can cause light to bend like that. It's impossible. It's not able to be demonstrated, right? It's not even in the definition of the atmospheric refraction effects. So it's not something. Yeah, it's not something that exists to that extent. Even according to the mainstream.
It just seems strange to me that like these people that have like there's plenty of people with degrees in physics, they understand the stuff much better than everybody else here, would just like overlook something like that. Like,
well, not
like,
really, because
least,
I've debated. Okay, so they might be good at physics, right? They've studied it, right? But you've got people here that have been studying this particular topic and these particular talking points for 8 years, 10 years straight. So when we go up against a physicist,
wouldn't you expect them to at least say like there's something unexplained within the model?
Yeah, they do. Most of the time, the people at the higher levels that don't have, that aren't anti-flat earthers, right? When we talk to physicists, they'll say that, yeah, you would have to have a horizon at 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. Now, accounting for refraction, right, that would only change the distance to the horizon by 8 to 10% maximum. I was listening to a physicist say this just the other day. Okay, so that's the mainstream explanation, and that's accounting for the bending of light. Now,
yeah, I didn't really track that, but like, so you're saying this physicist
let me say it again.
There's a hole.
No,
this physicist saying there's a hole in the theory.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, this is the thing, right? So the physicist says that there's a horizon at 3 miles. Okay, so according to the globe math, if you're 6 foot tall and you're looking out over water, there has to be a horizon at 3 miles. Now, taking the bending of light into consideration, it can alter that distance by 8 to 10% maximum. Right? 15% in extreme conditions, right? He said this. He's a physicist. Okay? Now, when we can show observations showing that we can see 20 times further than that, for example, yeah, that's a problem. He says, yeah, I'm going to have to go and look into this further because that is a problem for the globe. Now, we have a huge amount of compiled observations and laser tests and things like that where we can see such huge distances beyond where this geometric horizon should be. But this is where the big problem comes into it. No one actually has been able to prove there is this geometric horizon at 3 miles, right? There's nothing from the globe side showing that there's any curvature over distance or a geometric horizon in existence.
I mean, what about the pictures of the bridge? People go and see the bridge it's bending over the horizon, it looks, right? You don't think that's like just kind of
yeah, it's just an optical effect. So you're talking about the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge?
Probably. I mean,
yeah. Let me cover that one quickly. Look, I actually randomly had that.
But look, like, I mean, like you're talking to a physicist, right, in a Discord channel, right? I mean, I'm just surprised that, like, I would be surprised to hear that, like, people that have looked into this and know, about this would say that there's a hole in the theory. And I'm just wondering if there's like any reason.
Jeff, I have a question for cool guy Jeff. Where should we talk to physicists at? Where do you want them to show up at?
Well, I'm just wondering. Well, I don't know. I mean, you would talk to them here, but I'm just wondering why it's not the case. Like that people that look into this, that study this, that get paid to think about things like this, right? Aren't being like, look, like this is a problem. We need to figure out how.
They're getting paid. To come up with the globe stuff for you.
Come on, dude.
There are some people.
I just think it's like much more likely in my ignorance of physics to think that that's just something that you guys are missing here, right?
Okay.
No,
what's that?
It's just you claiming.
I don't know. I don't have the requisite knowledge. Like I don't even I'm not even able to like closely track what you're saying that you think makes it a problem for the model. Right?
So it's just you claiming that every flat earther is just an ignorant and didn't go to school and don't have degrees. So you are claiming like every flat earther is like that.
So there is no physicist flat earther, like no scientist flat earther, no PhD flat earther, no pilot flat earther.
I'm not saying any of that. What
No
I'm saying is
person
that
that have. Just listen. If
what
you
I'm
had
saying,
that,
well, you're already straw manning me. Let me just be clear. What I'm saying.
no, it's
Look,
not.
What I'm saying
I'm
is
not
that
so many. If
look,
you
no,
believe,
you are straw manning. Well, how
what
would you know
saying-
that?
If you believe
would
what
you
I'm
know that?
saying, if you believed what I'm saying, it wouldn't be your question, because you would know that
Look, I
there
can
is.
tell you what I'm trying to say. I'm telling you that you're
You-
straw
it's-
manning me now. But go ahead.
No, you would already know that there is physicists who question that thing, so they are not anymore globe earthers.
Let me just tell you,
So they are flat
instead of wasting
earthers.
your time,
PhD,
you're just wasting your time.
All right, cool guy, you're up.
Yeah, you're just wasting your time. Look, what I'm trying to say is that if it were the case that the globe model was false, what I would expect to see is much more controversy than I'm seeing. That's what I would.
Guess what? You're in the room.
Well, among people that have more are more credentialed. No offense.
Okay, who do you want to come in here? Bring him in here.
I have to be. It's just I'm talking about in the literature, them these journals talking about how do we solve this optical illusion problem? How do we account for this in our theory? I don't see any of that happening.
The best thing you can do is go
based
to
on
the
that-
local university and tell that physics professor to come in here and please debunk us so that we can shut the servers down, and he'll be glad to help you out. Just help you get them right, set them up on Discord.
Yeah, but I do see
because those guys, they don't know how to use computers anymore. We've had them in here where they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, but I've seen people argue with you guys. I don't really understand the back and forth because I haven't looked into it, but it seems like they have done that, right, from my standpoint. Right? I can't confirm that because I can't review it myself and adjudicate, but it just seems like they are doing that. Right? It seems like flat Earth theory has been around for a long time, and still nobody's really convinced.
It's not about being.
There's the type of people that I would expect to be convinced that are true. Right?
Because it's not on TV. Is that why?
No, I'm just saying, look, if it were the case, I mean, you guys had a long time to make your arguments. I'm saying that if it were the case that flat Earth were true or the globe Earth was false, I would expect to see more credentialed people to signing on board. But I haven't seen that.
Who do you want to see?
I don't know. I don't know. It's not in particular, just more. Right? I don't see really any credentialed people.
You gotta tell me what kind of people, what group, what do we need to get?
Yeah, PhDs, physicists, maybe some kind of
have all that.
Maybe there would be something a consortium during COVID where a bunch of weirdo MDs thought ivermectin worked. Something like that.
What are you talking about dumb shit for?
I don't even see that. I don't even see the level of silliness that we saw during COVID. Right?
I ask you a question. So if you were with Eratosthenes or with Copernicus or with Newton, so you wouldn't agree with the globe till you see the impact of that new idea on the rest of the world. So after hundreds of years, so you will die.
I don't know what you're asking.
Before seeing that shit. So
I have no idea what you're saying. Are you saying that it takes a long time for a paradigm shift? Is that what you're saying?
Do you think that it's instantly? It happens instantly.
No, but I think that I would expect that there would be some sort of understanding or evidence of a crisis in the globe theory. But we don't see any of that.
There is an evidence of a crisis.
Because
in
people
2020, they scrubbed the internet of flat Earth. There was a crisis. They scrubbed.
What do you mean they scrubbed the internet?
It's so hard to find our shit now, and all you get is anti-flat Earth videos on YouTube.
Okay, I mean that just might be Google or something like that. But look, I would still expect
Google.
You guys here every day.
Google.
You guys here every day.
Yes, that's what it is.
Look, I'm not making a very strong point here. I'm just saying that you guys are here every day. The argument's been out for a long time. You can look up the laser, the laser PDFs online. They're still easy to find. I don't understand them, but I would just expect there to be more of a controversy, right, among experts. And there's nothing as far as I know.
The experts won't come in here. They're afraid.
Okay, I thought that you guys said that experts were coming in here.
We have experts. They're flat earthers. They're not afraid, but you won't believe them because they're flat earthers. That's what Necros was saying. If they're a flat earther, you're not going to believe them anyway. So what's the difference?
Can you send me any like academic, like physicists that are like flat earthers and that have like you know
Dr. John
like done
Dean
work on this?
does- Yeah, Dr.
Yeah,
John Dean
what are you going to say if we do that?
Well, it depends who it is. Like, it depends if it's just like some random guy, like not like working
Now
or
you
like
have
doing
to
any like
qualify what kind of
Yeah, yeah.
PhD
So
you
just
want to see. Now you have to qualify the PhD too.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about
Yes,
that.
you did. You said it depends on the guy.
Yeah, it depends what he's doing, is what I said.
We just get a lot of
Yeah,
fallacies from the globe side, right? So all you're
What's the-
doing now
what's
is
the
appealing. Hold on,
fallacy?
dude. Hold on. What's the fallacy? Appealing to credentials, appealing to majority, right? Both
That's not
fallacies
what-
that
that's
you're
what
doing
that
right
is.
now. That's exactly what you're doing right now.
You're confused. Look, people get confused by these informal fallacies all the time. I'll tell you why it's not a fallacy.
You don't care about the empirical evidence. You're just like, oh, how come everyone's not a flat earther, right?
Look,
but the thing
people
is,
get
right, this information, right, is being censored like crazy, and most of the qualified people that we talk to that come in, right, they don't even know our arguments, right, because they only have access to false information,
Yeah,
right? Because
that can all be true.
hold on. What's that?
All that can be true, but let me just tell you why that wasn't a fallacy. So people get these informal fallacies wrong all the time. An appeal to authority is when you say, look, the reason why something is true is because an authority says it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, look, if the theory were true,
I said credentials.
right, I would expect
appeal to
I would expect-
credentials.
yeah, authority, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
No,
Appeal
it's
to
not the same
credentials-
thing.
Oh my God, dude, just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not making the argument that, look, like these people in authority, these people with credentials are saying the opposite, therefore your theory is false. I'm not saying that. What I'm
That's
saying
exactly
that is
what you're saying.
No, just listen. Let me tell you what I'm saying. What I'm saying that is
We heard what you said.
No, well let me all right, you're just telling me what I'm saying. I'm
You
trying to
already said it.
clarify. No,
Now you're
not
trying to
listening. You don't-
change what you're saying.
no, I'm not. How do you know? You haven't
try
even
to
heard.
escape from the. I already heard it. Everyone heard it. It's recorded on
haven't heard
YouTube.
it. I'm trying to
Listen to
clarify
yourself back, bro. You just fallacies and feelings we're getting from you.
Okay. All right, just let me know when I can speak then.
Yeah. So
Right, so
a
let me-
whole
let me
bunch
just
of
tell you-
now.
Okay.
You said let you know when you can speak, right? And then I started
Okay, well,
speaking.
I'm just going to go back to that point. So go ahead.
Okay, so all you're doing is appealing to credentials right now. Okay, and you're not realizing that most of the people that with credentials don't even know our arguments because of the censorship. Now we have geophysicists, we have PhDs, all sorts of people, right? Pilots, all sorts of people with credentials that are flat earthers. So, but we don't need to appeal to credentials. That's what you're trying to do. So we could post these videos for you and bow down to your appeal to credentials fallacious logic, right? But we don't need to do that. We have empirical evidence that anyone can go and test for curvature, right? Anyone can go and do that. You don't need to have these credentials. Well, you're the one wasting time. No, you're wasting time, bro, with your fallacious logic.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, what do you want to say?
Yeah, look, all you did was just repeat yourself. Now, let me try to explain to you why what I said wasn't fallacious. Maybe you thought it was, but let me explain why it wasn't fallacious. It would be fallacious if I said, globe is true because authorities say it. That's the fallacy, because globe being true and what the authority says is precisely what's in dispute. What I am saying is that if globe were false, I would expect authorities to say X, Y, Z, or would have some kind of, there would be some kind of controversy, right? I'm just saying that that's something I expect to be true if your theory is true, and I don't see it. That's evidence. So that's evidence, right? So that's evidence against the theory. So do you understand
you don't even understand the basic arguments. So you obviously haven't looked into any of this.
I know, but if you would understand what I'm saying to you, right? What I'm saying to you still constitutes evidence against your theory. Can you try to steal man?
Yeah, you're saying a lot for not saying anything, bro. You're saying a lot for not saying anything. Like the main point.
Can you just steal man what I said,
bro? The main point is this, Mr. Cool Guy. You're not that cool, but
okay, I'm just gonna leave. All right, see you guys.
But listen, look.
No, I'm just gonna leave. You guys can't even understand what's being said to you because you're like so hopped up on flat Earth.
Yeah, you're saying what people
this whole time.
Like, look, I'll give you one last chance. You can steal man me and try to understand what I'm saying, or I'll just leave.
Yeah, I can steal man you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're saying why isn't there more controversy amongst the academic field, right? Right, so people with
and you understand? I'm sorry, and you understand that's not fallacious.
Yes, it is. Right? So it's the people with authority and credentials. Why aren't more of them flat earthers or looking into flat Earth? How do you know they're not? You haven't done any research on that. What? Because you haven't seen it in. Don't. How is that for? It's you're basically appealing to why aren't more people with authority and credentials looking into flat Earth? Appeal to credentials.
It's appeal to credentials.
No. Again, let's just go over this one more time. Appeal to credentials.
Yep.
Yeah. Appeal to credentials. Appeal to majority. No. Appeal to credentials and majority and authority or whatever.
We deal with it. We deal with you guys all the time, bro. We know about these fallacies.
Cool guy.
You're just repeating yourself now, bro.
Dude.
Cool guy. I dump it down very easy to you. Cool guy. I dump it down very easy, and I still menu with the same sentence that will just show you
the reason why it's not a fallacy again. So
just listen.
Is because the fallacy is when you say theory X is true.
Cool guy.
Right?
Shut the fuck up, dude.
It's true.
Cool guy.
So you are the one. Now listen to Necros.
I'm still manning you and also showing you the fallacy. Oh my god. So he's basically saying our idea is better than yours because we have more credentials and we have more people supporting our idea, while your idea is not evolving as with the good rate against that opposed idea. So
DJ, you move faster, bro.
Just blatantly denies all of the empirical evidence that was being presented and just goes straight to fallacies, straight to appeal to majority, credentials, authority, and then denies he's doing it. It's absolutely ridiculous. That guy comes in here all the time, doesn't he, Kemba?
Actually, I haven't talked to that guy. This is the first.
You haven't? Yeah, I remember speaking to him before.
Why did he get banned and text suppressed and all that? What's going on?
He got text to press because he got muted. As soon as he got muted, he left, and then he wanted to chat Skank so he could make some parting words. So that's what they do, right? They keep over-talking us, right? Throwing out a bunch of fallacies, over-talking us. As soon as they get muted, right, they run away, and then they want to throw a few more jabs in the text chat before they leave.
Yeah, but see, with me, I have more patience than saying, "Oh, he's
back."
I have to suppress his text. So
he's back.
I know. I'm just talking.
You think you don't come across as the most patient person, to be honest, dude.
Yeah, I definitely like to keep Globers on the hook and keep them spiraling, because if you have YouTube bots in here, that's the content.
He left because he got muted because he kept just over talking Necros. It was just absolute chaos. Do you disagree that he should have got muted when he should have just kept over talking people? He's just spiraling. You. Okay, Necros. I mean, okay, Radwin. Let's just unmute him and he's all yours.
So I'm going to speak now. And Necros.
Necros. Radwin's. He thinks he's the one.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about why it's not a fallacy. We're gonna get through that.
Mute up, Necros.
Yeah. So look, the reason. Just look up what an appeal to authority is. An appeal to authority is when you say, look, it's wrong. Your view is wrong because the authority says X, Y, Z, right? It's basically like a dodge to deflect from giving an argument because presumably the person who's arguing against you disagrees with the authorities. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, look, on the hypothesis that flat Earth is true, what I would expect to find, right, is some controversy, and I don't see it, right? So that's going to be at least some evidence against the theory. But that's clearly not a fallacy.
So I repeat the same thing that you just said in different sentence. It means the same thing, and I will show you the fallacy. So your idea is wrong because you can't have more people with credential than us. You are not showing that you are because you are not showing that you are getting more people with credential compared to us. So it's an appeal to credentials, not authority. It's appeal to credentials.
You're missing the point. Look,
and also it's an appeal to majority because we have more people with credentials, and you are not having that action. You are not getting those people with credentials from us. So your idea is baseless.
Okay.
That's
so did you hear what I said about what the fallacies
in one.
You can just look up what these fallacies are. People make these mistakes all the time. I think about this a lot. Okay. The fallacy would be if you say, look, your theory is false, like done, because the authorities say something. Okay. Obviously, what authorities
That's an
say.
appeal to authority.
Okay. Oh my gosh, dude.
You're not talking about the appeal to authority.
Dude, you're just very, like, you're not tracking. Look.
I'm not calling you on the appeal of authority.
Obviously, what authorities are doing, right, can be evidence for or against the theory. What makes it fallacious is if you just like close the case when an authority agrees with you. That's what makes it fallacious. Obviously, it's going to be at least some evidence that authority agrees with you, right? But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's evidence that there isn't a controversy. So like, let's just run a reductio when you're saying, you're going to say like, it's fallacious, right? If you go to see an orthopedist and they're like, look, your knee, you have a puncture wound, you need to get it washed out.
Okay, nothing medical. All medical decisions are done between you and your doctor. No one here is going to provide any medical advice.
What do you think? I'm giving a hypothetical. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you can give hypotheticals that are not involving anything medical related.
Okay. Look, like the point is that you're going to have some kind of external. Dude, you just interrupted. You interrupted to say not that hypothetical. I'm going to give a different one. You're obviously going to have like some form of justification. Right, when a person with credentials tells you something.
I'm just correcting you. No one is calling you on doing appeal to authority fallacy. Do you hear me? So just
I'm gonna go swim.
No one is saying that you are making an appeal to authority fallacy. You're just wrong. Oh my God. So he wants to correct us that it's not an appeal to authority. Okay, we understand that. No one told you that it's an appeal to authority. What you are doing is not an appeal to authority. It is appeal to majority and credentials. So you don't have more people with credentials than us. I don't see more controversy. So, meaning I don't see that you are getting more people with credentials compared to us. It's definitely not an appeal to authority. It's not that fallacy. It's an appeal to majority plus credentials. Yeah, brother Grace, that's 100% true. That's 100% true. It's a dumb argument. Because it is considered a logical fallacy. So the point is, you don't have to use it. It's not you don't have. You have to not use it in a debate. You have to not use those fallacies in a debate. It's something that is like forbidden in debate. So you must avoid it at all costs. But the guy is trying to make it legitimate. Oh, what I'm saying, I mean, he's trying to simplify it and dumb it down for us. Oh, it's not an appeal to authority. We know it's not an appeal to authority, but it's another fallacy. Appeal to majority and credentials.
The guy was full of shit. As simple as that.
Yeah.
Wasn't interested in looking at the empirical evidence, didn't want to present any evidence, couldn't understand basics like the horizon should be 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer, didn't care about any of that, and then straight away said, why don't more people with credentials believe in the flat earth? And then we're like, well, that's a credentials. He's like, no, it's not. Like, just fuck off. Simple as that. He wasn't here to have a good faith discussion with anyone. Once again, fallacies and feelings. That's what we get from some of these people. Not globe evidence.
Fallacies and feelings. Yeah. Some people cry, FTFE, for example. Some people turn red like a tomato. Looney Tune. The Looney Tune guy, McLooney Tune.
Necros, what's your opinion on the horizon rising to eye level?
Are you asking me that question to say if it is, I believe that the horizon would do so? Yeah, I believe that the horizon would do so, but not every time. Not always it will be at eye level because of the weather conditions. So sometimes that horizon will appear to be low because of the thickness of the atmosphere. So it will be like fog above. So you will see the horizon below that line a little bit, not too much, not exaggerate.
Yeah, I was watching some amazing footage a while ago on Phuket Words YouTube channel, and he got a drone, and he was, I don't know if it was his footage, but anyway, the drone was going up and down, right? And they drew like a line across the center of the frame, and as he went up and down in altitude, the horizon just perfectly stayed at that center frame. But like you said, in certain conditions, when you go up even higher in altitude, or if you have fog, you can definitely have the horizon can be hidden, and it can make it appear that the horizon is actually lower, where that's not really the horizon, I guess. But yeah, absolutely, yeah, and definitely types of mirages as well. Mirroring and things like that can completely hide where the horizon is and show a completely false horizon. And then globe earthers will cherry pick certain images, right? Usually at altitude, like you said, when it's obstructed by the atmospheric density, the thickness of the atmosphere. That's hiding it, and they'll say, "Oh, look, the horizon's lower." But yeah, it's cherry picking, and it's just ignoring obvious factors. Yeah.
Where I live on a giant hill, and we are near to the beach, not too close. There is some miles between us and the beach, and I can see the horizon from my house from the top of my house. So yeah, whenever I go to the roof to just smoke a cigarette or roll a joint, something like that, and I go with my cup of water or cup of tea, I always check. I always have that habit to just check, and I go with the level of that cup of water and put the cup horizontally. I fill it to the top, and I put it on the wall, and I just put my head like that test that they do with the tube. Remember that one? Or with the level, and they compare it to the horizon, and they show that the horizon, like it's dipping down. It's not doing that for me most of the time. Sometimes when it's like I'm telling you, it's like a little bit foggy, so even I can see that thickness between that surface of water till that horizon, so that line, so the height between the roof of a house that is in distance. So I use sometimes that roof of a house. So that line, I feel like it's cut in half. So like that surface of the ocean, I don't see the same exact distance. Like it appears to me like it's cut in half, and I can see the gray in the sky between me. So I can feel even the weather. So I know that it's a weather that won't help you see too far. So it's like there is so much humidity in the air around you, so it's a little bit foggy, but you can see a little bit longer distance than a very foggy day. I think you can understand me. I'm so sorry for the monologue. Oh my God, I did monologue.
Oh no, I was just talking, but I was on mute. But yeah, I was just saying, yeah, no, well explained. I get exactly, and I agree.
Is it me or you? I don't hear you anymore.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was on mute by accident. But yeah, no, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, and yeah, you explained that fine.
So, like I said, one day, I believe the horizon to be just due to the limit of your vision and atmospheric conditions. That's all. There is nothing else.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. No, I agree.
Yeah, limit of your vision. So it's perspective, the angle of that of your eye. So it will meet. So the sky will meet the ground at that line. If the weather is consistent, that line will be always consistent. So it will never go farther or closer, higher or lower. If the weather is consistent, the humidity and all the weather conditions are consistent and doesn't change, that line will never ever change. No weather conditions, the same thing, will never change. And because of that perspective, that's why it is rising with you. It's because of perspective.
Best part about that is we can show that, we can prove that, and their math doesn't account for perspective. So their math literally divorces reality outright.
Yeah, correct.
You know, something I was thinking about, I would like to know if you were to hypothetically remove all of the atmospheric conditions, at what distance would the horizon be from a 6-foot observer?
That'd be really interesting, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I just know that if once you lower the humidity down, you can see so much further than the globe. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the horizon will be magnitudes further than the horizon that you see in dry days. And I think also at that moment, the only thing that will stop you from seeing objects in distance is their angular size. That's all. The horizon will stretch so far, something that I don't know. So maybe till it covers everything. So what will obstruct your view at that moment is just the angular resolution of those objects in distance. So maybe you see those mountains in 1,000 miles in front of you, but they are so squished down, so you see them as being that line of the horizon. So it's merged with that horizon. So they are forming even like half a pixel for take that photo of that imaginary picture. So they will be like merged with the horizon. Everything in front of you, who knows if it will be like limitless? Dependent just to the law of inverse square law of light. And does the inverse square law of light depend to a medium, or can work also without any medium? So the light will have attenuation even if it doesn't hit anything, like molecules in the medium. Will it go indefinitely? We need sporadic for this one.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, I wonder if there is some formula that tells you how far the horizon should be from a 6-foot observer height, if there's no atmosphere at all.
Yeah, and the light.
I guess it's nothing we can ever test, but I guess you could probably calculate it somehow, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I want to know if the light attenuation will occur. If there is nothing that will stop the light.
I don't think that if you remove the air in the globe model, essentially just that's what the globers always claim. They're like, if you gotta remove the air to be able to see the geometric horizon, because they're always thinking like it must be bending down at all times, even though like it is well known that light can't go up or down based on the conditions.
Yep. Yeah, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, that's what they claim. I actually use that quite often when I'm explaining the black swan. I say, so if we hypothetically remove the atmosphere, then the horizon must be at 1.22 miles, and they have to agree with that. But
yeah,
it seems like
I like to go like, okay, so let's talk about refraction. Can light refract upwards? And if they say no, then you just show them evidence of light refracting upwards and citations for that, because there's a ton of those out there, because that's what they say happens. That's one of the ways they explain mirages. And so and then you go, okay, and you're saying all the light bends down, but we have evidence that it goes up. So what happens when it's not going down or not going up? Do we see the geometric horizon then?
Yeah, it's...
They have serious problems. Like, we would be able to detect the geometric horizon when the light would be normal or not going up or not going down. but we don't see the geometric horizon. And then when we use infrared, which is supposed to make the refraction less, so the horizon should always move closer if it's always refracting down. But that's not what happens. We see even further. So it's the opposite of what would happen if the Earth was a globe and the light was bending around it.
Yeah, exactly. Because they'll quite often agree, right? If before you ask them the question about removing the atmosphere, would you see the horizon where it should be? They'll say, yeah. If before you ask them that, you ask them, can you see further on clearer days? They'll always say yes.
Yeah, I think it's good to kind of almost like trap them into those things in the beginning and then go into it, because that way it's harder to just like turn around and just imagine nothing happened, because you kind of already admitted it.
Yep.
When they admit it, when they admit that refraction, more refraction make you see longer distance, but less refraction you will see shorter distance to the horizon. I just use at those moments the videos and the observations with the infrared by minimizing the refraction effect on those infrared and that infrared spectrum. So if we minimize the refraction effect using an infrared filter or lens, camera or telescope, so we should see shorter distance, but we don't.
Yeah,
we see the
I
opposite.
see longer distance, exactly. I've never seen a single observation where the geometric horizon is anywhere close to where it should be.
Did you see that one that Jay Tolan made with the thermal camera?
Yeah, I've seen it, but I haven't looked deeply into that one because of the altitude and you know, the elevation and stuff, changes of the land below it. I just haven't looked into that one enough. Yeah. I need to. I don't understand enough about infrared to say it cuts out refraction. So how much does it cut out? I think the best thing to do would actually be to go to a place where you have a body of water and you have the water temperature is the same temperature as the air above the water. Because atmospheric refraction, they say it's the change in the refractive index, which is caused by having a warmer or cooler layer of air closer to the surface and then gradually warming or cooling as you go up in altitude. And that's what causes the different types of miraging effects. So if you don't have the difference in the water temperature creating that different temperature just above the surface, then you shouldn't technically have that atmospheric refractive index change. So you should see close to what it should be.
Yeah, it's how steep the gradient is. If there's a big difference in temperatures, and the bigger the temperature difference, the harder the gradient, if you will. Like it's bigger and has more effect, and becomes almost like a band, if you will. That's one of the reasons when you're looking out and you see like miraging effects in the air, or like all these towering effects where you see the stretching out, like for instance in the Black Swan image. That's where there's a gradient in the air, because oftentimes there's an inversion, or like hot air is coming underneath, or cold air is coming underneath the hot air, and so when these inversions happens, you get these boundaries between them where they're diffusing into each other and equalizing, and so that's where the gradients happen.
Yep, completely agree.
Grace. My problem is not with the gradient like you're explaining it, but how that gradient will be just horizontally. I can understand it. Yeah, being vertical. So they try to
yeah, I know what you mean. They try to invoke the pressure gradient, but that's not what anybody's talking about. This is winds and the motion of hot and cold air as it moves against each other, and like the whole air is dynamic. So like each wind wave that hits you is a pressure wave. Like they imagine this idealized like pressure gradient going all the way up and down, but it's not like that. It's chaotic. It's inhomogeneous, anisotropic.
They imagine that gradient that is vertical to the sky.
Yeah, the Globers like to do that because they invoke gravity, but that's just not realistic conditions.
But it doesn't work on their favor because
I know.
For their claimed refraction, even if we don't use the Snell's law, we use that refraction that they claim that is because of the density. So the light goes from less dense medium to a denser medium, and it slows down, so it changes its path. No, going to the sky, light going from an object to the sky, it's going from a denser medium to a less dense medium. So it's not slowing down, but it will speed up. So it will not refract down.
Yeah, it starts getting very complicated when you're trying to work out exactly what's going on with the densities, because you have the optical densities, the main thing that they say is the cause of the atmospheric refraction effects.
Necro is also really right in that one of the things they do to try to mess with this, to try to invoke the ball, is depending on which way they imagine the gradient, they move the starting point from either their eye or the other location. So, like, in order to make it always bend down, if the gradient is inverted and the starting point of the laser or light would cause the light to go upwards, they simply imagine the light coming from their eye to the object and bend it down.
Yeah, that's what they think. That they change the vector so the light is not coming to their eyes, but it's going from their eyes, like Superman.
I heard Drace was back on the circuit. Good to hear from you, brother Drace.
Hey.
He's like, who the hell is that?
But that's like a lot of their math kind of works like that. It's backwards engineered. Like, you know, you should see X. You saw a boat disappear bottom up at some point. So you're like, how do I explain that with my current belief or globe? And I make it disappear like this. So that would mean the Earth has to be this big. Okay, And then based on those assumptions, they then keep on building the house of cards.
Yep.
Yo, what's up, Gideon? How are you, brother?
Dylan, brother. Good to hear from you. Yes.
Drace, have you seen this observation that I've got? It's a very good example of syncing. So I'll just a few screenshots from the video clip that I've got here. So this is the ship that I looked up on Google, right? This is the exact ship that's in the demonstration. Okay, so this ship in the demonstration is about 12 to 13 nautical miles out, and it shows the ship radar or whatever. It shows that it's anchored, and I think it's 12.9 nautical miles out from the shoreline. Okay, so in the morning, 9:30 a.m., this is all that's visible of the top of the ship, and it kind of looks like it's behind the horizon. But over the next 3 hours, the guy keeps zooming in and out on the ship, and you can see in the morning when sinking is more likely to occur, as the air temperature heats up as the day goes on, that sinking effect starts to come to an end, and you start to see more and more of the boat. And then 3 hours later, you can see the entire boat again. In fact, instead of sinking, there's actually a little bit of the opposite. Looming starts to take place, and a little bit of stooping. But here's some more images. So that second one's just zoomed out a bit further. And then, yeah, this is 3 hours later. Like 3 hours later, that's the same ship in the exact same location. And you can see the whole ship. I'll just upload the video that goes along with it.
It's crazy. It's like we're literally watching hot air rising and taking the quote-unquote picture with it, if you will.
You know that it is like that short video that you have with the paper boat on the rock?
It's similar to that, exactly. So that's an inferior mirage. It's more of a steep gradient because you get the really obvious inferior mirage, like mirroring effects and whatnot, because the concrete or the road surface heats up quite drastically. So it creates a very warm layer of air above it, and then it slowly cools down as you go up in altitude. But this is sinking, which is a type of inferior mirage where you don't have that drastic hot to cold. It's just a little bit cooler. a little bit warmer, closer to the surface, and cooler above it, right? And that's why it usually happens during the night or early in the morning, because the water temperature doesn't really change much during the day or during the night, but the air temperature cools right down at night. And in the morning, that air temperature is still quite cool. So in certain conditions, you can have slightly warmer water temperature than the air temperature in the morning. So it can create that textbook definition sinking effect. And then as the air temperature starts to increase, the refractive index gradient changes, right? So you don't get that sinking effect anymore as the day goes on. So it just goes to show that, it's just another explanation or another reason that if the Globers want to claim a ship over the horizon, it's another thing they need to account for. It's actually a very difficult thing for them to account for, to validate that this type of mirage isn't present.
Okay. Yeah, because now we have something that we can validate that happens all the time and is not Earth curve. And so they need to now exclude that from being what they assume is Earth curve.
Yep, exactly.
But they already witnessed that phenomenon on the Black Swan observation. Black Swan with the oil rigs, they already have that moment when that horizon appears to be in front of those oil rigs. And the other observation, which is the Black Swan, when the horizon is behind. So far behind the oryx, like here. I think this one is from QA.
There's also the other thing, like, if you think the general trend of light is to refract down, and they haven't quantified it. If the Earth is flat and you have bottom-up disappearances, what happens when the light coming towards your eye starts going a little bit more down, a little bit more down? Don't you lose the bottom of that image because that part of the light hit the ground?
Yeah, good point.
And that's kind of how I see sinking as happening. Like, it kind of squishes it down into the horizon, and then with towering, it's like kind of like the opposite. And you can see it in the Black Swan, where it's like where it's the band of towering starts, it stretches the image upwards, and you get that like even higher oil rig.
Yep.
That's basically how I see some mirage effects as happening, where you have these double mirages. One, like, it looks like you see one and then another one that's upside down. I think it's because there's total internal reflection happening. When, like, just like you see with the picture earlier where I had the road, and when you go closer to the ground, all of a sudden the road appears to disappear and it reflects the sky.
Exactly. And yep, so you can get total internal reflection in inferior mirages, superior, but that's the most common one, like the one you posted, the inferior mirage. It can happen as well in the superior mirages and the Fata Morgana, but it's kind of weird when it happens in those. It kind of happens up in the sky, and you get all sorts of weird stuff happening. But when you just have sinking or looming, that's basically just like a less extreme version of inferior and superior mirages, and you don't get the total internal reflection in most cases when you just have that very, very gradual change in the refractive index. That's according to the research that I did anyway. I'm not saying it's correct, but that's seems to be the case.
But you can see that one. It's like it's double mirrored.
Oh yeah. And like you said earlier, quite often it's kind of like a soup of different temperatures creating different refractive indexes in pockets, and maybe at 2 miles you've got something happening with the temperatures, and then at 3 miles something different, and then at 5 miles something else is going on, and then you just get this like soup of different types of mirages all blended together. And that's why you Google mirages or superior mirage or Fata Morgana, and like there's no consistency in them in most cases. It's like crazy shit going on in all different ways, slightly different soup, like a soup of effects, kind of like you see in the Skunk Bay time lapse, I guess.
Yeah, and then they give us these kind of diagrams. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would the light go down into this warmer like air, which is like less dense than the cold air, and then decide to just turn around and go back up out of it? It's like going like the opposite direction it started in. Like, it doesn't make any sense without some sort of reflection.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. And when I read different even like .edu sources, when I'm looking at the explanations of different types of mirages, I notice tons of inconsistencies and contradictions between different sources. right? Claiming this and claiming that. And it's like the opposite of what the last source that I read claimed, right? It seems like they don't really know.
Yeah,
they have a general idea.
I found as well.
Yeah. Especially with these diagrams, like the diagrams are all over the place. If you look at different diagrams of how different mirages are taking place, and a lot of the sources I read, like they just skip out a whole bunch of different types of mirages, and they say mirages can only, cause this and that to happen. And yeah, it's all over the place. But yeah, it is very interesting with that mirroring effect. Some sources say it's total internal reflection. Others say it's not total internal reflection. It's confusing. But the globers just butcher it. When the globers are talking about atmospheric refraction, they're just completely butchering it. They're trying to oversimplify it, and they'll just say that when it's not as clear of a day, then there's more refraction. It's higher. That means it's higher refraction, and therefore you can see way further than what you would be able to see on a globe. And they kind of just leave it at that, when that's just butchering it. And going completely against what actually happens, where you can see further when it's clearer. Here's a good example of that here, right? So a globo we should be able to see really, really far in this image that I just posted, because it's like extreme refraction. Like, look how bendy the creams are. Look how distorted it is. But yeah, once again, we don't really see any further than we see in the white swan image.
It's mad towering in the air there, like stretching that whole rig way up, and the cranes and stuff on the other one.
Yeah, it's crazy. And in this next one, Drace, you'll see like that total internal reflection taking place in the air rather than right between the horizon and the air.
Yeah, when there's like a hot air in a layer or cold air in a layer above, that can happen.
Yeah.
It's just like with Snell's law, like it's the boundaries between the mediums, and when you have a density or temperature difference, it's kind of like two different mediums, just like how the oceans where they meet, because they have different densities and slightly different compositions, they just don't mix very well. And so it takes longer for them to diffuse into each other, and they create this temporary pseudo-boundary.
Great. Yep, that's a great way to explain it. Actually, I'll use that. Yep, that's a good analogy, actually, with what happens with water in the oceans. Yep. Even like when it looks like there's like an underwater river. Have you seen that? It looks like there's like underneath the ocean, it looks like there's actually like a stream of like water underneath the ocean. I'll find a picture of it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's like super saline solution that basically it's so dense and salty that when they try to move the submarine into it, we'll try to see what's underneath this lake underneath the ocean, the submarine just bounced out of it. The submarine was less dense than the liquid.
Yeah. Yeah, check out that image in the side chat. Literally, if there wasn't a scuba diver there, you could think that this was just like a creek in nature.
Yeah, but one of my big problems with the Globers and their lack of understanding of refraction is that if you shoot a laser through a bunch of panels that are of increasing density, but you make sure the laser is completely normal to the surface, or there's zero angle of incidence, well, you don't got refraction then. So even if they did have like insane optical gradients between us and the target that would always make the light bend down, if it didn't hit at an angle to those surfaces, well, we wouldn't see refraction.
Yep, that makes sense.
Refraction is pretty fun.
Yeah, it definitely is. I've been it's been like my favorite topic to look into this year. It's actually the globe side's worst nightmare, and it completely negates a lot of their long distance observations because they're making such specific claims when they're presenting these observations with theodolites or the ships over the horizon, right? They're making very specific claims that what you're seeing in the image matches perfectly with the curvature of the Earth, but they haven't taken what could possibly be there in relation to the optical, density layers and things like that can cause mirages and all sorts of different things to happen. Right? They haven't taken that into account, and they'll just butcher refraction by saying, "Oh, we accounted for standard refraction. We're not like flat earthers. We account for refraction," but they didn't account for anything that they have validated that's present in any of those observations.
Yeah, the best part is that they accounted for standard refraction, which assumes that all the light is bending down, so that they just increase the radius of the globe to make it match observation. That's not refraction of light, that's just the expansion of their globe idea. They have so much problem with refraction because once you start claiming standard refraction, now you have to account for this variable in all of your other models where you ignored it. What, Aristophanes didn't have any refraction? Well, the eclipse models don't have any refraction. Well, the daylight model is actually not fully accounting for their imagined refraction. They're in so much trouble once you start to apply their ad hoc excuses across the board. It just becomes one contradictory mess.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just like, imagine if you started to, like, if gas suddenly started to act like gravity affected it, and it would start coalescing together into liquids because now there's attraction between gas molecules, or the gas would fall down, go boom, boom. It would instantly turn it all into liquid, and we would all die.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the best debunk. Takes it all away. You don't even have to have the refraction debate then. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I like those ones with the water. That's just trips me out. That's crazy. I still have no idea how that's possible. Have a look at this one I just posted in the side chat. It's mind-bending.
I'm showing Karma. I already seen it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I'm unmuted. Wow, those are pretty cool. Those arrows with the water. So, how many people in here are Christian? Any atheists?
No, you're not getting any takers? No, I don't think so.
No Christians and no atheists. Interesting.
Yeah, it's still flat, Bix. And flat's not a shape. Are you saying it doesn't look flat because of hills and valleys and things like that? And waves? Looks like a basketball, right? So, do you have any evidence? So, you've never seen the Earth curvature yourself, have you? Right? You've never experienced that. So, when you say it looks like this, so you're like a little speck on that basketball, right? That's what you think. That just sees a flat surface everywhere. Is that correct? So Big says, have you seen it flat, bro? From the outside? No, we're not claiming, right, that you can go outside the Earth, right, and take a God's eye view of it and see like some sort of flat object, right? That's not, flat is not a shape, right? There's no curvature over distance that would be required for the Earth to be a globe. So it cannot possibly be a globe. Flat isn't a shape, my friend. I could have 5 tables, right? And they're all different shapes, and they're all flat on the surface. It's the description of a surface. Just like bumpy. Bumpy also is not a shape. Yeah, a plane also isn't a shape, right? That's just another way of expressing that there's no curvature over a surface. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. You are. You're claiming that the Earth is a globe. No, we're not claiming that. You are making claims about form because you say flat Earth. No. That's not a shape claim.
It works.
Right. It's a natural law. It's something that happens testably, repeatably for everyone. Right? In which you have high pressure, always go to low pressure.
Entropy isn't fundamentally about pressure. You realize that?
No, I know, but I'm stating it for the fact that we have right here, right in the globe claim. Right? Because the globe claims that you have a pressurized system next to nearly no pressure. And you think that you're taking a picture from a place that breaks natural law, Cosmos.
Can you explain how it breaks natural law?
Sure. Right. Are you breathing right now?
Yes.
Right. So in order to have gas pressure, 14.7 psi roughly, in this dynamic, wonderful system, gas law states that you must have containment, right? V, volume. Right? So I ask you, in this globe paradigm that you believe in, and I once believed in too, how do you have gas pressure next to nearly no gas pressure with no container?
By having a force, as you can look up, and any source will provide you to say you need a force exerted. That's what a container does. It exerts a force. So all we need is a force. Do we have a force? Well, I'll throw this vape up in the air. Oh, look. Force. Landed back on the floor. Must be a force. There we go. That's it.
Oh no!
That's as far
what
as
happens when you drop a helium balloon? Or you're saying that gas is containing gas, Cosmos?
What? So when we talk about a helium balloon, what is a helium balloon doing?
Gas, and it's going up, not going down. You just said you threw up air and it went down.
Yeah. Why is it going up?
You tell me. You said gravity holds it down.
Yeah, it does hold it down.
Yeah, but it just went up.
Yeah, gravity's still having an influence.
But you just said it went up. Now you're claiming it down. Which one is it? Is it going down or up?
Yeah, it's going up, but gravity's having an influence.
So what about all the other gas?
Yeah, they're being influenced by gravity.
So are they going all directions or just down? Or
what, as in, are they being pulled towards the Earth? Yes.
So what about clouds? What about evaporation?
Yeah, clouds.
Do those go down or are they going up?
Do they look like they're going down to you?
Right. That's why I'm pretty confused. You keep saying gas is going down, but all this gas is going omnidirectionally. Sometimes up, sometimes down.
Yeah, that's the flow of gas. That's convection for you.
But you just said that we have gas pressure because of this gas going down, but you're in a contradiction because the gas is now going up, Cosmos.
No, I'm not, because it's always being pulled towards the Earth. That's what centripetal force is.
Now that's just begging the question. Centripetal force? You think that the spinning ball is causing the gas to go in? Is that what you were just...
that's how it works.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, please prove that. Go ahead.
What? Prove the Earth is spinning?
Well, that too. I mean, that would be great.
No, prove gravity is holding gas pressure, please.
Yeah, I mean, we're still there, right? I mean...
It's the logical antecedent. What do you mean, prove it?
It's an experiment. Show it.
It's like proving if I piss that.
You're not talking about pseudoscience. If you cannot prove it, gravity is holding gas pressure, you are a moron, okay?
I think the room is well aware, Cosmos, that you don't have any proof for your claim, right? You're trying to claim that this globe
I showed you proof
has
before.
a gas pressurized system, and you're like, it just holds it there.
Yeah,
Even though we have demonstration that shows that against a vacuum, that gravity doesn't hold gas against a vacuum.
I
mean, what are you going to do against that demonstration? Miguel just posted it, Cosmos.
I literally showed you.
How would you explain that? There's literally a vacuum right above,
you just talking
and the
to
gas
yourself.
goes right up.
Yeah, you're just talking to yourself, Lloyd.
Well, you don't want to address the question, so I mean, I just have to really kind of force myself in there.
Okay, so just talk to yourself then.
Well, you don't want to answer the question, right? Because you know I'm right and you're wrong.
If you were right, you could actually demonstrate it, and you can't. You can't demonstrate it.
Miguel just posted it.
Posted what?
A demonstration.
You have the gas and the vacuum in the other side. What happens when you open the valve? Oh, they mix together. Yeah, your ball earth with some gas pressure around it doesn't work next to a vacuum. So we did show to you. You didn't show the experiment of that gravity holding gas pressure. You know what is gas pressure?
Cosmos, go ahead and show a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Please, go ahead.
So your demonstration to show gravity on Earth is two glass tubes with a valve between them.
Oh,
no. You are a moron. We are talking about gas pressure, okay?
Yeah.
We are talking about gravity.
Yeah,
you are a moron, okay?
You
cannot prove it.
That's how that works.
Listen, pal. You cannot show to us that gravity holding gas pressure. It's simple, okay? You don't even know what is gas pressure.
It's the most logical antecedent.
No, what is? Shut the fuck up with bullshit. What is gas pressure?
Yeah, that you need containment.
Yeah, by gravity.
No, I can post a citation from NASA. You know, gas pressure is the force of the gas molecules colliding with each other and the walls of the container. Okay, you need the container. It's simple. That's gas pressure.
No,
you need a container. Go check what is gas pressure. You are just ignorant. Okay, you are ignorant.
He says the flat earth.
No, it says in the definition what is gas pressure, you moron.
You know, we used to
You are just ignorant.
And you live on the same Earth. You're actually a flat earther. You're just delusional and you think you're on a globe.
By the way, guys, how do planes fly?
Don't run away, you know. We did ask to you to don't run away.
How do planes fly?
No, you have to prove. Show that your gravity holding gas pressure. You have it. Show the experiment. Show it. You are making bullshit talk. Yeah.
How do planes
Don't
fly?
run away.
Mountain level, they fly. Airport to airport, Cosmos.
Right.
Oh,
but you see how you keep having to avoid your globe proof, and you keep going. But what about the flat? How do barbecues work on a flat Earth? How do anthos work on a flat Earth?
What about the bumblebee?
You're really dumb, Cosmos, and you think we're dumb.
I just did post it from NASA.
I'm
What
just
is
gonna
gas
make fun of
pressure?
you.
You ignorant. Okay. You ignorant. Don't jump around.
Can you calm your friend down?
Well, you just called flat earthers dumb. So, I mean, I think you kind of
Yeah.
deserve it, man.
Yeah. Well, they are.
Gas pressure from NASA. Go watch it.
You're on the
Container, 3
same
times
Earth,
there.
Cosmos.
So I guess
So,
You're
yeah.
planes
late to
don't
the party, dude.
I guess planes don't fly.
Oh, they do. Gracefully over a flat, non-rotating
Right.
Earth.
So how do planes fly?
Not on a globe. That's how.
Oh, so planes don't use a difference in
Now
pressure.
what we should do is report on the Wright brothers.
See how you have to move on to something else because you're like, oh man, I can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. How do planes work?
Yeah, so I can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So
Oh, good. Let's go back to that point then.
yeah. So when we're talking about gas
Go
pressure
ahead.
without a
I'll go ahead
container,
and mute you, and we'll wait for your demonstration. How about that?
yeah.
You're a waste of time, Cosmos.
'Cause if you're gonna sit here and kind of just micromanage the room and I'm just gonna switch to this topic. No, dude. Especially for a guy who's been here a couple times, dude. Like I understand like completely delusional ones like Luke that are just hilarious, but
I feel like from their perspective, they don't understand how many presuppositions they're making in their whole thought process. And trying to convey all that information in a short period of time is a challenge for any good communicator. So it's frustrating to listen to anyway.
So, what do you guys think? Like the lunar eclipses?
oh, like the Selenilian eclipse.
I don't know.
You know, the Selenilian eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse, in which you can see the sun and the moon above the horizon. Now, I ask you, if it's supposedly supposed to be in this perfect alignment of 180 degree synergy.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I just asked you a question, man. You're kind of like dodging. Like, what do you guys think the eclipses are?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Cool guy Jeff, come on, dude. You're being
why do you think that like we can predict?
You're being directly addressed, cool guy.
Oh, he said I don't know.
Hold on, I can answer him. Yeah. Well, why do I need to know something that's happening in the sky to know what the
Well,
ground
that's fine. I
is doing?
accept that you said you don't know. What do you think? Like, how do you think? Like, we can
You
predict,
asked
like,
about. Listen, you asked about lunar eclipses. A lunar eclipse was brought up to you, and you said you don't know.
Well, cool
No, I'm
guy.
asking you-
I don't know why, but do you? Do you know why the impossible eclipse happens?
Wait, what do you mean impossible stuff? Why would that be impossible?
Well, because as I was explaining, right, that the alignment according to the globe paradigm is that you have the sun, the earth, and the moon, right, all in this perfect alignment. However, during a Selenilian eclipse, you can see the sun and the moon above the horizon, showing that it's not in a perfect alignment, right? In order to quote unquote cast a shadow.
I don't think the view includes. I don't think the view includes that you can't see that. And actually, I got them confused. I meant a solar eclipse, right? Which happened, I think, probably more often. I don't know. Like, how do you guys explain solar eclipse?
Why do I need to? I didn't make any claims about the solar eclipse.
Well, I'll tell you why. Look, like, so when you do a theory comparison, which is like flat versus globe.
Cool guy Jeff, your explanation of a solar eclipse doesn't really present itself in reality.
It doesn't even work on a globe.
So the solar eclipse is just when. Calm down, dude. So the solar eclipse is just when the moon.
That's your story, dude. This is an explanation. This is a story.
Can you calm down? Yeah, that's what theories are. They're stories of the world.
Yeah, I'm calm. In reality, there is no presence of the moon anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, something eclipses the sun. There is no silhouette of a moon.
Oh, what are you talking about? Look, all I'm talking about is the thing that happens right in the middle.
Have you ever seen a solar eclipse?
Yeah.
Did you see the moon at any point in time?
did I see the moon? Sure, it's the thing that eclipses the sun.
Oh,
bro. Are you saying it's something else?
Well, why doesn't it create an eclipse as it approaches the sun? Why doesn't it create a silhouette?
A silhouette? I think it does. I think it partially blocks out the sun.
No, it doesn't. You think wrong. There is no silhouette as it approaches or leaves the sun.
I think it
the
does.
Sun is eclipsed. The sun is eclipsed. That's all you get.
Okay. All right. So,
and then you get to tell me, "Oh, I think it must be the moon." What else could it be? Well, if it was a moon ball, listen. If it was a rock ball known as the moon, there would be a silhouette as it approached and left.
I mean, I think I've observed that real time.
I mean what?
Okay,
well,
can you calm down?
Dude, you're the one talking over me.
No, I keep trying to speak, and then you
over
see, look at you going again. You just spoke over me again. I'm gonna say a sentence now, okay?
Okay, so what did I tell you? What did I just tell you?
I muted you for a couple seconds.
What did I just tell you, cool guy?
Well, you told before that you said I was over. I was over talking you, but then you over.
Prior to that, keep rewinding. Prior to that,
you said that when we observe a solar eclipse, we don't see a silhouette like slowly like.
Okay, so do you get that to be a problem? If that's the moon,
well, I actually observed that. When I watched
you don't. You see an eclipse. You don't see a silhouette of the moon.
You told me I'm lying. Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, you see something. Listen, you see an eclipse. You see the same eclipse I see. There is no silhouette of the moon.
I'll just stop talking. I'll start talking when you stop.
Cool guy. So, do you see the moon right before it eclipses the sun?
Well, maybe not right before because it's so bright, but as the sun eclipses the sun, as the moon eclipses the sun, as the moon eclipses the sun. Did you guys ever allow somebody to speak?
Well, dude, do you ever
trying to make you realize that you're being fallacious? You're equating something that you see. Oh, that it must be this happening in the paradigm.
Okay. You're very confused. No, I'm going to say a sentence now. Just let me know.
You don't even see the moon before or after. And we just want to know if you even realize that.
Am I going to speak?
I don't think you understand the base premise, cool guy.
No, yeah, cool guy Jeff. You need to learn. Cool guy Jeff. You need to learn to listen instead of waiting.
So when this guy's talking. I didn't mute it.
Yeah, you need to learn to listen instead of waiting to talk, cool guy. You are a little Yorkie, aren't you? I remember you, little yapper.
All right, so
that's your PFP.
Yeah, so cool guy.
I have this guy muted. I'm just waiting till. Okay. I'll wait. Just let me know.
No, I know. Cool guy. I just want to say what is it you want to say? Like you want to get out?
Yeah.
What is that
sentence? Yeah. So
just don't blow me. Just keep it short.
I'm trying to answer a question. So when I observed, right, in the last solar eclipse that I saw, right, was that the sun was slowly occluded by what we think is the moon. Obviously, you can't just say with logical entailment that it is the moon, right? All I'm saying, this is what we observe, and it's explained by solar eclipse, right? And my question was, how do you guys? And my question was, general question was, how do you guys explain this? And I heard, why do I?
So wait a minute.
That question.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait. You're talking. You're talking for us. Just wait. Just wait. You can't talk for us.
No, I'm just gonna leave.
You can't talk for us,
if I can't finish a thought. I'm just gonna leave.
You can't. No, you.
I'm just gonna leave.
Bye.
All right, yeah.
Bye. Have a nice day.
I'm gonna meet you. Yeah, I'm gonna meet you first. So, the fact that you can't.
Yeah, we don't need somebody to be obtuse. We do want to listen to you, but if you're going to be obtuse, you're just going to go on mute. Yeah, the thing about it is with these guys that come in here and talk about this, like, I just want to hear you explain. All we can tell is what we can see, and we see the effect of a natural phenomenon. That's it. There's nothing more, nothing less. We see a phenomena occurring. We see an effect. We see something happening. We don't know the cause for the effect. We just see the effect. That's it. That's all they see. That's all we see. But the part that they do is they try to put a story to it. That's all they're doing. They're putting a story to it. And a long time ago, they put a story to it too, right? I mean, Rahu and Ketu. Was it Indian folklore talking about how this moon was getting eaten up by a dragon, like all kinds of stuff. So yeah, everybody's got stories, but nobody knows the cause for the effect. Bottom line.
I think the factor that gets overlooked the most in these debates is the amount of presuppositions going on in the mindset of the globe believer, and how many of those need to be addressed simultaneously in order for them to start looking at it from a different perspective, because they have to lose so many presuppositions at the same time.
Think about it like this. We're not starting in a premise that is debatable. We're all observing the same thing. We're all in the same boat. We're all having the same experience. So it's not a debate. It's really just shared experience. We're talking about what we see, and the other person sees the same thing. Now, the other part is there's a logical leap. Well, I think it's the moon eclipsing the sun or whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is. But they're making an explanation to the thing, the cause for the effect. Now, no one here is making a trying to put a cause to the effect, and they're asking us, what do we think the cause is? Well, we don't have to give an explanation to the effect. We just see it. That's all. Is that making sense there? Like, we're not, it's not a debate. I think some people think it is. It's not. It's just we're all experiencing the world together. So.
I'm fully aware of the facts. It's what's going on in the minds of the people that are challenging the reality that we witness. All right, that's where the communication is directed towards, like with these individuals that are, like I said, presupposing a bunch of information that they've memorized in school. And they're going off of these presuppositions. That's all I'm saying, is that the amount of presuppositions that they have is really impeding them from looking at this unbiasedly, is what I'm getting at.
100%. They have all these presuppositions stitched together, and that's their raft. And they won't abandon it. They can't swim for themselves. This sunken cost fallacy, they're too proud. Cool guy Jeff doesn't even listen to his own words, so they're screwed till they pull their head out of their ass.
I like how you put that together, old Haas. That analogy. Yep. All right, we got some other people in here. Maybe we can talk to those guys. We got, John in there. I think John Luna, I don't think we've spoken to you, but welcome to the forum, sir.
Well, John's the one pointing out that all the callers this morning is just a house of cards, and I don't know. Kingsley's here too.
Yeah, John, what forums did you come from?
I appreciate the welcome. I'm on a few of them. I mean, I found this channel, the original Discord that I joined after listening to Flat Lloyd do his podcast with Eric Dubay, I believe.
Right. We're in currently right now, I think everybody's attempting to, or at least we're in the process of a transition. We're changing the ethos of the forum. We're trying to get a little bit more palpable for the listening audience. So it's a bit of a rough transition because everybody has to dial it back with the rough attitudes, like even myself, so myself included. But it's difficult because we're trying for it not to be so confrontational. And a lot of these guys that we've been dealing with in the past have always been making it very difficult for us not to be. So we're checking to see how it's going to be possible that we're going to keep the decorum, So it's a bit of a rough transition for everyone. So everybody's kind of like, well, what do you mean we got to be this way?
Yeah, communication is tough. That was basically the crux of what I was getting at. Is there's so much you know, if you think about it, someone's got this foundation of what they know to be reality, and if a lot of that is based off of presuppositions, then trying to get through to that person, you need to really hit them with a matrix of information. You know, that's just not possible. We have to convey our thoughts in sentences that take a long period of time to really grasp, and you have to be pretty eloquent in order to hit people in a way that they're going to really truly comprehend what it is you're trying to convey to them. So that's the true challenge.
I like how you put that. I like where you're going with that. We were having a discussion with the gentleman earlier, and I feel like he was really confrontational. His name was Luke, I think his name was. Very confrontational fellow. But it seemed like he had some sort of idea of what academia has to propose as far as like what it's saying about the Earth being a globe. In that, he didn't even want to describe in any way how he knows that the Earth is a globe. So he was very confrontational about that point. So I don't know, did anybody catch that earlier? He didn't want to tell us how he knows the Earth's a globe because he thinks it's a foregone conclusion.
Precisely, yes. I listened to everything he had to say, and you know, the anger was very, like, the frustration is there because he has so many presuppositions, and he's like, "Oh, you guys don't have these same presuppositions as me. Like, how can I get this? How can I get through to you guys? You guys need to have the same presuppositions as me to come to these same conclusions that I have come to." So that's the hardest. Like I said, it's the hardest part. You have to tackle so many different ideas in people's minds that they accepted already as fact, that they have no basis for believing in it in a factual, in a factual manner. So,
just for the listening audience, do you think if I switch to my phone instead of my Bluetooth that I'm using right now, it'll probably be better? Or can you guys hear me clearly? That way I can switch or not.
We can hear you clearly.
Right. Thanks for that. But yeah, we're having a conversation with these, long time, I don't know what you want to call them, anti-flat earthers, and we're just trying to clean house right now. We're trying to see who's actually able to have a conversation, or they just want to flame the forum. And yeah, it's a bit difficult. We're looking through who's here. You know what I mean? And if somebody's able to give good exposition, we want those people to go to the forefront, whoever it is in our team that can actually do that. But if you feel like it's too difficult for you to do that without becoming a flame yourself, then I think it's maybe kind of a heads up to kind of take a step back and let somebody else kind of take control. I guess, it's very difficult because we're dealing with these knuckleheads and we just want to lay into them, I totally get that, man. But yeah, we're trying for it to be all across the board, favorable for a third-party listener. Yeah, hopefully over time you'll hear 24/7 give like excellent exposition with, people actually hold their talking points. Times are changing, my friends. The winds have changed. Yeah, but kudos to all the morning speakers, man. All you guys have been doing a great job. Excellent.
Yeah, I can't stand the ones like Oliver, like, oh, you get, look, that's just what came out of a flat earther. That grinds my gears every time. Because what you think, you're a flat earther, hoity-toity,
if anything, I can
uppity
relate.
nose. Ugh.
Oh yeah. We're up against a really hard task. Last night, we were discussing that with somebody, and the person was just so like passive aggressive, if you want to put it, because he was making it sound like he doesn't know what the word "no" means. Like if you know something, and he was trying to make it sound like, well, what is no to you? This Cartesian way of knowledge is like not for me. It's like.
Oh, I caught the beginning of that one. Yeah.
All that so he's not held accountable. But anyway, it's
that's what we're dealing with, bro. Anything about cameras?
Yeah, that too.
Oh, I know.
We have no knowledge of cameras, and we're just fools. That kind of stuff.
And what was great with Oliver is I was like, okay, we know nothing about cameras. Now what? Well, you know nothing about cameras. It's like, okay, well, how's that make it a globe? Well, you know nothing about cameras. Like it's toddler mentality. I got a toddler myself. Got a 10-year-old. I'm like, put your plate in the sink, and she's like, it's a bowl. I'm like, oh my gosh. Same logic. But yeah, that was cool to hear, Luke, or not Luke, John Luna, about the Eric DeBay podcast. But yeah, we definitely like the form here, just because it's I don't know, I definitely put it on a higher pedestal of intellectual places, and it needs constant upkeep. You got these anti-flat earther types like Oliver, or most recently Luke, who's just all over the place, right? And this particular form really brings out the demons, if you will, in some of the individuals, and the brainwashing is very apparent. And it's funny, they think they're here to study flat earthers, but the entire time the joke has actually been on them. I've been studying and taking notes on them for years, and I think a lot of us have, and we know exactly how to kind of diffuse the situation sometimes. And because they use some wild tricks, right? I mean, they'll gaslight like a mother, like they're just over here, with a hose of, gasoline. They're just trying to throw a match on you. And I'm here to tell you, like, there's no fret, there's no worry. The globe loss, it's been game over. It unfortunately never even started. Globe has never been a reality, and that's kind of the best part. You can't lose, because the truth doesn't even need defending. That's the best part,
Well, if you think about the amount of misdirection required to even people believe in the globular heliocentric model, it all really does point back to like before, like government agencies controlling curriculums before any of us were born, while our grandparents were children. Some of our great great grandparents were children, and it's like if the globular heliocentric model was true, it wouldn't require all of this like pre-programming before you can think logically. It wouldn't require the government being in control of all of the experimentation and all of it being out of the reach of the public to be able to do these types of experiments and be involved in the data and all of that. So,
yeah, all that media reinforcement. You wouldn't need all this bloviation. You would just prove the ball. We wouldn't even be here. We'd probably be the first ones to be like, look, you idiots, it is a ball. We measured it. We verified it. But unfortunately, a lot of us, that's what we tried to do, right? I mean, I don't think anybody just heard somebody on a YouTube video was like, oh, I think the earth is flat. No. And we don't expect people when they first come here to do that either. They're always like, here, convince me. And it's like, dude, nobody's here to convince you. Like, calm down, dude. Put your pants back on,
I like
we're just here to shed some information. Sorry, Obo, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I like how they tried to make us the ones that prove the globe. Like when what's his name? Bob Nodell. Yeah, he proved the globe.
Jaren proved the globe. Now Witsit and Jaren proved the 24-hour sun, so therefore there's the globe. Yeah, so we're the one proving the globes, I guess, somehow, which is, you know, hilarious.
Yeah, through deduction. They're like, I don't know how it's a
Yeah.
globe or how the actual guys do it, but these flat earthers, they prove the globe. Imagine how sad that is that your proof for a globe is people who don't believe in one. And did previously. I mean, that's a point I try to make with, honestly, a lot of newcomers. It's like, dude, look, we know where you're coming from, man. Like, I believed in the globe hard. And, you know, I had all kinds of imaginations and, you know, wanting to save the earth and just ridiculous stuff. Like, I can definitely empathize with, you know, where a lot of, I mean, even Luke, you know, I'm sure he's kind of a globe fanatic too, loves NASA, rockets, probably built some space, you know, some model rockets. I know I did back in the day. And, you know, I got my little rocket engines, you know, level D and E. So there was a really big, and I'd strapped like 4 or 5 of them. And I wanted to get a camera on there, you know, all kinds of things. Like, but it doesn't magically prove a globe. And it does in their heads.
Signed up for space exploration.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, man. They don't see that.
Well, if you don't see that the CIA has been involved in every television broadcast since the beginning of television broadcasts, then it's hard to understand that the government's been psychologically programming the public without their knowledge for a long time, even though it's declassified. Everybody can know about it, but it's not taught. And then it's claimed as like a conspiracy theory, and it's swept under the rug of and the rug really is just the vast amount of bullshit there is to find on the internet. I mean, if you think about it, just the amount of people who have their own social media and are shit posting all day on different platforms all day. I mean, the odds of somebody even finding new information now are becoming slimmer and slimmer and slimmer, especially AI generating content for people. It's just getting to be just way too much data to sift through to be able to find anything worthwhile if you don't know where to look.
That's the reason why I was talking with everybody that I really want to take 24/7 mainstream, and partly why the reason we're changing the ethos to like more, be a bit more charitable, amenable, and you know, not too over the top. We can still keep our characters, just like maybe dial it back a little bit. So therefore, if we go mainstream, it could be put out to the whole world that this is who we are. You know. That's one of the reasons why we want to move forward with this. Yeah, it's high time, man. It's been 10 years, so I think we're ready for it.
But wouldn't you also agree that that is one of the bigger parts of the leap that heliocentric globe believers have to make is the fact that, okay, well, if this is true, then we've been being lied to. And at that point, they're met with I'd say a more frightening reality that they don't want to even deal with. And that's kind of another big deterrent. You know, it's like, well, because the lie is so huge and so many people would have to be involved in the genesis of that becoming a practice by the world governments, right? You have this huge underlining conspiracy that also holds, I guess, holds people back in making that leap.
Yeah, but I think that's why the Creator made us as a group for times such as these, so that we can have great exposition for the truth.
Oh, I concur. I think you guys are doing great work. It's definitely a challenge, though, to have a merit-based system for the people who are, I guess, best equipped to handle. And like I said, I understand it's not a debate, but you're appealing to people's personal, right? Their own version, kind of put all of their eggs in that basket. Put it that way. So I do agree that handling the situation gently is warranted at times when you're dealing with people who genuinely want to know.
This room is dead.
Hey, we got some new people that are joining the forum. Guys, if you have any questions or do you want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, go ahead and do so.
Why do you take the
show us evidence?
Stance? Why don't you have some balls and go to the evidence-based? You're not an agnostic on whether or not the Earth is flat, right?
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you guys. I'm just addicted to munching.
No one asked.
I'm on the move right now, so if anybody wants to talk to these gentlemen.
Dylan, all I heard was what you sounded like.
Is that how I sounded like?
Yeah, that's.
That sounds like clowns.
So you don't like to munch on the pom pom?
He's in here to troll. We could put him on mute for now.
I'm not here to troll. I'm very serious.
Sorry, but this forum is a serious forum, so if you're not in here for that, you also, sir, if you don't have a question or something, I mean, that's fine. But we don't need to hear people chiming in with, like, just inane garbage. We want to keep this forum, like, for intellectual discussion. Thank you.
So, W, young man, do you think you're on a globe?
I'm more interested in the flat Earth discussion.
Bamho.
Not proving globe, because I don't care to prove globe. But.
Well, I mean, that's what the media tells you, right? And the textbooks and your teachers.
I've never been a science guy. I just don't care to prove but it says flat Earth.
Well, good news.
So I'm assuming
it's not a science question.
Oh, so what? How are you coming to the conclusion that it's flat?
Well, just because it measures that way, and when you put the globe
so who's
to
a
the
flat
test,
earther and who isn't?
I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, gentlemen, we're having somebody go in a back and forth. We don't need extra people jumping in. If you do jump in again, you'll be swiftly muted. Thank you.
So shut the fuck up, honestly.
We don't need that either, sir. We don't need that
get right
either.
back to you,
Thank
man.
you.
But yeah, so I mean, why are you interested in Earth anyway? Like,
I'm not. I just the title interests me. Flat Earth. I don't get to have a lot of discussions, especially with rooms full of people who, presumably would agree with this. So, I mean, I'm interested more so in the discussion or the. I don't know if you have some evidence to provide, a new perspective.
yeah, I mean, honestly, the world doesn't change, right? And nobody here just woke up and was like, "Oh man, I think I'm going to go against everything I've been taught and think that it's flat." You know, I don't think anybody just wakes up like that, right? I know I didn't. And the case for flat Earth, it is kind of a buzzword, right? I mean, it's a little triggering to some, even, you know, just because they've been taught a globe their entire life. I don't know about you, but essentially every movie I've ever seen definitely shows some sort of globe or zooming into a globe. The first iPhone, globe, you know, it just all over the place, right? Constantly reinforced, right? Whether it be some sort of solar system, you know, for babies, they put it over a cradle, forget what that's called, a mobile, right? Little Saturns and all these kinds of things. So, I mean, if it's not important, why even go through all that reinforcement, right? All the education, all the media, right? I mean, that seems a bit kind of strange. In my case, for the evidence is, well, it presents itself the way it is. Flat Earth is not a shape claim. Globe Earth is, because, well, the sphere is a shape. Flat, however, is a property of a shape, right? So even myself as a flat earther doesn't mean I suddenly know what everything in the earth is. That's not the case. What it means is that the place they've been telling you, reinforcing you, and all of your friends and family is definitely not the case. That when you actually put this globe geometry to the test, you realize that the surface property in reality is that it's flat. Zero. I mean, don't get me wrong, we got waves over water, right? And we have topography where nobody's saying that it's 2D even. You know, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of straw mans. Let's face it, if you type in flat earth in Google right now, you're not necessarily going to get even this place, right? You're going to get a lot of crappy arguments. Type it in YouTube. You're going to get Mark Sargent and people just laughing at flat earth. So why would you even look into it, right? Now, I'm not trying to ramble, but I really am trying to clarify the quote-unquote claim or the evidence here. Because, well, to be fair, you can really point at just about anything, and it's evidence of itself, right? It's self-evident, right? That we have base axioms in nature. Me and you, we go to a beach, right? You been to a beach before, young man?
I didn't really understand. Sorry. I didn't really understand the question at first, but now I think I get it. As you're asking me like why I would even care to
be here.
Ask you this question about the flat earth?
Yeah, why even join a flat earth forum on Discord?
I mean, because, well, the default position is kind of based off of consensus, not necessarily like. I mean, I wouldn't. I was
You were
taught
taught
that
the globe too, right?
Yeah, but I was taught this, and I kind of conceptualized this before I looked at the world and said, "Oh, I think the world is flat." So, I mean, or in terms of like ideas of what the world is, I never really looked at the world and assumed that the entire thing was flat. You know?
Yeah, me neither. I mean, especially when I believed it was a globe.
And so, but is what you're, I guess what you're saying is that we can look at it now and say that that's all that we see?
Correct.
That is flat, okay.
Reality presents itself and is measured and practically used as a flat, stationary Earth.
So, do you...
And it's really not that wild. What makes it so wild is, well, you've been taught that it's something else your entire life.
You believe in, like, physics?
Believe in physics? I mean, don't get me wrong, I've taken University Physics 1 and calculus and I mean, don't get me wrong, in some cases it's useful, right? But for instance, I mean, the globe actually has a lot of physics that can't be proven, for instance. such as spinning water on a gigantic ball and somehow water sticks to it instead of flying off, like every other situation. See how the globe already defies physics? Or how about the second law of thermodynamics, where you and me, we're breathing gas pressure right now, yet the globe claims it's magically held by gravity, right? Even though we see no demonstration or instance of this gravity holding gas in reality, right? Such as clouds. I see evaporation. I drop helium balloons and they go up, for God's sakes. So we don't always even see gases go up or down. In many cases, gases actually go omnidirectionally. They go in all directions. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine if somebody belched and you saw it like go down? You'd be like, whoa.
But you do believe in
it goes everywhere.
Like gravity, basically. Like you believe in like gravity, right?
Believe in gravity? Now, we can call it whatever you want, right? We drop stuff, it goes down, but you have to understand that is like if you look around right now, is anything falling?
I don't. What's your point, man?
Well, I mean, most people think that gravity is just this constant thing that's just pulling people down because they were taught this Newtonian physics paradigm, right, where mass is attracting mass, even though they don't experience that in reality. But they taught it to you when you were 4 years old, so it's become a part of your identity, your way of life. Maybe even think about it subconsciously.
I mean, it explains a lot. Gravity, yeah, like the whole mass attracting mass.
Does it though? Because we just explained that. Well, if gravity's so good at explaining, how come the clouds are floating? Are they anti-gravity devices?
No, it's because they're lighter, or it's like smaller.
It's because you've been taught a paradigm, and they never even proved that to you. They never proved it to me either. By the way, they just said, "Hey, gravity equals 9.8 meters per second squared." That's just it. They didn't say how they got it. They didn't say what it is, how it works. But they definitely claimed everything that it does, right? Especially when it comes to this heliocentric paradigm. Like yourself, you think it just magically holds oceans to the Earth, but somehow the clouds, oh well, they're just light, even though they're not. Actually, they're tons and tons of water. When you completely densify them, and when they do get dense, they come down as rain, right? Because it's more dense. In fact, this quote unquote things falling down or even going up can be generally explained by, the relative density of objects, of material, right? For instance, the evaporation occurs because, well, the gas gets heated up, right? It becomes lighter than the gas that surrounds it, and it's going up, right? It accumulates and then turns into a cumulative cloud, right, where it gets its name. And then as it's traveling in this dynamic system, it becomes dense and falls back down as rain, right? You got the water cycle. Now, did you notice I didn't have to use the word gravity?
Yeah, because gravity is like, I mean, words.
It's just always there. It's the force.
Yeah,
use the
words,
force, young man.
Yeah,
No,
young man. It sounds
to you.
Use words.
It was taught to me too.
What are you saying?
Yeah, young man. This sounds like a specific gravity.
Right, old
So not mass. You've never seen mass attracting mass. You've never seen space-time either. You just say, "Oh, it makes sense." The whole mass attracting mass thing. What the hell does that even mean?
Okay. Well,
I mean, how big a pile of dirt do you have to pile up until it turns into a ball and floats away?
Well, how dense, and then what fabric?
Well, that's not going to be happening, is what I'm trying to. I'm just being a little hyperbolic, but that won't be happening anytime.
Yeah, because
in reality. Yeah, so's the Earth.
So, what is your explanation for like a ball made of metal, or like I don't know, a gold bar being like it falls easier than other things, right? Than like a feather.
Yeah, like have you ever seen like a iron anvil inside of a pool of mercury? Why does it float? How does an extremely heavy anvil of iron seemingly float? Like just a styrofoam box in water. I mean, if it's so heavy, shouldn't it be pulled to the center of the globe? Not to mention that paradigm of Newtonian physics has even been superseded by, you may have heard of him, Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong, they teach you a few in school, and we're kind of just going over the curriculum, right? Hey, this is what we were taught. Yeah, well, why do they teach us this? Well, I don't know. Because it goes and makes sense with the story they've made up, and you can't just go, well, this is it. People are gonna start asking questions. They're gonna be like, well, can you explain all this? Well, yeah, it's gravity, 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 gravity. And notice that gravity has to have all these different little definitions. It has to have a theory. You know, they don't even know what it is. It's not even scientific. You can't even put it through the scientific method. And that should raise some red flags. However, I mean, don't get me wrong, we're talking about gravity here, but why do we need gravity to have a globe anyway?
Why do we need gravity? Well, because the gravity and the globe kind of like the explanation for the two, the mathematical part. Those things come together, right?
Right, so you needed one to actually explain the story. Which even Newtonian himself, when he invented gravity, he was using it to explain the story that he also made. That the lights in the sky that we all observe were, well, what if they were just really far away and they were really big? And what if it was a ball? And what if there was just a bunch of motion around this ball? Don't get me wrong, it's a huge hypothetical here. We're talking lights in the sky to suddenly what you probably think is outer space, right? That we must be on this cosmic Earth ship, hurling through nothing.
So where do you think the stars are, if not in outer space?
I don't know. I see the same lights, and I often think to myself that nursery rhyme, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, up above the earth, so high, like a diamond in the sky.
Okay.
We've wondered what they are for a very long time. Now, I'd have to ask you, what makes you, like, how could you verify that they are these gigantic space balls and astronomical distances between you and that light? Or do you just have to believe a story that you were told since you were younger than you could even form an argument?
I mean, if you have people who watch stars for a living and track these things, and then they're also people, they're also the same people that like agree that there's stars
not in the sky but in space, and that they're not just things that you wonder about, but they're things that have a reasonable explanation behind them, then you're probably going to believe those people, and you're going to believe that story. Why wouldn't it be unreasonable to just be agnostic about everything?
Well, don't get me wrong. If I was getting paid to do something and I like the money, I'll probably keep doing it, right? Regardless of, what is or what isn't. But don't get me wrong, those people that are looking at the lights, like you said so honestly, well, they were told by the previous guy, hey, this is how we assume the lights. And the previous guy before that, hey, this is how we assume the lights. And the guy before that, I have a new assumption of how we see the lights, right? Just because I'm claim stacking a bunch of previous information from men that were also indoctrinated into the same paradigm, right? I mean, do you know how some of these distances are assumed and quote unquote calculated from those assumptions? Because that would be a big problem, right? If I see, for instance, the picture of a silhouette of a dog on a screen, right? And I only saw this screen my entire life, and I only saw that silhouette of a dog. And sometimes that silhouette of a dog moved, and my entire life, I never saw the dog, I just saw the silhouette, right? I would have to make some assumptions, right? That, well, it's kind of shaped like a dog. It kind of moves like a dog, but there was that one time it started turning into a bird. That was weird. You know what? Just exclude that. It's definitely a dog, right? So any anomalies that I see in the sky, don't get me wrong, some of them they kind of help me reinforce my paradigm, whereas some of those observations go completely against, right? Such as different retrogrades of some of those lights and different things, or such as the paradox that, well, if the night sky is so bright, right, if there's this infinite amount of light objects, why isn't the whole night sky just lit up? So, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's lots of things that don't add up about the night sky, but the good news is you don't have to look at the sky to prove the shape of the earth that we stand on. The surface property.
If you have a body of evidence, and then you have another thing that another small body of evidence for a theory, but it lines up with the same conclusion,
then you have a worldwide religion.
You have a belief system that can't be verified because you can't go to those places that they generated in the story.
Yeah, you do have a belief.
Back to the example of the dog, right? What if I never verified it was a dog and it was actually just some robotic thing? Wouldn't it be kind of stupid, right? That I thought it was a dog my whole life when it was actually just some sort of animatronic. Well, that explains why it randomly turned into a bird that one time. Do you see what I'm saying there, Young?
No, I don't understand.
Hey, W, young man, just 10 seconds. A while ago, you said, well, I'm not a scientist. Well, that's fine. I mean, anyone who performs an experiment is a scientist, but that's neither here nor there. What you're not realizing is what these things, these explanations that have been presented to you as science, when you examine them, they're nothing more than pseudoscience. And that's what you guys all agree on.
What are you saying?
Well, because it's not going through the scientific method. I've got to make an assumption about those lights. And then there's no way that I can verify them for myself. Go there, measure it. Hey, turns out it really is 30,000 light years away. How about that? We can't do that.
Why?
No one can. But let me tell you, they can definitely make a story based off another story, based off another story, based off another story.
Why does that matter? Like, what does that have to do with like?
Well, let's
what
take
is
the initial
valid
story.
then? If
You
you
know,
have if you have more evidence for one theory, then you're gonna buy into the one with more evidence.
Well, evidence would be like proof. If I have more stories about the globe, does that make it more true?
Yeah, do you have evidence of Earth's surface curvature? And cut to the chase.
Because that would be all you
Science
need, is
isn't
what we're trying to
It's
say.
not just stories, though.
It really is, though. I know you don't see it that way. You think that it's evidence and that the assumptions prove something, but just as I elucidated about the shadow of the silhouette of the dog on a screen, it wouldn't prove that it was a silhouette on the dog. It wouldn't prove that this space paradigm exists because you can't verify these stories. For instance, you know, the ones about the lights in the sky. That Jupiter is exactly 238,000 miles away. All these things, how are you going to verify that? And if you actually look into it like we have over the past 10, some of us like 11 years, you'd realize that they're based off of the assumption of another light in the sky. A story.
Not everything is stories, though. You start to connect
It
dots,
is when it comes to outer space.
and you act based
And I
on
know that can be pretty hard. I do.
including down to the interpersonal level. You're gonna assume someone's lying to you if
They're not lying. They just believe in the space lie too. No, dude, you don't have to be lying in order to. You understand what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean like, man, the NASA janitor, he's in on it too.
That's not what I'm
Nah,
saying. I'm
dude.
just providing
He
an
just
example
believes the
that-
globe and the brainwashing, the indoctrination that he received. I did too.
Okay, I'm just providing an example to say.
What are you talking about? They're lying. They have stories that support their other stories.
You see the problem, young man?
No. So, like, I'm trying to.
It's like a liar coming up with another story to explain why the last lie didn't actually. It's like, but weren't you wearing a red shirt? Yeah, but I went home and changed. But you said you had a broken leg. Yeah, but you know, it all makes sense, right? But it's still a lie, trying to cover up for the last story.
Like, I agree that it's not just complete because there's more to learn. But that doesn't.
There is reality.
Hallelujah, holy shit, where's the Tylenol?
Yeah, you guys are crazy, man. Why don't you buy into the story?
Dude, you're the one pushing your listen, you're the one pushing your religion onto
evidence.
your outer space stories. That's crazy.
Why don't you buy into?
We don't buy it.
Young man, for sure you know their position when you're speaking like that.
Well, hold on. The question was from young man is why don't we buy the globe lie?
Yeah, I chewed it up and spit it out. It was fed to me too.
We all bought it at 1.2.
You spit it out, and then you chewed up what? Like what did you do to replace that? What body of evidence do you have?
We didn't replace it with anything.
Yeah, I'm not pretending to be omniscient. I'm accepting that mysteries abound. This ball that they showed us on TV doesn't present itself in reality.
Okay,
life goes on.
I'll accept that too. But which one do you think is a more viable theory? Like, how do you understand?
Well, if the Earth's surface isn't curving to form a ball, it's not viable at all.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Young. You're going to hear a lot of like quote unquote theories out there. Like, I mean, just type in flat earth on TikTok and it's going to be a whirlwind of a shit show of people trying to get clicks and say whatever to get those clicks and popularity. Because sometimes people are insecure and sometimes social media, well, it just really inflames it, right? And unfortunately, a topic like this, and as you can see, can get you quite popular just because of the triggering topic itself. Well, they make up a lot of stuff. They make a lot of claims that they can't back up, right? Like ice walls and, that there's lands outside the ice walls. And I mean, models, pictures of all these different little circles. There's so much crap, right? When you type in flat earth. And that's not this. That's not what we're going to bring to the table here. Because we're going to talk about repeatable, verifiable evidence. What we're saying is that the Earth outside is flat. No, what I'm trying to tell you is that we're not buying into another story. We're just trying to find out what reality presents itself outside right now for all of us. No need for a story. Don't get me wrong, just because I measure the Earth flat doesn't suddenly tell me the extents of the Earth. Doesn't tell me the shape, right? It could be the shape of a lake. Well, what shape is a lake? I don't know, lake-shaped. You see what I'm saying? But what it does tells us is that it's not a globe.
If I like showed you a movie and it were about a scientist who went through his personal process of actually observing everything that you know that goes beyond what you see when you just look outside. And then he came to the conclusion that the Earth was
How's that? How do you go beyond what you see, Young? If I imagine it? Yeah, if I imagine it, sure.
No, dude, because you see
real.
it in a microscope too. You see.
I can make a story about those that I see too.
That's
Couldn't
how you
I?
build things.
I'm just saying I can make a story about the things I see in the microscope too. I can make a story about the things I see in the telescope.
All of these conclusions, they come from personal experience.
If you actually read them, Young, you'll know that they even call out their own assumptions. They even say, if this, then this, right?
I'm talking about the evidence.
I know. You think that it is evidence. I thought so too. But the trouble is you don't even have the evidence, right? I mean, like the curve of the Earth. Do you know how big the globe is supposed to be? Remember, it's a geometry question. You can go ahead and type it up right now. What's the claimed radius of our globe?
I don't know. What does it matter to you? You can't see it.
Well, we're going to need it to prove our globe. I mean, you'd have to ask yourself, how did they get that in the first place?
Yeah, you're the one that's pretending like this is viable, as you.
Well, you guys are too.
Are you just going to assume it's true?
You don't even know what it is you think is quote unquote viable.
Sorry, what was that, Young?
You're using your hypocrites. You're using that.
No, we're not hypocrites.
You're using the explanation. You're using hypotheticals to explain it to me.
No.
You're not using.
I mean, I'm trying to elucidate it simpler, to give different, metaphors or even just comparisons, right, to make it a little easier to digest. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to convince you the Earth is flat, and I don't want you to go away today and be like, "Oh man, I think the Earth is flat." I just want you to look into the material, right? Because for me, honestly, this path of truth and just being honest with myself and realizing it wasn't a globe and that I've been lied to, kind of helps me out a lot. But it's not really about me. It's what truth can do for you. Like I said, the Earth doesn't change. You do. You start to look at information for what it is. You start to be a critical thinker, and you start to stop being fooled so easily. Not that you're fooled easily.
All right. Like,
I'm just saying, those are some benefits that a young man like yourself could probably use in this reality.
You're a young man too.
Yeah, that's what they keep telling me, but I feel old.
You're cooked. That's what that's.
Right, so why the?
You're the only one here that thinks you live on something you can't prove.
Hey, dude, you're a hippie.
Oh no!
So why?
Never heard that one.
You fucking.
That's his only comeback.
It's a terrible
Right,
insult.
So why the 24,901 mile number is so important is because that's the positive claim being made, and that requires a constant exponential drop rate in order for that oblate spheroid to exist. And if you can't witness a measurement over large distance of this exponential rate of drop, then all other points are moot. And that's really the crux of the argument here, if there is an argument going on.
He told you information. Now it's about you. Do you want to deny the reality what is outside, or you want to, accept it? And the reality, if you accept the reality, you will find out that reality is not that what is presented on television.
You're not going to prove to me that the Earth is flat. You're going to tell me to walk outside.
I for sure will not. Do you know? I will tell you who will do that for you. Me never. But the reality itself, for sure, if you look into that. If you hear me again, I will repeat. I will never prove to you that Earth is flat. But reality itself, it will, if you go and look into that. Do you understand? That will be that you will be that who will, change idea. Not because somebody else, only because you will understand. Do you understand?
Yeah, no.
Whoever wants to tell
you're not
you anything,
taking away my fucking my choice. I get it.
I know. I know. Choice is this. You can always be, on the side of people has a choice. You can. I told you, you can deny the reality. Everything. You can deny the reality. Everything is okay, and nobody can convince you about that.
Why are you telling me this as if I don't fucking know I'm a individual?
I'm telling you only that he gave you the information, and information is about the reality.
Like, what do you?
I'm telling you there is information about the reality, about the heliocentric model, that something should occur, like a sphere. That's not what is happening in reality. If you don't want to see that, if your choice is, I don't care, that's your choice. Nobody can convince you even. Do you understand? And nobody wants to convince you.
I understand what it is. I just don't think that it's reasonable to not take the word of the experts.
Take the word of the experts.
I mean,
if you think.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do, then why are you in here talking to us? If you just want to take the word of the experts, why not just take the experts?
Well, you go off of the same method where you're looking at the Earth and assuming it's flat. They do the same thing, but in a grueling process, and they have an entire career dedicated to it.
Yeah, I took that word from the experts, and experts saying that with 1 foot observer height, the geometrical horizon is on 1.22 miles. That's experts saying, not me. Experts wrote books about that. All heliocentric experts wrote books about radius, how big it is there. Do you understand? Not us.
That's fine. Okay. At what point do you say even if you're gonna go through this retarded conclusion that they're equal,
dude, you're coping hard. You were the same guy that said, "Oh, I'm not a globe earther. I just want to hear what you guys had to say, dude. You're coping hard right now. Why don't you pull out of it? Reset. You didn't come up with this story. No need to get no need to take it personal that it's been exposed to be a farce. Just relax.
Is it our fault because the surface in reality is flat and does not curve? Is that our fault?
Yeah, it's because you guys will never take a positive position.
No, I'm asking you, is it my fault because sea level doesn't want to curve? Is that my fault?
Yeah, you want a positive claim? The surface of water will seek and find level. It's a big problem if you're on a ball covered 70% at its surface with water. Talk about grueling.
So when have you seen the curve, young man? When was the first time you saw the curve of the Earth?
I haven't seen confirmation of the thing that, like, that's the whole point of their argument. That's the whole thing. Is that I can't observe it directly. Therefore,
Maybe the easiest way for you to conceptualize the globe by the size that they're claiming it is to fractionalize it. You know, if you got a 24,000, you could just say it's roughly 25,000 to make the math simple. And just divide it by 8. And think about how many of those sections you would need, right? You need 8 sections to make this, if you're looking at it from the side, right? That's how much curvature needs to be there. You understand? Like there's a huge problem when you're looking at this, even in concept. You're not going to have completely flat areas on a ball. It's just never going to happen. You're not, like you can't have completely flat areas and say, oh, all right, well, this is just one section of the ball, and we can move to this other completely flat, and that's just another section of the ball. Just you need to have an exponential drop, and it needs to be measurable in order for you to have that positive claim backed up in reality. Like that's the whole issue. That's the thing that we take issue with.
and you can agree at the same time that you're in the minority, and that you don't have the more evidence-based position. You have the like minimalist fucking.
Majority doesn't make you right. At one point, majority of people were racist and had slaves.
And you're starting to attack person. You know, he told you something about the argument.
The thing is, I'm still right.
Thing is, try to attack the argument.
More scientists come to this conclusion than the ones that don't. And a lot of that.
Can you name it one?
Can I name all of this?
No,
He
only
said, can
one.
you name one?
I could have swore he said
Name
one.
Bill Nye.
He's an
Bill Nye
actor. He's
Bill
not
Nye
a
said it's a
He's not a real scientist.
Yo, that's the worst one you could have chose.
Oh, man. He's not a real scientist. Is it?
Oh my God!
That caught me dead.
And can you tell me what is the Bill Nye publication? On which what was his studies and which experiments he did, and what is his? Is it his in archaeology, chemistry, physics? Where he is? Which kind of science? TV science?
New York, but he's a mechanical
I think
engineer.
I'm sure that you don't know even what science is. Is that correct?
And they get real sensitive about their priest charlatans, don't they?
With a Bachelor of Science degree in mechanical engineering. This is Bill Nye.
Okay. And how he proved that Earth is.
What the fuck? I didn't say that.
Bro, if I get you a clip of Bill Nye saying that Earth is an enclosed system and we can't leave it, what are you gonna say? when I pull that clip up. You say, oh, the other scientists don't agree, right?
He said what? He said
that Earth is an enclosed system and we cannot leave it. I can get you that clip.
Bill Nye?
Yeah.
Yes. How many times do I need to repeat it?
It's because I just don't believe you. I don't even believe you because you guys
All
are
right.
so.
Clip coming.
It doesn't even matter if he sees the clip.
He believes that we can't exit the Earth.
He said that in some context.
No, he said that verbatim. He said that verbatim. Here we go.
That's going to be complete bullshit. Bill Nye is like, he's a great example of just like your average scientist consensus.
Bill Burr is probably more of a science guy.
But Bill Nye, not Nikola Tesla or Maria Curie, not them, but Bill Nye, not Nikola Tesla. Okay. I grow up in some other countries, and maybe because of that. I'm not born in USA.
Clips in the chat. Let's go. Clips in the chat. Let's see.
It's got
That's the scientist he chose. That's the quote unquote. Remember, this is the scientist, quote unquote, that you chose.
Bill Nye, which was and now you're calling him a scientist.
He's an actor. He's not
I
a
said,
scientist.
quote unquote, that you chose.
He's a scientist. He is a scientist. I read out his credentials.
Mm-hmm. Can you watch the video and not try to deflect?
You guys asked if I could name a single scientist. You won't even.
You guys see how he's trying to deflect from the video, right?
Yeah, deny reality. Don't watch things what are, some things. Don't watch things what can prove some other things. Don't watch that things. Only take the belief, and nobody will convert you in anything. You will stay whatever you are now, and that's good.
So then,
you need to find now how you will spend your time. Now that's the problem.
how do you explain something like Tesla, like
switching subjects?
Well, no, it's an example. It's an example of the story, the big story that they're telling, and people that agree with that openly. So, like Elon Musk thinks we live on a round Earth, obviously, and then how do you explain the electric cars that he's making?
Yeah, remember when he said? It's real because it looks so fake. I don't know why you're expecting us to explain this entire fabric of globe presentation that's given to you. Go ask them. I'm not the one piping the fairy tale into your feed. I get it in my YouTube too, and on my Twitter. Why do they have a bunch of ladies in blue jumpsuits ringing bells and kissing the dirt? Ah.
And if you did the math, an eighth of 25,000 miles is only 3,000 miles. You're missing the point. There should be a ton of curvature that's measurable, easily visible, and it's just not there. That's the whole issue.
They don't agree with you because you can't see it.
I'm sorry. Has he watched the Bill Nye clip yet?
No.
I may have missed something, but
He's not gonna watch it. He's just gonna deflect.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't even know why he's here, frankly. I mean, first off, he said that he always trusts the experts. So if he trusts the experts, why would he come to talk to us who he doesn't think are experts? I mean, he's got his answer he's looking for. So what brings him here, guys?
No, I'm explaining to you, like, why if I were to buy into one, that rather buy into the round Earth one than the flat Earth one.
Yeah, so he's just gonna keep on.
All right, well, go enjoy it. I mean, I don't know how else to help you.
You've only told us that a half dozen times.
That's right. He's like,
and who you trying to convince?
Bill Nye, nuh-uh.
You guys asked that, and that was a legit answer. You guys are just mad that I could answer it.
Don't worry, the other people listening on YouTube, you can proud yourself.
And he has legitimate credentials. Like, you can't just take that away from him just because he's famous for being.
So does Dolph Lundgren.
Nearly every actor I've ever been around has great credentials.
He said the Earth is a closed system and you can't just send junk outside of it. There's nowhere else to go. You're not leaving. It's a closed system, meaning matter can't leave, can't enter.
And that's the scientist, quote unquote, that he brought up. Hey man, we're just listening to him, man. We're just listening to him. That's all. Are we wrong for listening to him? The one that you brought up?
Yeah,
that's what he said.
He says that in one clip, and then he says that we went to the moon in another clip. What do you think is? What are you going to come to the conclusion?
So find me the clip where he says we went to the moon. Then that's your job. Because I found you the clip where he says we can't leave the Earth. So you find me the clip that you made up just now where he says we went to the moon.
Bill Nye is low key a moon landing denier.
Maybe, unless he thinks the moon is inside the closed system of the Earth he's talking about. Who knows? Never heard him say anything about it one way or the other.
I'm waiting for the link. I want to hear him. I want to hear this out of context shit.
No, I already sent it, and you know I sent it. You just switched the topic.
Where?
And he's assuming it's out of context.
Like 20 minutes ago.
He's assuming it's out of context, heretic. Yes.
Yeah, he's never seen the clip, but somehow it's out of context. That's what they run to. How do you say something is out of context and you've never seen it before?
Yeah, good point.
Never seen the whole thing.
What are you talking? Even if I did see it, how do you like?
You guys are just liars. Like, you're trained to just lie and just be delusional about everything. It's amazing.
Yep.
So what brings you here? You don't want to see the evidence. You trust the experts. So what is it that brings you here today? What's your motivation? What do you hope to get out of a conversation with us?
Well, I thought you guys might provide like something new, but you literally just said that it's because you walk outside and that's what you stick to. You see.
No, that's you heard that things. You didn't listen to anything then.
That's what you said.
No, that's not true.
Stick to what you see. Who was saying that over and over again?
Four person were speaking with you about the size and the things precisely.
You said don't stick with the story.
They were saying precisely about the size, not something you go outside and see or not see. Even me.
How? Let me watch this video.
Bill Nye, should we throw our trash into space? Bill Nye said we live in an enclosed system. Space is fake.
And that's who you brought up. Remember that. We didn't bring up Bill Nye. You brought up Bill Nye. So I gotta cook you, bro. That was the worst choice. Because the thing about it, most of us have looked into this much deeper than you have looked into your own stuff. That's how we came to this conclusion. But hey, whatever. I digress.
I mean, I would assume that it's the same for actual scientists and not just like.
He's not an actual scientist. He holds a SAG card. He's an actor. You know that, right? He was a comedian, and then became a TV science guy for a show. You know,
He didn't know that. He didn't know that.
He is a scientist.
See, he didn't know that.
No.
I posted a picture of him sitting next to Brad Pitt in a tuxedo at the Golden Globes. I'll post it again for you.
I'm going to ask the scientists I work with if they ever go to the Golden Globes.
This is an example of what television is doing with people.
Okay, so Bill Nye, dude. Okay.
He believes that fucking Spock works on a spaceship, and that's a real thing.
Look at this. This contradicts what he said in that clip. There's 10 seconds.
Look, it even says right there, the Apollo 11 story. This is a story.
Okay.
Right in the title.
It's fine. That's fine. Look at all these morons who said that he believes that the Earth is just the closed system, like he said in that out of context clip.
Oh, they made him go back and fix it.
Yeah, they made him.
Just like Joe Rogan when he came out saying the moon landing was fake, and all of a sudden it was real now.
Yeah, and just you guys all looked into.
You want your money, Joe Rogan. You're going to say that it's real. If you keep saying it's fake, you're too big to be saying it's fake. So if you want to lose all your money, you're going to say it's real. Yes, sir. I'll see you in my next meeting at the next meeting of the Masons that we're all part of.
Okay. Wild. That's crazy. You guys said that. You said that he believed. So that you tried to use him against me. You tried to do that.
No, we try to use the surface of the Earth to show you that there is no curvature in reality.
You tried to use his belief against me. That's what you tried to do.
No, we're just showing you there's a lot of. We're just showing you there's a lot of corruption in actors. That's yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Joe Rogan is a fucking scientist like you said Bill Nye is a scientist.
And, yeah, I get that. And Flat Lloyd is still fucking cooked, by the way. Absolutely cooked. In the brain.
It's not about being cooked, bro. It's about reality.
I guess slow.
Co-parter, dude.
Sounds like you cooked somebody, Flat Lloyd. In that person.
Dude, living rent free, man.
Right now, I heard you were cooked. What are you doing, Flat Lloyd? You shouldn't be talking now. You got cooked by the Glober.
He had mushrooms for breakfast without the eggs. Okay.
Oh.
Again, attack on the person.
Yeah, at least I don't think Bill Nye is a
you attacked
scientist.
Bill Nye. Bill Nye is a literal scientist. What are you talking about?
Do you know what is? Do you know what is fallacy?
You think Professor Dave's a professor too?
Tell me the experiments Bill Nye does. What he does for a living.
making study how to if there is a leak, you know.
What's the other guy? He's supposed to know. He said he's a scientist. Want to know what experiments he does, where he works. I guess you can't tell me.
Where does he work as a scientist? Is that what matters?
I want to know what experiments he's working on. Are you a science denier? You sound like one.
I'm not a Bill Nye denier. I'm a Bill Nye follower more than.
W, young man, I tried to explain to you, don't you remember, that what you think is all these scientists are just pseudoscience storytellers? Remember that part?
You tried to say that?
Not only did I try, I think I did.
Why? You're still
no. I'm just waiting because I was going to ask you a long time ago when you brought up Bill Nye. What is your favorite Bill Nye experiment? I mean, one who does experiments is a scientist, correct?
Not a paid actor. Fuck you.
Okay, what's your favorite experiment? See, I think you think these pseudoscience charlatan chants. What?
That one where he grows the moss on the car.
What's the experiment?
The one where he doesn't wash his car. Okay.
He grows moss on a car. He said. What's the experiment?
He made the prediction though.
What?
Okay.
What prediction?
That's not science.
Oh my god.
If I leave stuff behind my shed in the shade, moss will grow on it? Yeah, I can go take a picture of it right now. That's some fucking experiment, I'll tell you.
This is so easy. It's so easy because these people who do these experiments, like they come to greater conclusions. And then you're like, no.
Yeah, I know all kinds of people that don't wash their cars. They end up rusted out.
There's another one. Here's another one where he's walking on fucking dried up bolt. Like, so this is after a volcano eruption.
That's an experiment. Walking on rocks now an experiment. Everybody in here.
No, but he's seeing it with his eyes, which is just as important, essentially.
Okay,
right?
now,
you guys walk, and if you can see, you are now a scientist. Everybody, give yourself a round of applause.
Well, that's what you do as a scientist.
Yeah, that's what religious zealots do. They walk on coals and handle snakes.
No, you're wrong, brother.
Yeah, what is the experiment, though? I mean, guy visits volcano. That's an experiment now.
Well, as a scientist, you want to determine what is the cause of the effect that you can observe in nature. So you want to determine that cause following scientific method. So that's what scientists do. That's what science is.
Yeah.
So pseudoscience is the thing that you are talking about. Doing something, believing some other thing, and claiming it to be factual and scientific, but it doesn't follow the scientific method.
Science. I'm not saying science is like proof for everything. Science isn't end all be all.
Who said that? No one said that. I just explained to you that no, science is to determine the cause of the effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. and you determine the cause of the effect by following the scientific method. If you don't do that, it's not science.
Sounds
Causal are you determining by walking on rocks?
Oh, that's what you're asking. No, like I'm saying that he
Yeah, he's not doing science. He's doing pseudoscience, and you claiming it to be science. So it's pseudoscience. It's something that is not related to science, but you are claiming it to be science, and it's not following the scientific method.
I said he was a
scientist. Yeah, dude. Hold on. W Young Man, what's happened is this guy, this character who has unlocked the secrets of the universe and presented them to you in your youth and to this day, you're showing us what a great mind he is by telling us he walked on rocks. You're the one saying, well, these people who have done these experiments when you say that, you're implying experiments about your universe and ball, not a guy walking on hot lava or dried up lava, wherever he's walking. Yeah. Are you not, dude? Now you're just protecting.
We were talking about the credibility. That's where it came down to. Like, is the credibility of these scientists?
Well, yeah, for a child and a naive person, yes. The credibility is there for Bill Nye. His bow tie does it. The people who still get, that when you jingle keys in front of someone's face and they just light up. That crowd it works on.
So, like, if I'm an engineer, then I only exist.
No, what is Bill? Let's just get down to it. Since we're on Bill Nye the Science Guy, what has Bill Nye? What presentation did he give you? You can look it up or try to remember it or just vaguely speak of it. That lets you know that you're on a ball hurtling through outer space.
That wasn't why we were talking about it. That's not what.
So why did Bill Nye get brought up? Because you keep talking about these people who have done this grueling process. Remember, you talked about this grueling process.
I said that this is the overwhelming consensus among.
Okay, well, that's illogical to appeal to consensus.
You can't even name a scientist.
Well, anyone who performs an experiment is a scientist. I'm not going to dox myself. But anyways, dude, you said it was a grueling process. Correct?
Anyone who conducts an experiment.
Okay, so is Bill Nye part of this grueling process that has proven the ball Earth?
No.
Okay, let's get to the people that you think have gone through this grueling process. And what is this grueling process?
Grueling process, it makes it to where, like, my claim is that matters, and so there's more weight added to their opinion.
Well, yes, Siddhartha stood on his head under a tree for 7 years. So what are we talking about here?
That sounds like a grueling process.
Tell me about it.
What's wrong? Why don't you respect that people have actual careers?
Yeah, name one. He asked you to name one. What's one person who went through the grueling process of proving the globe that you believe in?
I love actors. Yeah, I love actors. I appreciate.
He's not just an actor. You're taking away his credit because he's so successful.
No, dude. I don't think Bill Nye is a success. Sorry.
What are you talking?
He's a clown.
One of the most famous guys out there.
Clowns.
Yeah, the scientific feat that you, pun not intended, that you pointed to was him walking on dried up lava.
Okay.
And it was a part of a production anyway. It was a group of people working at that. It wasn't his experiments. He was contracted to perform as an actor on a TV show.
Are you guys denying that, like, Bill Nye is a scientist who has conducted plenty of experiments?
Which ones?
And shares the consensus of the majority.
We don't care
of
about that.
scientists.
Science isn't consensus. What experiments did he do? Okay, yeah, I'm denying that. That shit that you said he did that you can't show us at all. Yeah, sure. Now shut up about it.
I told you that I watched this shit as a kid. I watched him conduct experiments.
So what? You watched it and found no experiments, so why are you calling him a scientist?
What are you talking about? I can go back and like find. Look, he has a YouTube channel. You can just like.
Yeah, okay. Well, after you find out what experiments he did, you can call him a scientist. We'll wait.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
You said he wasn't part of the grueling process anyway.
If I send you the videos, then you're gonna.
Videos of what? What did he do?
Experiments.
Put an egg in salt water, and now you're calling him a scientist? What experiments did he do?
What do any experiments matter to you?
Yes.
Yes.
Do the experiments matter to you?
Why are you asking me that, dude? Just find out what he did that makes him a scientist.
Because. What?
Are you retarded?
You didn't even understand what you said, Eric.
Yes, he's R word.
But what?
Join. I just joined. He keeps saying the experiments. Could you just?
there aren't any. He's fucking delusional. He's saying this other guy's an acid head, and look at him. He's tripping his fucking face off, hallucinating experiments everywhere. Can't show you one of them.
Yeah, well, I don't even know who he's talking about. But if there's an experiment, you could just put it in the chat, dude. Like, what's all that?
Bill Nye's experiments. Can you go get us the list for us? Because this guy won't. All Bill Nye's experiments.
Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about Bill Nye, the science guy? What the fuck?
Yeah, the TV science persona that thinks is a real life scientist.
It's not Bill Nye the scientist. It's Bill Nye the science guy. He likes to talk about people in science.
I have a feeling that this guy has no clue what science is or what an experiment is.
He has no clue about either of those, and he has no clue about what Bill Nye has done that may or may not be scientific. He's just got no
you guys are saying no. I actually do. Yeah.
No, you don't. Saying that you do after you've demonstrated otherwise doesn't do anything to help you.
Yeah, honestly, from what I'm hearing,
demonstrated otherwise.
You definitely haven't, because I just got here and you're not showing any experiments. Just put something in the chat. We can take a look. Why are you holding up? What's like the hesitation?
Well, I'm trying to find.
He's trying to find it, dude. Here's some pro tip for you. Usually,
Do you think that I'm normally cyborg and that I just pull it out of my ass?
No, but it's just normal human life to know things before you say things. But what you guys always do,
I do know things, and so that the videos that I'm talking about, I've seen before, idiot.
By the way, but what you guys always do is you say shit, you yap, and then you go and try to find out.
I do talk about the past, and I just don't have it tattooed to my fucking arm.
You also talk in the middle of other people's sentences, but what you guys always do is you yap and then try to find out.
The fucking Drake voice.
Yo, dude,
give a shit about your opinion.
Dude, just relax for a second. This is just, I'm trying to help you out here, dude. You're getting yourself into trouble when you yap first and try to Google later. What you should do is Google first, then speak on it. Just a little pro tip for you.
What do you mean, motherfucker?
You don't have to be a cyborg to know things before you speak on it.
I posted Bill Nye's bio. Yeah, not a scientist.
So, can I say something very fast? So, what he thinks science is, and being a scientist, is when you put fire underneath water and watch water boil, or you pour liquid nitrogen and cool something, or put a balloon inside the vacuum chamber. So, those are those little shows that he's doing on TV. So, what he sees in TV, he considers to be science. So those
you guys asked me the question, what experiments did he do? And that was the point that you guys were trying to prove, is that he's not an actual scientist because he doesn't conduct experiments.
i.e., he doesn't use the scientific method. So why would he be a scientist?
What do you mean he doesn't use a scientific
That's
method? What the fuck
experiment.
does that even mean? I don't believe that
Bill Nye did not conduct formal scientific experiments. So where is he a scientist?
You don't think Bill Nye the Science Guy has ever conducted
No, because he can't show us any. What don't you get about this?
Because he can't show us?
Experimented
Show
with
us
which color makeup to wear. That's about all he experimented with.
Bro, he's an actor on Like he was an actor for this. Like,
wait. So if I send you a video, if I send you a video of him doing a thing, you're not gonna believe me. So what does that change?
Not just doing a thing. We need.
You're not gonna believe that
I don't have any video of him doing a thing. That's why you haven't sent anything. You're just talking out your ass. That's all you've done. That's all you can do.
Also, you're genuinely waiting for me to
Are you
send it.
still Googling, bro? Like, this is
No, I've been here because I haven't been because I thought you would agree.
I just
Going the curvature calculator.
Yeah, it's confirmed, chat. This guy has no clue what science is or what an experiment is.
Yes, he does.
Well, CB, and in his behalf, earlier, he said that the reason he thinks that the Earth is a ball tard is because the experts have said so. He said that several different ways. So ultimately, I'm not even sure why we're still wasting our effort on him.
Who else you got lined up?
Maybe he will understand what is science at the end. Who knows? He's just struggling now. I understand. His struggle.
No 5-minute dialogues. Plus,
no, I'm not struggling. I'm actually pre-watching the video just so I know that there's like.
He took my advice, Chad.
You're not gonna say some bullshit.
Brother.
I actually have to pre-watch the video.
My advice, guys.
If science is the thing that you are watching, those little things, those little plays for things that that guy is doing on TV. So like putting a magnet next to a magnet, watch those two magnets attracting each other, or burning paper, or doing something like that in front of the camera. That shit, we all did that in school. Are we all scientists without any exception? And that shit, all women are doing it in the kitchen. Are all women scientists without exception?
Okay, all right. Anyway, yeah, there's a picture of Bill Nye set a globe on fire. What experiment is that?
He's doing a thing, Radwin.
I'm just curious. That must be the final result of the experiment, or that's the beginning of it. He's going to see globes melt, or does fire stick to globes? What is the experiment in that one?
Looks toxic.
Maybe that's how he proved the sun exists. It's a fire wrapped around a ball.
Yeah, for him that's science. So I'm gonna put some wood in the chimney. I'm a scientist.
It's a basic.
Well, if we use his definition, then he's just saying that every single one of us are scientists.
Here's a basic experiment.
Yeah, no exception. The guy who's igniting his cigarette is a scientist, so he's doing a science experiment, putting fire in the tobacco.
So you play one chord on a piano and you're a musician?
I just put water in my cup. Guess I'm a scientist.
Yeah, brother. Everyone is a scientist.
All right, so he put a video in the chat. Should we walk through the scientific method with this one?
Do it.
All right. What's the first step?
First step is he's asking a question about something that he observed. We're gonna do this. We're gonna read out the fucking.
What? Okay. Well, what's the naturally occurring phenomenon? That's what we would need as the first step.
Naturally occurring phenomenon. Well, this is it's based off of his initial observation, right?
Yeah, this has also been like
at the massive
there's plenty of there's plenty of evidence you can look online. This isn't he was wrong when he said this.
You're an
idiot, massive blocks there. That's the initial observation.
No shit. Any kindergartner knows that if you put something over your face, you can't breathe.
Okay, we're doing
It
this.
doesn't fully block air. It doesn't fully block air. That's not true. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to breathe at all. It just limits it, and so there would still be particulates that escape. So it's.
Yeah, so in movies, that director, in the movies, that director is a scientist. When they make that scene where you put that bag around the head of the guy and you suffocate him. Oh yeah, science.
Do you want to seriously the scientist? He's a scientist. He has the credentials. He's done an experiment. So he's
What credentials? He's an engineer. He doesn't. He's not educated in science. Engineering is not science.
Everything on him, dude. Read what I posted.
But he's a scientist. The scientist. There are lots of different scientists.
He's a scientist. Just keep chanting it. That'll help you make your point.
But you guys are denying that he's a scientist, retard.
There's nothing to deny. What are his credentials? He just told you what they are. He just told you. So what are they? You tell us. What are his credentials?
Pull him up again. His credentials.
A mechanical engineer. Okay. Now everybody you work with is now a scientist, except the scientists.
He graduated from Cornell University with a Bachelor of Science degree in mechanical engineering. Those are his credentials.
So he's using the scientific method as an engineer?
No.
There you go.
He has a Bachelor of Science degree.
Does he use the scientific
method? He's a scientist.
Does it? How does he? So a scientist is what?
No, I'm explaining to you how on any he qualifies as a scientist in any way that you could.
I think that would mean that you'd have to use the scientific method.
What are you talking about to measure whether?
I don't know why you get confused so easily.
What are you asking? He's a scientist. Would you disagree with the fact that he's a scientist?
A character on a show.
No, I agree with that too. He also does that, right?
Do you know what it's called when you call something science, but you don't follow the scientific method?
Pseudoscience.
Correct.
Yeah. So scientists are people who are contributing in the finding the cause and the effect in the nature, following the scientific method. Reading about that shit and repeating that shit doesn't make you a scientist. If you are not contributing on determining the cause and effect in the natural realm. So if you are just like Bill, that guy, Bill Neal, the science guy, repeating those things that people already found. People already determined those causes and effects. So you are just repeating.
You don't have to be.
And he's not doing an experiment to determine the cause and effect in those instances. He's generally just showing an effect. Because he's not.
You don't have to be discovering it.
Formulating a hypothesis and doing an experiment. He's just showing the effect for.
I'm not saying
people
he's some
kids.
revolutionary scientist.
Yeah, exactly.
And it wasn't even about revolutionary science. It was just about scientific consensus.
Dude, you 100% don't know what science is.
So you just have to agree with a so-called consensus, and then so you just have to agree with a so-called consensus, go around talking about it, then you're a scientist?
No, but he is a scientist.
Okay, well, there goes your own test for being a scientist.
No, I don't need a test to say that he's a scientist. I'm not a scientist. I don't need to be a scientist to call something a science.
Well,
science.
You're playing so fast and loose with the definition that you might as well be
scientist.
why aren't you a scientist if you are capable to do what Bill, the science guy, can do? So now you can do the same exact things in front of camera or behind camera. That doesn't matter, and you can repeat those tests. Can use magnets, and you can call yourself like you're calling him a scientist. For nothing, you're just calling him a scientist.
I agree that it's like a social construct. So it's just something that people agree on.
So yeah, it's just a title that you are giving him for no reason. He haven't done any science. He's not contributing in science. He's like a kid in school. When your teacher is showing you,
he's a scientist. That's the point that I'm making. Is that you call him? You can call him a scientist. If I'm naming a scientist,
so a scientist is just somebody that enough dickheads agree to call a scientist.
No.
Well, that's what you just said.
Well, yeah, but that's for any.
So yeah,
that's for any.
Well, this is just mind rot, dude.
Anything though.
We got a buzzword earther chat.
So let me get this right. If like enough people believe that I'm a world star soccer player, then I become a world star soccer player even though I've never played the soccer?
Well,
yeah, that's retarded.
Following his principle, yeah, if there is a consensus around you being a star soccer player, yeah, you have to be one. There's a consensus around that. So people are agreeing.
You guys can't like stay on one thing. It's like hopping around.
We've been on the same thing since I just joined. What are you talking about?
I was just using your logic to show you how incoherent and stupid it is.
No,
we bought the actual size of the Earth.
It wasn't about the consensus proving. It wasn't about the consensus proving it. I never said that. I denied that, actually. I agreed with you guys.
I mentioned that you have to see curvature of the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference at its widest point. And you said, well, scientists don't agree with that.
Well, I
you
said
didn't
that
even talk about looking at the curvature calculator.
These guys in the room don't even agree with you.
Observations that have been made.
They don't agree with you because you can't see that. That's what they're saying.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's what they said.
The positive claim is the 24,901 mile sphere. That's the positive claim, and the fact that we don't see that that curvature drop that we would have to see using the math and the curvature calculators that the people that you appeal to their authority provide. That should be enough for you, but you're like, no. I'm waiting for a scientist to tell me about it.
You wouldn't use complicated math using their logic. You wouldn't use that because you don't actually observe it.
I mean, I don't know how to put this more simply. I mean, here's a thought experiment. You put yourself out in the middle of the ocean. You set buoys apart from you, let's say 20 miles. You zoom in on them all. How many square miles are you looking at? And how many completely flat areas does it take to make a ball?
I agree with you, but I also extend the logic and I look at evidence and then I evaluate and make a...
Well, that's a lie. That sure isn't true.
What evidence?
Yeah, that's just a straight out lie.
I don't look at evidence. I mean...
Yeah, you
what
definitely
evidence
don't.
are you talking about? And please, if you want to call something evidence, let it be your standard of evidence.
I think, if anything, it's the opposite. When evidence comes out, he puts his blinders on.
Yeah. So go ahead. What's the evidence that was put forward to you to make you believe that the Earth is a globe? What was that evidence that you looked at?
Scientific consensus.
Consensus?
It's not proof.
To authority.
I'll say that before you go down that whole shit.
You talked about an evidence.
It's about choice.
No, you
After
talked about.
evaluation, I'm gonna choose what I believe.
Oh my God. You did talk about an evidence. You didn't talk about believing something without evidence. So we were going with that. We knew that you believed the thing without evidence, but you just brought to the table that it's not a belief. You know, so there was an evidence that you looked
at the end of the day, yeah.
No, just let's settle this. Is it?
Separate.
Is it is there an evidence that you looked at so it's not a belief, or is it just a belief? So there is no evidence. One or two. There is no third choice. Sorry. Is it a belief without evidence or something that you accept without evidence? That's the definition of the word belief. It's accepting something without evidence. Or did you see an evidence and you looked at that evidence? And what was the evidence?
I'm not going to look at evidence for evidence. That's just creating like a infinite reason.
I'm not talking about you, what you are doing, what you will do in the future. So I'm talking about what you have done. So what was the evidence that you talked about?
He just put it in a nutshell. He agreed that
observation that evidence has merit and that it has value.
Yeah, but you just agreed that the Earth presents itself to be flat, and then you said, "I'm going to believe what I'm going to believe," which was at least the seventh time you've told us this. So it's like we're in a loop.
Yeah, it's a choice, like what you're gonna believe.
Yeah. So is flat Earth or globe Earth arbitrary to you?
Like I could believe it, but I think I'm gonna base that off of evidence.
All right. So when you have evidence, do you need to believe anything anymore?
Yeah, because it's a choice.
So evidence is a choice.
You don't have to believe because you know the truth. You know.
No. You see, you keep saying that. Like, I'm not saying that I know this. I'm just saying that, like, if I had to make a bet, that there's more evidence for this.
Show us any of the evidence.
What if you choose? What if you choose not to believe your evidence?
Question. Hold on, I asked him a question. Can you show us any of the
scientific consensus? Yeah.
What evidence are you talking about? I mean, that's not evidence. That's just somebody.
Scientific consensus is like the greatest evidence that we have.
No, consensus is not evidence. Consensus is just a collective belief. Like, and you have a belief in a collective belief that some people hold. That's not evidence. That's only evidence that some people hold that belief. Don't you understand that?
Based off of what?
Well, put it like this.
For instance, doctors used to tell you.
Hold on. Grace. In the 18s and 1900s, it was scientific consensus that black people were not same as Caucasian people.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the question.
Is this true or not true? Well, exactly. So scientific.
That's why I'm not saying it's proven.
Consensus. Okay, so scientific consensus is not the evidence. Isn't evidence at all. Then, if it's already known to be wrong.
No, you don't assume it's wrong. You can assume that it's more likely to be the case, and that you think that one is more like viable.
So you're saying that black people are. So you're saying black people weren't the same as Caucasian people?
I'm saying that if I lived back then and I were being rational, I'd probably come to that same conclusion.
Boy, this sure took a turn for the worse.
Wow.
Yeah. The conclusion?
Wow.
Wait, why do you disagree with that? Why do you disagree with that?
You will go with the majority.
You still believe it, then you still believe that then. If you think that's okay.
No, I don't. Right. No, I don't.
Truth is a popularity contest.
Because I didn't think that it meant absolute proof or like absolute That's the reality.
But so what scientific evidence is actually absolute, is facts, is our tested hypothesis. It's not an opinion.
It's empirical.
It is, yeah, but it's not empirical evidence of like a giant conclusion.
Why would you bother testing evidence if it's just a choice and it's all arbitrary?
Because I believe that it's valuable and that it points to a greater reality.
Man, that's where
that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah, that's your belief.
Hold on.
That you accept without
could you believe in something that could be wrong?
Absolutely. But yeah, if I believe something without testing the evidence, yeah. But I test the evidence in order to come to an absolute truth about something.
You can have a reason. You could have perfectly good reason to believe in something that still could be wrong.
Like the globe.
That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the problem. That is the problem. If they have scientific evidence, then it's a known fact. It's not a belief.
So when we test the evidence for the globe and find it to be contradictory and false in all instances, why should we accept it?
The evidence to be false? What do you mean?
Yeah, when we test what the globe claims to be and find it does not hold any truth whatsoever in any instance, why should we choose to believe it?
Well, if that were actually true, then you shouldn't. But that's
right.
Bullshit. Just like the Bill Nye thing,
it's actually true though.
Lie.
This is
right.
tested, bro.
So you want to pursue absolute truth, don't you? Not a choice.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that I can be wrong, so I'm not going to come to this I'm not going to be arrogant.
Well, yeah, you can avoid being wrong by testing evidence.
No, you can avoid being wrong by not saying that you are the arbiter of the absolute truth.
I'm not saying I am. The evidence speaks for itself. If it does not withstand scrutiny,
no.
then it's not me making that determination.
Conclusion, no. It doesn't stand for absolute proof of that theory. You could say it's a scientific theory, but I don't agree with the scientific theory.
What? So you don't agree with empiricism and logic and all that?
No. I'm saying I don't agree. I'm not a scientist in that so an actual scientist would point to scientific theories and then say that, oh, this is the most likely thing, that this is objectively as we see it, this is the best explanation, and therefore is a scientific truth. But I wouldn't hold to that I would never say that science means truth.
Is reality itself objective to you or subjective?
Objective.
Okay. Are true things always true, always and forever? Or can they sometimes be not true?
They can sometimes be not true. I mean, when put into words, I guess. But physically, I mean, physical truths are...
True things may not be true, so is there any objective truth to anything?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So it's worth trying to find out what is objectively true.
Well, it is, yeah.
Yeah, so is it possible to find out what is objectively true?
It is to be reasonable, but not to... Because you're never... So if you're asking me, does the evidence ever lead you to the absolute truth? No, it doesn't.
That's a problem.
Of course.
So if I stop eating, will I sometimes continue to live?
If you stop eating, will you continue? No.
Right. So there are objectively true things that we can prove.
Logically yeah, there's like that, but that's the scientific theory bullshit, where you take that as bullshit. Truth. You're taking that as truth.
Yeah, it's true that there are objective things.
It may be more viable, yeah, but that's not absolute. That's not absolute, like, objective truth that you hold. That's
are there objective facts? Are there objective facts?
Objective truth, like, you don't hold objective truth.
Are there objective truths?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Name one. Name what's objectively true. One thing.
I think that there is objective truth. It doesn't mean that I have to know what that is.
Well, it's important because if you're going to say that there is, the panel would like to know what you claim is an objective truth. Name one.
Why do I have to claim objective truth in order to think that objective truth exists?
So you don't have an example of what objective truth is. You think that it exists, but there's no way you can describe what it is.
Yeah, not necessarily. Like in the big picture, I don't think I can do that.
Well, the big picture is that if you don't have a defined way to understand what you're talking about, there's no way to convey meaning over to people that are asking you for meaning. So if I'm telling you a word and I don't define what it means, or if I don't give you an example, how do you know what I'm saying agrees with what you're saying?
I don't understand, because I agree with that. What do you mean?
So if you agree with something that we say, how do you know that what we're saying means the same thing that what you're talking about? When we say objective truth, you say objective truth. I agree. Oh. But then you don't know. To you, it might be subjective. You think that it's something meaning something totally different than what we're saying. So you don't agree with objective truth the way we're describing it to you. You think it means something else. That's what I'm getting at.
You're talking about interpretation. You're talking about conveying meaning through words.
Right. So is it absolutely true that you've eaten food before?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Right. So if somebody does not eat food and they stop eating food, it will be true that that person will not be around for much longer. Like food is a part of the reason why people are alive.
Like, logically speaking,
subjectively true, right? So food would be your body needs the food. It turns it into you synthesize the proteins in your body so that it turns it into like energy. But the problem is, if you're saying that's not true, then there's an issue, right? We're trying to figure out why you would say that's not true.
I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that I don't have like absolute reason or the absolute truth. I don't hold that. I don't hold that knowledge.
Right, but it's not about something that you hold. It's about an observation that's being made, right? So objectively true things are something that happens outside of your purview. Like, it doesn't need your assistance or agreement. You don't need to say, I agree that the river flows in a specific direction. I can look at it and I can observe the same thing happening, and it doesn't have to be because you say, well, I don't think it flows in that direction anymore. I changed my mind. It doesn't matter. It's objectively true that the river flows in a specific direction. Just the same as the objective truth is, if you don't eat food, you probably won't be around. So it's the same thing, right? Things are objectively true. And you can know things like that. So you can't just say, well, I don't know an example, because there's plenty, right? But you just have to understand that our observations of the natural world are in such that we're going to say that things are objectively true. That's just the way it is, man. Like, we all observe the same thing. So
that's presuppositional. That's like you're just telling me that I have to agree with
reality,
nature, yeah.
No, it's not.
Well, it's not agree with. That's the thing. You're not saying, well, I agree that the river's flowing in a specific direction. It's what we observe. It's outside of you agreeing. agree and disagree. It's a wrong genre. When you make observations in nature, you just write down what you see. You say, okay, I see this happening. That's all you're doing. Agreeing and disagreeing are a different category. You don't do that with what you see. You just document what you see. That's all you're doing.
Okay, but how do you document what you see?
Well, by observing things in nature and saying, okay, I see this happening. And so in order to do that, you need to define ways to do that, like terms, words that you can describe nature itself. So that's what we're doing. We're using words, and with these words, they mean things. The words mean things. And so it breaks down to when I say that, the river flows in a specific direction, everything I just said right there in that sentence would mean that all that means something. Now, if none of those words mean anything to you, then you're going to try to figure out, like, well, what do you mean by flow? What do you mean by it has to be this way? Like, you're starting to get into the minutia of why the etymology of words are what they are. So we're not doing that, right? We want to keep it on the level where we're speaking plainly to each other and not have to divulge into why words are what they were, go back to the Greek and the Hebrew. We don't need to do all that, dude. Like, so just speaking plainly to you, right? We want to keep it on the level with everybody, just making sure that everybody's talking plainly. We're seeing things in nature and we're saying this is what's happening. Outside of your agree or disagreement, it's what's occurring. So we can all agree that's objectively true. That's all.
Okay, and I'm not necessarily sure that you would try to prove the meaning of a word by studying words. I think it's like more experience.
Yeah, but you see what's happening though. What's happening is it seems to be like a breakdown in communication for the simple fact of not being held accountable to words that we're talking about. So it looks like you're looking for a way out of being held accountable for things that you say. And that's not what we do here. We want to all be held accountable for the things that we say. So that you can say, hey, why did you say that one thing? Yeah, that's true.
No, the thing is, I'm not scared of being held accountable. I could play the game all day, but the thing
It's
is,
not a game.
it is because and that's the thing is that I think it's bullshit. I don't take it as a game either. And so I'm not good. I'm not.
Do you know what the Socratic method is? Have you ever heard of that?
Socratic method, no. I think. Well, I've heard of it. I need to be.
Yeah, so we're just getting back to the basics, right? First principles. We want to know what people make observations of, and just document those and see if we have shared experiences. That's all we're doing right now. We're examining how people have these shared experiences, and then we're going to describe to each other, okay, this is what I see, it's what you see. Can we at least come to terms with making our observations the same? Or is your observation different than what we're saying? That would mean something, right? If you say, I don't observe the sun, when we say, hey, the sun's out, you're like, I don't observe the sun out. It is not out. That would be a contradiction of an observation. That's something that you would go against being objectively true. So in that way, do you disagree with any objective truth that has been spoken of in this call while you've been here?
I mean, we've already the small things like things that would just point to people's credibility. That's it. Like the fucking Bill Nye shit. There haven't been like any large claims about they don't, and that's the point. Is that you guys aren't necessarily aiming.
I'm sorry. Can you give me like the brief summary of like what the conversation was about? I wasn't here for most of it, so just kind of if you want, you don't have to. I have my team catch me up. But what was the premise?
It was largely so. I wanted to hear what the reasoning was for that. I didn't come in with a thought, and then they said that it was basically the default position, and then from there, you came to Sorry, hold on. I have to.
Okay.
Yes, science.
You know, the problem is that we even have to have this conversation like, is the sky blue sometimes? Because some people will say with a straight face that there are no objective truths or something like that, right? And then you say, is that objectively true? And then they have to say, yeah, well, there's something that's objectively true then. So it's like a self-defeating like cycle of psychosis that these people come out of college, not all of them, but the ones that fall down the solipsism trap. I mean, it's just ridiculous that we have to explain to people that it's objectively true that you're not in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now.
Yeah, they call themselves deep thinkers, Larry. These guys who come in here with this philosophical mindset, and they want to pose to, like, how do we know what reality is? You know, start questioning everything. So they reduce the knowledge base that we have to absurdity. So or at least they're attempting to, I would say. The attempt is to reduce everything to absurdity, just to the point of the fact that nobody knows anything. And I think that's a ridiculous place to be when you're trying to speak coherently to people about things that we already understand, right? So it's just that whole trying to get them off that mindset and just say, hey, look, let's just talk straight to each other, like the way you would anybody else if you said, hey, you know that car over there, it's coming this way. Like, you don't have to explain, well, you see, back then we understood that a car, like, you don't have to go to do all that. It's doing too much. So I'm just trying to remove that from a conversation where it doesn't need to be. You know, it's getting too deep for no reason, really. Mountains out of molehills, if you will.
Well, I don't think this guy is one of those guys, so we might have got lucky. But it's very unfortunate that the colleges would charge so much freaking unforgivable debt to teach people that they don't know anything. Oh, but they know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, well, I think what happens is that there's a castration that happens to the individual where they say, I don't know anything. My mind belongs to those who have told me what my worldview is, and those are the intellects, the pillars of knowledge, and those guys know what's going on. I don't. But I will argue till the cows come home that it's not what you think it is. You know, like.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly what he descended into.
Yeah, Larry, and if you pay attention, they always contradict themselves. They claim that you can't acquire knowledge for 100%, so you can't know something for 100% and be sure of that 100%, and still that's a claim they make. Like, they are sure 100% you can't acquire that knowledge. So do you know or you don't know?
But we can never know.
Yeah, we can.
That's been a theme throughout. So, like, a couple of days now.
Yeah, it's the new escape door.
Or at least they're attempting to, but it doesn't work here because we break down the conversation to where people can at least talk to each other about things and not, like, wander off into philosophical land.
Yeah, I just tell them you can't know something for sure, 100% sure. So you shut up. I don't need you to just claim something that you are not sure about. Just keep that thing that you are not sure about for you. I know the thing, and if you claim that I don't know, that will be a claim. You don't know if I know or I don't.
My question is, how do people fall for it? I mean,
pride.
Yeah. Well, you're right, because the teachers have pride, and their teachers had pride, and their teachers had pride, and people just accept the world that they're given. But you would think there would be like a break in the cycle, or some people were like, wait a minute, professor, you're a fucking idiot. And the professor would say, no, I'm not. How do you know, professor, that you're not an idiot? Could just be an idiot brain in a jar.
Yeah, because they blame your senses. They claim that your senses can fail you. I don't believe that. I believe that your senses are transmitting to you the reality as it is. So like for your eyes, the mirage that you see is not created by your eyes. That's the light entering your eyes as it is.
Yeah, we do have to parse out like why they would even say that. So it does have some sort of conversation about like why they would claim that. There's a bit of, I don't want to say nuance, but your senses can be dulled, right? If you're inebriated or if you're under the influence of something, it can be dulled. So you would be able to work under the premise that you could depend on them because there would be you'd be enabled to do so because you're under an influence, right? So of some type. So we have to look at that. We have to look at that as a way to at least describe that the discussion for your senses would have to be a sober-minded person. Like you'd have to describe it a bit more specific, right? So if you're saying you can trust your senses, you'd have to caveat at least to say a sober-minded person within their, critical thinking process. At least you'd be able to have a discernment, right? I think where that breaks down is where people they don't have the ability to do such. Like you take, for example, in certain parts of the world, there have lower functioning individuals, right? So those people are not functioning on the same wavelength as somebody else, that's cognitive. You guys know what I'm saying? So there's a bit of nuance to like this conversation too.
Yeah, I understand, but I wouldn't blame my senses for that. I would blame my brain because my brain is not sober, so it doesn't function correctly. It doesn't analyze the information that my senses are bringing to it correctly. Sometimes it's added, so hallucinations, those things. So it can add something to the reality I'm observing. So that's not my senses being in me, but
so you always have to put forward a standard, right? The standard has to be the thing about your senses, that when you talk about your senses, you have to put forward a standard. Like what standard are you talking about so that you can already say cemented, like this is the reason why we can trust our senses in a sober-minded state where I understand the physical, like when I'm realizing things, I can think for myself, and all these things, because somebody would say, well, how do you know you're not schizophrenic or something like this, right? So we can identify the illnesses of like different people so that we can say, okay, this person has this particular type of illness categorized by this specific type of behavior, so you'd be able to say like, that person has an issue with, an illness. So
tell me if I'm wrong. That's where the objective reality will come to use. So if that person have a personal issue, he can see something that I don't see, you don't see, the camera don't see. So it will be his subjective interpretation of that issue that he have. So in the interpretation of the image that he see. But with the objective reality, knowing that our senses doesn't fail us in reality, only if we have a personal mental issue or something doesn't work inside us. So at that moment you can identify that person. Here it is.
Yeah, that's why I always like you got to put a standard to it so that people aren't confused when they're talking about this. Like every time you talk about the senses, always put a standard to it, like a sober mind person, because they'll always come in with, well, what if the person's under some type of influence? What if they're drunk or taking pills or whatever it is? and they're not thinking straight. You know what I mean? So you always have to talk about a different state of mind when it comes to these senses. So that's why it's important it's important. It's an important part of this conversation, not to be negated, because if you don't talk about a standard, then you're not giving a person, a foothold as to like how we understand the physical and natural world with the person who's identifying things. Because they'll say like, what if you say that you see the earth as flat, but your senses are telling you that because you're schizophrenic? You know what I'm saying? Like they're putting any idea of a person's mind to like why they would say that the earth is flat. So you have to describe in a way that a sober-minded person who can function in a society where we're identifying illnesses to say that we're not in that specific category. And it sucks to even like have to do this, but because of the fact that you want to make sure that you don't leave room for them to like put you in a category that you don't belong. Like you're not drunk, you're thinking clearly. So I guess if you can understand what I mean, like that's usually sometimes what they try to say. Well, you can't trust your senses, and they'll leave it at that. And it's like if you say yes, you can trust your senses, then they're going to give you the retort, well, what about you being drunk? How about then? Like, and you're going to be like, oh shoot, maybe you can't trust your senses. So it's best to describe a standard.
Yeah, and I had that issue with people. People just said, what if you're in a dream? What if you are hallucinating? And that moment, you can, like I told you, that objective reality will show that it's not your senses that are failing you, but the image is not, what you see is not brought up to you by the light entering your eyes and giving you some new light that is not existing, like that person or entity that you are hallucinating. So it's not something in reality. There is no light reflected from that object and enters your eyes, and your brain will process it. No, the camera in that room, so we'll see that you see something different. The person, if there is a witness that is sober in the room, yeah, he will, like the camera, and other people witness the same thing, like I said earlier. So yeah, you're correct. You have to distinguish between using your senses when you're sober and your senses are operational, so you're not a guy. Yeah.
That's important, because this conversation usually likes to go one way or the other between those guys saying, aha, I'm going to get you now because you didn't mention that a person was taking pills. How do you know that that person is not like looking at a flat earth? Like, you know what I mean? So you have to categorize the specific person who's identifying the earth as what it is, making the clear distinction of an observation being such that a sober-minded person would be doing. I know it seems like a lot of rigmarole, but it's the realm that we exist in. So it's a bit necessary.
But what I witnessed with my experience, that when sometimes they bring that topic, literally they bring the topic of not being able to trust your senses, is because sometimes, even if you are sober, sometimes what you see is not real. Like when you see the light behaving differently, like during mirage, different types of mirage and different types of effects. So they attribute that to a failure with your senses.
Right. And so what you do is you tell them, okay, so we've also identified in a sober-minded state that when we look at the earth and we see things happening like that, we can categorize them and we can put them in different ways that we can make our observations. Like their superior mirages have, like, 5 types. So in order to understand, we'd have to have discernment as to what's going on. I see something happening. What is happening?
Correct.
It looks like this thing is being distorted off in the distance. My target distance is this, I don't know, boat or whatever, and it looks like it's floating above the water. And am I hallucinating? Am I just, my senses deceiving me? The answer is no. You're in a sober-minded state. If you see something like that happening, there's usually an explanation for that.
Correct. That's exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I think. That would be a phenomenon that is happening, and your senses are transmitting to you exactly what's happening in that reality. So that's the light behaving like that, and when it enters like your eyes, it brings that image to your eyes as it is in reality. It would do that with your eyes, with the camera, with the a lens and a wall behind the lens, so you project that image and it will be flipped, so you can flip it and see it correctly, so it would be the same. Like the difference between two people in the desert. They see a mirage, one will process the information that it's light behaving like that and won't rush to that shit and put his face thinking that it is water, compared to the other person just following his senses and he's thirsty, and he will just rush to that mirage thinking it is water. He couldn't process the information correctly. So the flaw is not coming from his eyes, but from his brain. Again.
I got to get in just for.
Go ahead.
Sorry, sir. I just wanted to say that, I've kind of noticed that in the past, 110 years thereabouts, society has been, caught in a thought experiment. And these people that are caught in a thought experiment, their head's in the clouds, right? Like Einstein's not doing his fucking job. His heads are in the clouds and nobody's filing the patents. And you have to ground people in reality periodically. So they'll go off on these hypothetical what ifs, and you have to, jolt their body and mind back on the ground because they're just way off in la la land. And once you do that to a person, once you explain, well, if you're a brain in the jar, right, hypothetically, why don't you put your hand in a vice and squeeze it until you break your finger? Oh, no, you don't want to do that. Why? Because of reality. So you have to ground them in reality to continue the conversation from time to time.
Yeah, it's usually the case that when you put an example of real world experiences, as they do when they go about their daily life, they'll notice that their senses are given to them to, keep them away from harm's way. They're just they'll move out of a way if a car's coming, or they'll hear somebody screaming. They know they need help. So there's always, your senses are something that you can use to navigate this earth. So it'd be kind of pointless to say that we can't trust our senses. That statement there doesn't follow, because we use our senses every day.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It is the only tool, your collective senses are the only tool that you can use to acquire knowledge.
To connect to reality. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why it's self-defeating. The thing that they're saying you can't trust is a thing that they have to use in order to acquire knowledge. Isn't that weird how that works?
So another one that I like to use hypothetically, if someone was shooting at you, would you be like, well, hypothetically, those bullets are coming at me, but do I really know that I'm being shot at? And I'm not inciting violence. I'm doing thought experiments like they're doing just to ground them back to reality, because they've been, Velcroed to the clouds, it seems like.
And, I would just point out, my God, have you guys been Velcroed? I mean, what even is it? I mean, it seems like you guys have fucking fully lost the plot at this point. I'm just being honest.
More specific.
He didn't say anything.
You've lost the plot.
Be specific. What are you talking about?
Okay. Not being specific. I mean, okay, I'll make my point. My point is
that had no meaning.
The when it comes to this whole spiel you're going on about. I mean,
Yeah, what do you mean?
You kind of sound retarded. That's just.
Can you be specific? Dante, do me a favor, man. Let's just reset. Start from the beginning, and because you it's like you jumped in the middle of a conversation with you being in the middle of your conversation. We don't know where you're coming from or where you're going. Can you tell us what you mean? What's your premise, sir? Start there. Give us a foundation.
Okay, well, the premise is flat Earth is
You're cutting off. Does anybody else hear?
Flat Earth. That flat Earth is stupid. That's my premise.
Right.
Okay,
so
why?
What is your critique for flat Earth being stupid? Go ahead.
Okay, do you guys know that you guys are using mobile phones, and do you know how we are able to transmit our signals to each other? What? It's called
They
satellites.
bounce it off the globe. Is that what you? It has to be Glober, right? Glober phones.
Let's use the old.
Okay.
Hold on.
Dante, hold on. Can I respond?
Yeah.
Can I respond?
Yeah, but I'm just gonna give you something to respond to, right? So if you're saying that this is pointing towards globe, please give us an instance how that's true. Show us how what you just said points to the Earth being a globe. Go ahead, sir.
Us using transmitted signals to be able to talk to each other on the phone. There's a thing
Whatever
called
it is.
satellite.
Yeah, whatever it is. Show us how it points to the Earth being a globe.
You want me to show you what a satellite looks like?
No. How does what you say equal that we live on a ball?
Well, the way it equals we live on a ball is that you can only really have satellites transmitting off one another if you have a globe, because they're bouncing off each other, right? If you have flat, you can just have a straight line.
Okay, so it has to be a ball. Is that what you're saying, or you're going to show us how it is a ball?
No, it has to be a ball.
Oh, it has to be a ball. So what if we reject that it has to be a ball? Because you didn't show us how it is a ball. You just said it has to be one. What if we reject that it has to be one and we just say the Earth is flat?
Well, I'm sorry, you've lost the plot.
No, I didn't lose the plot.
Dude.
We didn't lose the plot. Like here's the thing that's happening. You didn't make the connection, let's say, to how what you're saying describes the Earth being a globe. You just said it has to be. Well, I reject the fact that it has to be. So demonstrate to me how it is.
Demonstrate to you how the Earth is a globe?
Yes, via the method.
By satellites?
I guess. How? Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
You have these things called satellites, and they sit in space, and they bounce off each other to transmit signals, right? Sounds like GPS. Like a GPS will give you so you put your thing to a GPS, it will go up. It's the same thing with planes. Literally, planes, right, will transmit between satellites and the satellites on the ground too, right? That's how you can keep up to date. That's how you can keep up to date accurate information of flight paths.
Let me see if I understand your argument, right? You're saying that because we have cell phones, satellites, and planes, and these all work, the Earth has to be a globe, right? Is that your argument?
Yes, because I would just ask. Hold on, please let me finish. Let me just ask you in a practical sense. Okay, let's just be practical, because we can do all these hypotheticals we want. Let's just be practical. Would it be practical for scuba divers to go underwater, dig massive lines in the deepest part of the oceans, or would it be more practical to just do it in space? Just curious. What would be more practical?
Well, 99% of all communication is done through those sea cables, so yeah, it'd be practical to do it that way. Obviously, because that's what we've done. Yeah, 99% of Earth's communication is through the underwater cables, fiber optic cables. So I'm just going to lay out your argument, right? So it's like this, right? Larry is full on Monday because he ate a whole pizza. Again, Larry's full on Tuesday. He must have eaten a whole pizza. He has to have eaten a whole pizza. No, Larry could have went to the buffet, right? Where there's no pizza. So it's a formological affirming the consequent fallacy, right? You're saying we have cell phones, therefore the Earth has to be a globe. So would you like to reformulate your argument and use, logically consistent arguments?
Well, let's be logically consistent, right? The logical consistency with that, when it comes to the Earth being a globe, we all know that there's curvature, right? Yeah, there's this thing called a horizon. You can clearly see it.
No. Yeah, but Dante, that's what's in contention right now. That's what's in contention. You think it's a ball because it has to be. We're asking, demonstrate how it is. I think all of us want to know how you know that
Okay,
it's a
okay.
globe. Not
Okay,
that it has
I'll
not
show
that
you.
it
I'll
has to
show
be,
you.
but show us how it is a globe. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll do something very, 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 very simple. Very simple. So let me pull it up for you.
Wait, just for the
Okay,
chat.
and,
Did he
and
say
okay, yeah, in the chat, in the chat, in the chat, in the chat, in the chat.
Okay, just chat.
There we
Did
go.
he say that?
It's
Did he
it's
say
live. We have photographic evidence.
How'd you make sure that's not a counterfeit image from space? Did you compare it to an actual image from space?
Wait. A counterfeit image from space? How can
Yeah,
you
you've heard of.
image from space?
Well,
What,
Robert Simmons made a counterfeit. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Robert Simmons made a counterfeit image of the Earth from space. It was on all the iPhones. President Obama was talking about it and announcing how beautiful it is. Right, so he admits, and he works for Goddard Space Agency. He works for NASA, and he photoshopped the Earth from space. So, how do you know it's not counterfeit?
How do you Photoshop Earth from space? I'm curious.
With Photoshop.
Tell me that one.
With Photoshop.
He's missing
Wait,
but
how
but
do you
let's not.
Photoshop space?
Dante, hold on a second. He posed a question to you. He's asking for a rebuttal. So how do you know it's not fake like he just described? How do you know that?
Because the photo was taken from space.
Yeah, it sounds like it's circular. You're just using the claim to verify the claim. So how like what
link
point
to read?
Yeah, go ahead.
If he just posts him, somebody posts him the link to the NASA page that says how he does it, then he can read how it was photoshopped. That's what he asked for. How could it be photoshopped? Well, guess you can read for yourself.
Okay, so you're taking one guy that says it's photoshopped versus all the other people that say it isn't photoshopped. I mean,
the guy who made it said he photoshopped it to make it. Use Photoshop. Yeah,
he is the NASA artist.
Did Robert Sims make the photo? Is that the one who actually created the photo in the Photoshop?
Yeah, he is the one who made the blue marble.
Yeah,
the blue marble.
Ball. He layered some clouds into it, made a blue ball, mushed those together, and then made a glowy ball to make like air, and made all the balls and put that all together.
Yeah, and what about all the other 20 people that said they haven't photo of space? So, what about them?
Name one.
Name one.
Name one that's got it. Okay. What about what's the what's it called? It's like it's the space. It's like
yeah, but Dante, you're still skirting the fact that you haven't given us a way that you know it's not been photoshopped, dude. Like I don't know how you verified that. Nobody here does. That's the question at hand. And right now we're questioning the authenticity of this thing that you're putting in the chat. So at least to that effect, at least to Dante, at least to that effect, you can at least say, well, this is how I know this image is true. But you haven't given us that yet.
Okay. How do we know Robert Sims isn't lying? How about that?
No, you didn't respond. Yeah, but you didn't respond to what I said, and I think that's important. Why did you do that?
Why did I do that? No, because I'm just gonna use flat Earth arguments. So Robert Sims, he could be found.
You're gonna avoid what I said.
Conspiracy. They're trying to lie to us, right?
But you're avoiding what I said, though, aren't you?
No, avoiding what you said. I'm just trying to use your argument.
No, don't use my argument.
Then how can you verify then that Robert Sims isn't a liar? How can you verify that?
What?
How can you verify Robert Sims isn't a liar?
That's not our job. You got to verify he's not a liar because he works for NASA, which we wholly reject. But we're using him as a hostile witness. For example, whenever a witness takes a stand, both attorneys, the defense and the state, get to examine that witness. So that's what we're doing right now. Now, can you please get back to the fact that you know that these images are not counterfeit?
No, not these images are counterfeit. The one I sent you.
So I'll just shorten this up real quick. You can't verify whether or not it's counterfeit because you've never seen the Earth from that high up, and you never will. None of us ever will. Only the government has went halfway to the moon, turned around, and looked at the Earth from space. So you have a belief system, right? You'll never experience it. You have zero firsthand primary knowledge. Okay, so you believe that. I get that, right? You can believe the high priest. They went higher than before, Gilbert. Whatever you want to believe, but you can't verify it. You're in a religion, bro.
And how's flat Earth in our religion? I was curious.
Because we lost our belief.
But you believe that the Earth.
So I don't believe in Scientology. That doesn't mean that I'm in a religion now where I'm in the religion if I don't believe in Scientology. That doesn't make sense.
Scientology? Give me science.
No, listen to what I said, bro. I don't believe in Scientology. That doesn't now mean that I have a belief. It means I have an absence of a belief.
Yeah.
So I don't believe in the globe. I have an absence in the belief of the globe.
Yeah, but you know what your belief is? Your belief is that scientists are lying to you, right? You're anti-scientist. That's your religion. You're anti-science.
Okay, so now you're just doing some kind of weird pivot, right? You have not admitted that you cannot verify. So I'm going to need you to be honest. Can you verify that those images are not images and are indeed realistic photographs? Or is it a belief that you have?
They're literally photographs from the moon. Oh, like, I don't know.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because they went to the moon.
Okay, how do you know?
Have you seen the rocket launches?
How do you know, bro?
Because I went to fucking Fort Lauderdale and saw a rocket launch.
Okay, how do you know it landed on the moon?
Science, bro.
You claim that we're denying science, but we're asking questions like science is supposed to do, right? Science is actually about being skeptical. What is it about the heliocentric model that you're skeptical about?
That it doesn't make it. It can't really work.
Okay, why?
Clip that. Clipcord.
Why can't it really work?
I mean, okay, how's the sun work in a heliocentric?
No, not my claim. What is it that you're skeptical about the heliocentric model?
It's very clear the ball. It's a ball. It's very clear.
Okay, we're skeptical about the Earth being a ball too. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, it's very clear it's a ball.
It's a ball.
Where?
Very clear it's a ball.
Where? Because if you're going to go off the pictures, you basically have the standards of a Bigfoot believer. Someone who believes in Bigfoot would say, look, here's a picture, here's a video. That's not the end of your search for truth, dude. Should I put a video of Bigfoot in the chat? And then therefore it's true?
Honestly, there's nothing I can really say. There's nothing I can really say.
In the chat. It must be true. Due to your standard.
Are you ever going to actually? Are you ever going to? If I gave you proof that the Earth wasn't live, would you believe it?
I'll go. Yeah,
I'll go.
Yeah, I'll go.
They're denying scientific credibility at that point, which was what we were arguing about earlier. You leave?
Youngman, you already got cooked. Yeah, he did leave. Scientific credibility. You don't know what science is. That's cute coming from the guy that has no clue what science is, bro.
You just tried to call me out about getting cooked. You guys got cooked over that earlier. I still have the tabs open of like what's
coming from the guy that presented Bill Nye the Science Guy. Come on, bro. You gotta hold that.
You did ask for an example, and you, like an idiot, are still saying that.
What was the experiment?
It doesn't check out when it does.
What was the experiment?
The experiment was a mask one.
It's not an
What
experiment.
was the experiment? Wearing a
was like
mask is
the
an
entire
experiment?
process?
Yes, it was an experiment. It failed.
What do you mean it failed?
You don't even know what an experiment is, dude.
I do.
Oh, is putting your mask on your face an experiment?
It can be.
No. It can be. Well, the first step of the scientific method would be to observe a naturally occurring phenomenon. So, should we walk through it again?
Yep. Let's do that.
All right. What's our naturally occurring phenomenon? Step 1.
Round 1.
Yeah. That there's the mask, it blocks air.
No, that's not naturally occurring phenomenon. It's not.
Yeah, I remember walking through the forest and there was like a tree with masks growing on it. Oh wait, masks are synthetic.
Yeah. It's not natural.
So, do you know what naturally means?
So you are pseudoscience lover.
No,
and you want to push the science as being science.
Natural is just like a deterministic explanation.
No. Remember, we're trying to not be science deniers over here. We've got a naturally occurring phenomenon. For an example, maybe you find a geyser, some sort of boiling water in nature, a hot spring. There would be a naturally occurring phenomenon that you could maybe go and test the cause for. Right? You have your effect, and then you determine a cause. That's what science is for, determining cause and effect relationships. Taking them, you don't go find masks occurring in nature, and you need to determine the cause for a mask.
An experiment needs to be earthly nature.
Natural science deals with the observation, experimentation
natural science
of the natural world.
Well, if you're not talking about natural science, then it would be pseudoscience.
One of the two of us is denying science. Newsflash, it's not us.
Social sciences focus on human society behavior. Okay, so yeah,
Post whatever you just read. Post it in the chat.
I'm looking at the difference because I remember there being the two main like branches. Because you were saying it was you were saying it was natural science as if that's what that actually means. Like
what do you think natural means? You think it means synthetic?
Oh, I know that the word means that,
You
but
dumbass.
I know that
I'll
the
just read
word
it-
means
I'll just
that.
read it out for you. Natural science or empirical science is one of the branches of science concerned with the description, understanding, and prediction of natural phenomena based on empirical evidence from observation and experiment.
Yeah, natural phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly. You have to observe a natural phenomenon, and then through experimentation, you can determine the cause for this. Okay. So putting a mask on your face ain't it, Chief. Just so you know.
Or like, I don't know, when you breathe and then you have a mask on, it blocks the air. That'd be a great
It's not an
observation.
experiment.
No, that's not the experiment. That's the observation. You guys are denying. I can't believe you guys are like denying that.
Whoa, we haven't denied anything. We just read out what science is, and we're not denying that whatsoever.
It's not an observation of a natural occurring phenomenon. Again, just try to remember.
That's bullshit.
Well, let me explain why, right? Okay, so you're walking in the forest, right? You see a geyser, right? That's a naturally observed phenomenon. But then you walk a couple more feet and you find a watch. And you're like, wow, I wonder what caused this. Man caused it. Okay, then you see a motorcycle. Wow, I wonder what caused this. I'll let you guess. What do you think caused the motorcycle? See why you don't?
Really built by a guy, but you didn't use natural science.
Exactly. So
Like
not naturally.
you're holding me to a different standard.
No, we're holding you to the scientific method standard. We're talking about natural philosophy, also known as natural science. So let me explain this real clear. All science is philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science. Just like all Texans are Americans, but not all Americans qualify as Texans. So in order for it to qualify to be science and not philosophy, it has to meet a certain criteria. Do you know what that criteria is? It's okay if you don't.
No.
Okay, so the criteria is it has to go through the scientific method from beginning to end, the whole thing, not just a part of it, right? So you can't just say, I got naturally observed phenomenon. I've been watching the moon. I'm doing science. No, you have to manipulate your presumed cause and see
it starts with
naturally observed phenomenon, which is your effect. I'm trying to explain it to you. You just said you don't know.
Starts
So
with
ask
intent,
questions.
then, right?
Bro, witchcraft starts with intent. I don't know what you're talking about. Listen to me.
No, how do you divide like the observation and then the scientific process just from like nature itself? Like, why wouldn't don't you fall into like a box? How do you separate?
I don't know. I don't know why you're interrupting me, calling us anti-science when I'm trying to explain to you how science works and you won't let me. Like, that's the most anti-science shit I've ever heard in my life. So can I finish?
Yeah.
If you'll, okay, that's actually pro-science to let me finish. Okay, so once you have your hypothesis and you have a hypothesis test, that's an experiment. And what happens at the end is now the experiment's over, so the scientist is going to take off his scientist hat and he's going to put on his philosopher hat and he's going to talk about what are the implications of the result, blah, blah, blah. That's how it actually works in real life.
Yeah. Do you like think that those standards weren't met in order for Bill Nye to do the experiment that he did?
Oh my god.
I think. What the hell?
Well, if I can.
Just go ahead. Try to break down that what you consider to be science done by Bill Nye. Just break it down following the scientific method, and you will see. And just tell us if it is following the scientific method, all steps of the scientific method accurately. Yeah.
Do you think? Do you think that the observation has to happen naturally?
That's what science is. It's observing a natural phenomenon. You see what happens, and the question you ask is, what caused that thing to happen? And then what you do is you form a hypothesis by identifying the cause and the effect.
Science is always spontaneous.
Hold on. And then you do an experiment by varying and manipulating the cause to see if it causes the effect. That's why it's empirical, because you always prove something, whether something caused something to happen or whether something didn't cause something to happen. That's why science is empirical. Does that make sense?
Yep.
That probably went over his head in timing. Hank laid it out for you very clearly, right? The geyser, then the motorcycle. Right? What's the cause of the motorcycle? Well, someone created it. Right? What's the cause for the geyser? Well, we'd have to go through an experiment on a hypothesis test to determine the cause. It's that simple, really.
Why isn't it the same thing for the motorcycle?
Oh my god. Okay, what's the cause of the motorcycle?
Yeah, why isn't it the same thing? Like, why isn't it?
Oh, let's walk through it. What caused the motorcycle?
I don't know.
Mr. Harley and Mr. Davidson caused it.
Yeah.
There's no science to do here.
Honda
It's not
created it.
science.
Well,
Honda caused the motorcycle.
You're right.
bro.
I would agree with you in terms of like, but what I believe, right?
It's
Where
not
does
about
that
belief.
come from? Yeah, it is about belief. You know that it came from man.
Yeah, nature doesn't make motorbikes.
Bullshit. You didn't
We're
see
really
it
gonna
made.
say
You didn't
nature
see it
made
made
a motorcycle? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
a motorcycle made by a guy. So how do you know that it came from a guy?
I'll show you how. Irreducible complexity, right? So if you take one thing away, it doesn't work, right? So you wouldn't walk down the beach and find a Swiss timepiece and go, my God, how long did it take for the wind and the waves and the millions of years to make this watch?
Sounds
Be like,
awful
somebody,
philosophical at that point.
right? You would automatically go, oh, somebody lost their watch, right? And you would automatically know that someone created that timepiece.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Yes,
would have
you
that
would.
belief. You would have that instinctual belief based off of past
You talking to Brenda's
experiences.
shoe? Is this Brenda's
you'd ha-
shoe?
You're denying science at this point, dude.
No, I'm not.
Okay, the watch was man-made. Period. There's no way around that. It was not created by nature.
How do you know that?
Because nature doesn't make watches. Ta-da!
GB, are you sure? Are you really sure about that?
Nor does it make motorcycles.
Actually argue that it does make watches. I think you're wrong on that.
Okay, go ahead and show us a watch tree. Or where did the watch come from? Who said that?
From us.
Yeah,
because we're an
you're failing-
extension
you're
of
failing
nature.
to
Nature,
differentiate.
Oh my
nature produced
God.
us, and we made the watch.
You guys are
We're an
retarded.
extension.
Yo, Neophyte,
I mean, I'm
just
not
mute
wrong.
up for a bit. Just mute up.
No. Nature don't make things. Nature is not something.
You're just mad because I corrected you, and you're
No. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. Nature doesn't make things. Nature is not something. Yeah, nature is not something. What they call nature is just the collective things that are present in this world. So
Hold on,
that's what
Nekos.
we call nature.
Watch this. So if nature made man and man made watch, the watch is still man made and not created by nature. Nice try though.
I mean, it's both.
I'm not a determinist either.
You can't have both. I mean, what's the issue? So there is a dichotomy here. Either nature, the material world, always existed, or it began to exist. That seems like the issue you're facing here. You're holding the belief that it's up for debate whether the physical world always existed or not.
I don't think it is. I actually hold the same belief as you guys. I would hold that genuine assumption, but the thing is that you're being illogical. You're being inconsistent when you say that you have a reason to believe that.
Bro, you just did the middle of the road fallacy. You said it could be both. I mean, who's being illogical?
You don't have a reason to believe something, but you can still believe it.
That'd be unreasoned and
Science
unreasonable.
doesn't deal with that. That's not what science is about. Like what you choose to believe. You can determine the cause for an effect, and that's what it is. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he's being pedantic in the sense like it depends on what your definition of is. Like he's being intellectually severely insincere, and it shows a lack of maturity.
Yeah, and Jamesy points out how watches and things like that are not. That's like engineering and tech and stuff like that. It's not science, bro.
Let's see if everybody can just follow a logic stream here. Okay, everybody agrees.
Science shows.
Sorry. Everybody agrees that the law of cause and effect is true, right? Like nobody here disagrees that effects are happening all the time without causes, right? I'll give you 3 seconds to disagree.
Every effect has a cause prior to it, yes.
Okay, cool. So, what's holding down the oceans to the surface of the Earth, right? So, I got a hypothesis that it's actually high gas pressure and low temperature. Because if there was no gas pressure or high temperature, it would steam and turn into clouds. It would boil, right? at very low temperature with low gas pressure, or at very high temperature with high gas pressure. So, you've been told your whole life that it's gravity, and that flat earthers deny gravity, therefore they're science deniers. Can anybody disagree with what I said, that gas pressure holds down the oceans? Go ahead. That's how science actually works, because I can demonstrate my claim empirically by taking a cup of ocean water and putting it in a tea kettle and heating it up, and it will no longer stick to the surface because it will turn into clouds. Or I could put that cup of ocean water in a vacuum container and turn it on for 3 days, and it'll boil at room temperature once the vacuum pump sucks out all the gas, and then it will continue that process until there's absolutely nothing but salt, no water left in that container. Now, the government, right? Government school, public means government, just in case you didn't know. If you walk into a public building, that's a government building. So the government told you guys that it was gravity, but they didn't tell you what kind of gravity, right? So it's a little bit of a lie by omission. There's 3 ways to lie: tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Well, that's how you lie 3 ways, right? One of those is lie by omission. So if you look up specific gravity or relative density, you'll understand very quickly that water is dense in liquid form, but once it phase changes and turns into gas, it's very buoyant. So the buoyant gaseous water will go up. So the gas pressure is literally holding down the oceans. Does anybody disagree? That's how science actually works. You can't disagree with science. Thanks.
How about you, young man?
Guys, we're about to fucking air fry.
No, everybody agrees with that. Well,
these guys, you're going in circles. Like
Looks like we got a bunch of guys in here that if a flat earther says it, we're going to say no and deny it.
No. So again, instead of making a good response, you're making a logical fallacy. You're attacking us instead of attacking the argument. Go and attack the argument and show how do you see it not good for you. And don't talk about us. What do you feel about us? We don't care about your feelings about us and your logical fallacy.
Does anybody disagree with what I said?
No. He doesn't disagree with what you said. He just disagrees.
No, the thing is, he knows he's calling it a logical fallacy, but he understands what I'm saying.
No one understands.
Are we still talking about people? Does anybody disagree with the scientific experiment that I just laid out?
No.
that was a good demonstration. Yeah. Very nice.
He's not
Wait,
disagreeing
when you were just
with us. Just
when you were saying,
young man, what is your
was science? When you were saying that right there was science, were you saying that you were actually doing science in that moment, or were you just explaining science?
argument, young man, against what's your argument?
Well, I was going over the experiment that anyone can do, right? But I've actually done that experiment this morning already. When I cooked the steak, the moisture turned into steam. Now, I don't have a vacuum container, so I actually haven't done that part yet. But I understand this happens because the mountains are always misty, right? Why are the mountains always misty? Because they're way up high, and there's less gas pressure there.
Yeah, so then I agree with that. I thought you were making like a claim that we have to operate. See, that doesn't make sense. But yeah, I agree.
Young man, really, what do you?
I agree with you guys. I just don't.
You disagree? Are you on board with everything the flat earthers are saying, or do you disagree about anything? Yeah, all right.
I disagree.
Good, bad, or otherwise, I don't know.
Well, the thing is, what I bring up, they ask why should I believe in a round Earth? Or it somehow came up that it had to do with credibility and scientific consensus, and so they
picked
disagree
Bill
that
Nye
is a
as
reason.
your guy, and we said Bill Nye is not a scientist, and you've melted down.
Woo woo.
Well,
Again,
you guys got cooked.
One thing that I learned recently is that there was like a 100-year-old woman that was interviewed in the nursing home, and she was asked, "What did you learn in school about the Earth in science class?" And she said, "Well, they taught us the Earth was flat." And then research shows that people were asked that they taught that in the 30s, they taught it in the 40s, taught it in the 50s. But in the 50s, they started teaching the globe Earth thing. And then there was even some parts of the country in the U.S. that would only teach flat Earth, and some that would teach globe Earth. And then in the 60s, they just threw the whole flat Earth thing completely out.
Yeah, I grew up watching like old westerns with my grandparents from time to time, and there would be like a teacher who come to town in this western television show, and she'd be talking to the children about globe Earth, and they'd be like, "You can't be around here teaching that heresy," right? So this all came about. Yeah, it was I can't remember the name of the show, but it was one of those old TV shows from like the 50s or 60s, and it's really interesting because don't know the Earth is a globe. The only reason people think the Earth is a globe is because they saw it on TV or any other type of media, magazines, newspapers. But it's all on TV or on your cell phone.
Well, dude, like the Admiral Byrd said, like I think it was like 3 months before he mysteriously died. He said there's a landmass larger than the size of the United States south of Antarctica, and there's parts that are even warmer than we have here, and the sunlight is different. And then I found out yesterday. I was listening to something about how, I don't know if you guys know about this thing called the Iron Republic.
Yeah,
Have you ever heard of that?
I read the book. No lie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane, man. It's crazy.
But at the same time, I used to be open to like, because they're saying basically in that book that, or they're implying that, there's openings at the ice wall that you can kind of go through, and then you get far enough and the compass starts squiggling all over the place. I mean, some people believe that. I kind of shy away from it now, though, I don't know.
Dude, I'm gonna let you guys know. I read that book in like a day. It was really a small book. It's just communist propaganda. That book. It's
The Iron Republic.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's literally
it kind of seems like
it's not even about flat Earth.
Yeah, you know how like science is pointing us away from us, they're pointing us to space. It kind of seems like a way to get flat earthers not focused on us and focused on like, other possibilities, but it may not be true.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, it was. I'm just letting you know that maybe he was onto something. But the book is like describing a situation where, these guys, they go there. There's no they have no religion. They have computers doing the work for them, etc. They have disposable utensils. It's this whole like.
Oh, okay. So I guess if you read the book in its entirety, yeah, you're gonna see a whole lot more. Whereas those videos I was watching on Rumble, they didn't really go into the specifics like that.
But
they said something about how the people were very nice and they had technology and they were they were perplexed how people from the U.S. could arrive there to their country.
Yeah, I guess what it's I guess like some people will draw from it. The point they'll draw from it is that in that time that people were imagining, they weren't, they were imagining maybe there's a world further than this world that we're here. They weren't under the impression that the Earth was a globe even during that writing. But that they were. But the point of the book wasn't about flat Earth, in my opinion.
Okay, it was more of like, I mean, when I mean, those people did write a lot of science fiction back in those days.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, especially in the 30s and 40s and the 50s, they wrote a lot of like science fiction, and like they made a bunch of like radio, because they didn't have TV, so they had radio stories and stuff. Radio shows.
They had no proof of the globe. They had none. The only proof, right, that came about, you would say, if you want to call it that, was these guys went to the moon, and everybody's like, oh, okay, and that changed the whole shift of people's thinking. If you went to the moon, then we must live on the globe.
But don't we have like this thing called the Van Allen belts up there? These Van Allen radiation belts.
Hold on, fella. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and Van Allen is a really good point, right? But I just want to say, like, I don't think a lot of people realize how powerful of a weapon the tele vision is, right? Imagine if I could go back in time like 600 years, and I go to the Native Americans, and I have the power to like computer generate like all kinds of imagery, right? Well, they're not going to be, I hate to use this word, evolved enough to distinguish between reality and the visions that I'm producing, because it's not only audio, it's audio and visual. So I could have people in the Native America believe all kinds of things that isn't really true. Now, do you think people have evolved enough in, the past 100 years to distinguish reality from TV 100% all the time?
They're gullible. Right. And that's not the thing that I'm glad you bring that up, because what in the world does NASA have green screens for? It makes no daggone sense that they would have green screens.
Well, I think they were technically chroma key, so they were like a blue screen with grids, which is like the modern one. But yeah, when George Bush went to NASA, there was, what's his name, Tim, whatever, back there on the green screen, quote unquote. It's actually a blue screen, but it doesn't matter. I get what you're talking about. But yeah. For the people that don't know, they absolutely use movie magic. And in fact, if
doing science, Larry.
Oh yeah, you're a science nerd.
Have you guys seen that show or the video of that man who shot off a rocket and got stuck in the? It immediately stopped once it reached a very high point. Like got stuck in something.
The television programming started off by showing us, us sending a rocket to the moon. That was the first movie. That's how deep this goes.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
The first motion picture was the rocket getting stabbed in the face. The moon getting stabbed in the face by a rocket.
Whoa.
What? Hey, wasn't that a French movie?
I don't know.
That's weird, man. Yeah, it is interesting how Polaris. So, no matter what time of year, is Polaris always in the same spot?
Yep, that's right. Doesn't matter what time of day, week, year, month.
Oh man,
Polaris is like a slightly offline hubcap, like not quite perfectly centered.
So the constellations, the way we view them changes because they're moving, but Polaris is just stuck up there in the same spot.
Mm-hmm.
But if we were on a globe, though, then Polaris would move around.
Well, they say that, I think it's Draconius or one of the stars, used to be the pole star, right? But they claim this. How do we verify that? Like, can we go back in time or go to the future when Polaris is not the center? So this is very interesting. The Georgia Guidestones that were recently destroyed. There was a hole drilled in the stone directly pointing to Polaris. Well, if the precession of the equinox is caused by the tilt of the Earth, and the Earth is wobbling like a top, then Polaris would not be the pole star forever. Well, how long does it take for Polaris not to be the pole star? Well, that's the question, right?
If it was wobbling, you wouldn't even be able to see it through the damn Georgia Guidestones. You wouldn't be able to look through a damn stone if we were wobbling. It's nonsense.
Well, the precession of the equinox takes thousands of years. So it wouldn't stay like that for long. Like a generation or two. Well, 3-4 generations, maybe. But yeah, the oldest known star chart, 32,500 years old, BBC. If you search those exact terms, Orion carved on a mammoth tusk, I believe, or an elephant tusk, probably mammoth tusk.
So I should
So,
BBC Mammoth Tusk. Okay.
oldest known star chart, 32,500 years. Mammoth tusk. It'll pull it up. And if that's true, then where's the parallax? If we're going around a galaxy and the stars that make up Orion, they're not all on the same distance. So they're at different distances. It would be like watching trees pass in front of a mountain while you're going down the road or on a train.
Did you just say
So,
they're not all the same distance? How the hell? What you mean on their
yeah, and they're
Okay.
Internal critique. Don't attack me on how I know, bro. Keeping me on my toes, Yosemite Sam.
I've also heard there's a second place called the Cool Castle that has 2 stones with a hole drilled in it that marks Polaris, and it's been there since the 30s.
Oh. My question is, how come we don't have airships anymore? I think we should bring those back. We should demand to bring those back. How many plane crashes? Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. Oh, it's a plane crash. Right? How many air?
Yeah, isn't that weird, man? Like there were like hundreds of airships, weren't there?
They filled that thing with freaking flammable shit, man. They used to use that shit in all the damn airships. There's no damn way they filled it with flammable shit. I mean, they filled the Hindenburg with flammable shit, but I don't think the other airships had that same stuff in it. That's just nonsense. There'd be freaking ships blowing up left and right.
Yeah, but what happened to all of them, though? They had hundreds. Why did they just stop using them like that?
Because one movie came out called The Hindenburg.
That's why they do the White Skies. What the hell's that called again? Vanilla Skies. They said that might be the reason why they have the Vanilla Skies in the photography.
To block out all the airships.
Sky was littered with airships. It's possible. Who knows?
Wait, you're saying that the sky is littered with airships right now?
No. Back in the day when those Vanilla Sky pictures were taken, there was airships. Because we were taking pictures from balloons in the Civil War. Like, think about that. You can't call it satellite images, but think about it. In the 1860s, they would send up a guy in a freaking balloon to look at where the troops are on the ground. So if he were to try to take a picture, I guess they didn't have quick enough aperture or whatever the time it takes to take a picture. Sorry, not aperture, whatever. Aperture speed. But yeah, we should bring airships back.
Well, couldn't the airships go over the Antarctic?
Pretty cold over there.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Oh,
That
yeah.
just means the hot air ones would work even better, right?
Oh, yeah, the one blowing the hot air. Yeah, you would stay warm with that. I think they had stuff built in on there to where it would like vent. Yeah, you could lower the balloon by letting it out, and then you would just burn more flame to increase the pressure inside the balloon.
Are there
Yeah,
any
you
more
let
new
it out.
Globers? Is there any new people in the room? Sorry for interrupting you, bro.
No, I mean we kind of. So I kind of. This was back when I started watching these odd TV videos and stuff, and like I was like, "Oh man, the Earth is flat." And then I fell back into globism for a while, and it seems like now I'm like going back into thinking the Earth's flat.
So, what about the sky tricked you to believe that the Earth was a globe again?
Nothing.
Okay, well, it certainly wasn't the Earth. What, you're telling me something about the Earth made you think it was a globe?
Did you get bullied? Did some Glober
Yeah.
bully you?
Oh, dude, yeah, you're talking like ridicule, persecution. You're stupid. You're a dumbass.
I got news for you. Most people have TikTok brain, so who cares what they think about you for 10 whole seconds?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it is true about what the Bible says as far as the circle. It's a circle. It's not a globe. It's not a sphere. The circuits, way it
Listen,
described.
you got a lot of things you're holding as like, well, I've never seen this, so then or this doesn't seem possible, so it can't be a globe, et cetera, et cetera. What I recommend you do is you find out what's necessary, and then you have this definition that I'm hearing of Earth, where it's there's different you have water, you have dirt, you have trees, you have sky, you have clouds. I recommend differentiating between these things and finding out how you could actually know whether Earth is a globe or not.
Yeah.
Instead of the appeal to the possibility that, well, if Earth was a globe, then we should be able to go around it. We go around it, so it's a globe. Well, if Earth was flat, we would never have done a north to south circumnavigation. We never done one, so now it's flat. Like those are just this like appeal to like what's possible and not possible in the future or in the past. It's not really a proof or like a no.
We're looking for exclusive evidence that there's drop over distance, axial rotation, or can anyone please demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? Well, that's what I'm looking for. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's also bizarre is like everybody who does go to space, they always stay. Like especially, it's even more evident. Like these Bezos and X and all these guys going up there. They only go up to like the edge, and then they just stay. They hover, and then they come back down. Big deal.
There's an example of not differentiating. And I'll just point out what I mean. What I mean is like space. Like, well, what is that? The thing that you're talking about, right? Because I'm standing in a space right now, right? And if I move from where I'm standing, then there's something else that's going to occupy that space that I'm in. When you say space, you must mean something else, right? But are you able to differentiate between whatever it is that you're talking about and the space where this pencil is lying? There's got to be some kind of differentiate. There's got to be something to, some sort of distinction that you're making.
Well, what I'm saying is, there's no reason why these people they go all the way up there, why they can't go a little further. You know what I'm saying? And then take a picture of the Earth in its entirety, and prove it is a spherical or rotating globe, but they never do. This is what's bizarre. Just go another couple 100,000 miles, you'll be, and then do it. But no, they just want to go up and pause and come back down.
You guys would just say, how do you know that picture's real? Genuine.
Again, I would break it down. Like, there's a couple of things you're saying. Why don't they go? So, like, going is an action. Well, what's required for an action was an equal and opposite reaction. So, what are they? Whatever you're saying, go. Like, where are they going? Was the first part space? How do you differentiate? And then, how are they going? Because what's the equal and opposite reaction that's occurring? What are they interacting with to go anywhere? You got to break it down to what it is you're actually thinking. Referencing.
Yeah.
Like, are they pushing off of nothing, or are they
Well, another
interacting with
thing too,
nothing?
like the moon landing, like they didn't have no moon dust on the foot of the lander.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, Steve. I'm just pointing out to you. I mean, it sounds like you got some good questions. Like that you should maybe think about. But appeal to this appeal that, like, well, it not making sense. Then all I have to do is give you a story where it makes sense, and then it'll make sense. But that's not an evidence of anything. It's
Right.
just a story.
Exactly. It's just sounds logical, but anything can sound logical and still not be real or true. Well, so many things can be made up to be logical sounding. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of leaps. Like, I don't know, for anybody, there's a lot of leaps that have to come prior to. Okay, well, listen, give me I'll pretend that a globe is possible. I'll pretend the moon is possible as described. I'll pretend that space is possible. Rockets, all these things. If I pretend all of those things, whatever they require to exist, are possible, then I would expect there to be dust on a lunar lander leg. I don't see dust on a lunar lander leg. But now, if I just sprinkle some dust on it, now it's all possible again. I mean, it's what I mean. That's not going to cut it.
I will say one thing that kind of blew my mind because I did. Have you guys ever heard of the silicon trees? The giant silicon tree. Yeah, I watched like a 3-hour documentary on it, and it's like it is compelling. And then it shows like the Grand Canyon, and it compares like excavator sites to these quote unquote natural occurring phenomenon on the Earth, quote unquote. And it's
Yeah, well,
they just look like excavation sites.
Well, what's your yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Yeah, I've seen them do the math for, like, the cubic amount of feet that would, the cubic whatever that would be required to make this quarry, matches up and aligns up with this, that, and the third. But in regards to flat Earth, like, what is your best proof that the Earth is flat? Do you have any like proofs?
Oh, mine?
But yeah, I mean, well, I guess it'd be for everybody.
Well, the one thing I thought was compelling was the fact that you can see, like, what's the lake that's in Michigan? The Chicago,
Michigan.
Yeah, you can see Chicago from across the lake, directly across from it, and it's like the distance. The distance required would require there to be a massive amount of curvature, where you wouldn't be able to see Chicago anymore.
Okay, well, that's a. How is that a proof of flat Earth? That's what I'm asking.
I guess it could just be, the lake itself is like a flat portion of a globe Earth. I don't know, man. I'm just rambling.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
Sorry.
saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not a good proof of flat Earth. I'm just saying, to understand like a falsification of one thing is in turn proving another thing. But the thing, it's something's going to come out true or false. So it's going to be true. So it's a proof of something. But the thing that's required.
Hello? You cut out, brother.
I think he might have accidentally dropped the call. I don't see him.
Yeah, then I think another compelling thing about the Earth being flat is literally the fact that the UN treaties, like they forbid us from going down there or let's just say going south of.
Well, you
We're not
know that
allowed to go.
there's a limit to how far north you can go too. There's restrictions on that as well.
Sure. And that's like, okay, why you got to give me on pain of death? Why are you gonna shoot my ship up? If I go there on my own volition, stop me by a destroyer and say like, turn her back, or we'll destroy you.
Yep, and that's absolute treason. And they're absolutely willing to commit treason to keep people from independently exploring these areas.
Yeah.
If you want to fly your own personal plane, nope. And if you don't listen to that call when that jet comes over, then they will shoot you down. If you're in the waters and you don't respond to that warship, they will sink your ass, and it will be treason, and nobody will give a shit. It's pretty messed up.
Yeah, it is. It's strange, very strange. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Flatloid, freely and independently explore. Yep, that is the key word. Why so much red tape?
Yeah.
Hey, Twonger's here. Twonger, we wouldn't be here if there were evidence for Globe. You've seen so much of the evidence for flat. Please present us with evidence for Globe. Twonger, if you can hear me. Come on, Twonger, don't be a chat skank. I see you. See you in the VC.
I lost the kid when I got the phone call.
Where's the curvature?
You got to nail him down, Larry. You got to get he was originally that was your task to get him out of all that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you started talking, bro. I was gonna let you drive for a while. I don't like to hog the mic.
No, I'm just saying, you were doing the science thing, and it would have been good to get him get him straightened out.
Okay, so what's his name? Where are we at?
Oh, he left. It was a kid who was going over all the this posterity. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Isaac.
Hey.
So Isaac, did I say anything that you believe to be untrue?
Did you say anything that I believe to be untrue?
Right.
No.
I don't think I was talking to, but did you hear what I said about science and proving things with experiments, right?
Yeah.
And did you hear what I said about gas pressure and temperature holding down the water to the surface of the Earth? Did you hear that part?
No, I did not hear that part.
Oh, okay. So
But
they taught you in
sorry, didn't Nikola Tesla, he believed in the ether, right? He didn't believe in
yeah, but that's not really a
gravity.
conversation for this room. And I don't think ether is a substitute, or ether is a substitute for gravity.
Yeah, no, he didn't believe. He said, I think he even said the gravity's not real.
Well, I don't
Could be
know.
wrong about that, but
I don't know if he said that or not. But my point is, if you have low gas pressure, does water boil at a low temperature?
wait, say that one more time.
If you have low gas pressure, so low PSI, like way below zero. I'm sorry, way below 1, closer to 0. Does water boil at a low temperature?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you put water in a vacuum container and you start sucking out all the gas pressure, or atmosphere as they call it, the water will boil at low temperature. So if you had high gas pressure, like around 15 psi, and you had a really hot fire, like 5,000 degrees, would that cause the water to boil? If the duration of the fire near the water was long enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so high gas pressure and low temperature is what holds down the oceans. Well, in school, they told you it was gravity, right? But if you do a little preliminary research on specific gravity, quote, specific gravity, unquote, then you're going to see that relative density, also known as specific gravity, is a thing, and that's what's actually causing the oceans to stay down on the surface. Not mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, because they can mathematically describe it, but I'm showing you how you can scientifically prove it by manipulating the cause and seeing the effect. So because science has never settled, if you want to say, hey, wait a minute, you're leaving something out, all you have to do is use my presumed causes, because there's 2 of them, as your control variables, so you're not going to manipulate those. You're going to leave those alone. And you're going to manipulate your presumed causes, whatever you think gravity is, or whatever you think's holding down the ocean water to the surface of the Earth. Because science has never settled, so I'm not saying I got it all figured out. The science is settled. I'm saying show me your science so that I may peer review it. Right? You with me so far?
Yeah.
So now we got to get into the philosophy, right? So when the phase change happens to the water, it goes from being really dense in a liquid state to really buoyant in a gaseous state, because steam usually goes up, right? Like every time? Yeah, every time. Unless the atmosphere is just really in a state of fog, right? So all you have to do is understand that when things go up, it's because there's enough buoyant force to hold them up, like a hot air balloon. If things are going down, there's not enough buoyant force. So your cell phone drops because you are adding force to the bottom of the phone, holding it up. But when you let go, there's not enough buoyant force to hold up your phone. So it's going to move towards a state of rest, like the hot air balloon. Once it gets to a certain altitude, then it like stops going up until you add more fuel. It's at a state of rest, and it might stay there for a few seconds or a few minutes. Then it starts going down again, seeking a state of rest. So what people have done with the schooling system is they've kind of gotten you to ignore like your senses and what the senses are telling you about the Earth. Like, don't believe your lying eyes. It's because the Earth looks flat doesn't mean that it's not a globe. Well, you got to prove the curvature. You got to go out to the ocean and you got to measure the curvature yourself. So get you an Earth curve calculator, find a cove or a really large lake, preferably over 6 to 10 miles. Got to be more than that. And find that curvature. So I'm not telling you to trust me because I could just be some idiot on the internet. I probably am, right? So you got to go and find the truth by exploring the world yourself. Does that make sense? And tell me if I said anything stupid, because I don't want to say it twice. Well, back to Age of Empires. Well, now you guys all know how to kill a chat.
Sorry.
Blame Twonger. He doesn't want to open his mic.
I shall return
Twonger doesn't want,
sometime, y'all.
Twonger doesn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, come back when you're ready to exchange.
Okay.
Larry, are you still there?
Yep.
You have access to live stream voice text chatting 24/7. The original.
Go check it out.
Yeah, would you mind watching that video? Talking about the Georgia Guidestones. I think this is even better than that.
Wow, this server used to be hopping. Live stream voice text. We literally mummified our server to offer our services to the world. Because this place, like during the Convid 1984, this place was hopping, man. I don't even know how to navigate this thing. Where is the live stream voice text? There's voice check-in. Can't believe I'm a mod here and I don't know how to find it. Okay, what am I looking at? VC check-in. Live stream voice text. There it is. Okay, there we go. Well, he lifted that 46,000-pound rock with balloons. So, that's what I think. Wait a minute, what is this guy talking about? The Polestar moves depending on the seasons? Nah, bro. What is this dude talking about? You letting me down, Praveen. Praveen? I had a lot of respect for that guy till he said something like that. Polestar don't move based on the seasons? Get the fuck out of here.
I just think it's cool how you can line up rocks.
Oh yeah, that is cool. I'll give you that.
never moves day after day, year after year.
Kinda weird that you're looking into my house, bro. Isn't that weird? Why is a dude outside looking into my windows? Is he looking for the glow? He's looking in all the wrong places.
Any Globies here? Stronger? I see you. What's up with y'all? Trying to get the conversation going, you know?
What conversation?
Flat or globe?
That's a conversation.
Yeah, it's certainly not a debate. It's not like you can provide evidence for a globe. Besides pictures and,
That
affirmation.
conversation has giant implications, including a lot of conspiracies, like a record amount, by hundreds
A
of
record
times.
amount of conspiracies.
Yeah.
You don't think that most people just believe what they were taught?
I know I did.
Taught by who?
Their teachers, the
Teachers.
government schools.
Television.
Public and government are synonymous, right?
You know how many people actually study past high school for stuff related to studying the universe?
Yeah, that's what we're doing right here. Pretty sure all of us are outside of high school.
No, I meant higher education. You guys definitely didn't do that.
That's a stereotype fallacy. You don't think a single flat earther went to college?
Yeah,
Maybe Christian college.
I graduated in 2023, bachelor's degree. So I don't know what college has to do with the shape of the earth, but go for it.
What did you go for? What was your major?
Business.
Oh, so you didn't get higher education studying the earth and studying the universe.
Well, I guess the earth's a globe because of that. Man, I just lost that argument. Fuck.
Nobody said that was proof of what? I don't know what you're talking about.
But I don't know what you're talking about because we're talking about if the earth is flat or a globe. You're talking about college.
No, you talked about learning. You talked about education first.
You got any evidence for the globe? Or do you just want to do stereotype fallacies all day?
Why do I have burden of proof?
Wait, you're not claiming
No, the
Earth's flat?
conversation was even happening.
So you didn't know for 10 years people have been talking about flat Earth versus globe Earth? So you're pretty ignorant,
I
huh?
think it should have been going on since the moon landing. I know they said they picked that.
I got a question. I'm not really like smart or anything. I just want to know, like, because I see like photos of people outside of Earth, and it's a pretty clear sphere. What would like be wrong about that?
Well, I don't know if it's wrong, but how do you know it's right? Did you verify that they're not counterfeit, like movie magic?
The moon landing? the moon landing in the when was that? What day was the moon landing?
Tuesday. 1969 through 72, right?
Okay, so in the 60s, the late 60s, you're saying they could use special effects or movie magic or VFX?
Larry, I think you were speaking to Koji, and I think I like Penguins interrupted him and started speaking for him. So I don't know if you wanted to just respond to Koji. There's two guys that sound the same. I like
okay.
Penguins and Koji sound almost the same. But Koji asked a question, and I like Penguins interrupted his question to just assert what he just said.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I
You just interrupted other people to say that.
What was the question?
Yeah, I had to. I'm a moderator here. I'm moderating the chat.
I was having a conversation too, but people
Yeah,
were
but you
jumping
cut
in. I
off the
thought that was chill.
conversation, bro. If you didn't hear what he just said, he just told you cut off the conversation that was already going on, bro.
Yeah.
Other people did that to me. I thought it was an open conversation. If it's not, if it turns from an open conversation into a private one, that's fine. Just say so.
Whoa, guys, let's not get mad at each other. He's just trying
Nobody's
to do his
mad.
job.
Just relax. Nobody's mad. We're just clarifying. It is an open conversation, but if you are here in this room, you have to read the room. When somebody's having a conversation, you can't. It's not open for you to just interrupt the other person and then you say what you want and then be entitled enough to feel like your question matters more than the other guy. So let him finish what he's got to say, and then you can come back.
Well, you just said something completely wrong, and I was correcting.
All right. So you got a choice. Let him finish, or you just get swiftly muted.
I'm down to let it finish. I don't know why you keep.
Bro, why do you feel like you need to have the last word, bro? Bro.
It's just a quick mute, and then afterwards we'll let him come back in. Go ahead, Koji.
Like, you know how there's like photos of outside of space, you know, it's like a sphere. I didn't really catch the answer. That's my bad. But like, what would be the reason for this if the Earth is flat?
Okay, so you're talking about something you saw on TV, and TV doesn't always necessarily accurately represent reality, right? Sometimes, there's
not
movie
all the
magic.
time.
Right, and sometimes it does. Like if you ever like saw a childbirth in real life and then saw one on TV, it's pretty close, but the smell in the room, two totally different things, right? So it's not always accurate, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, how do you know that it accurately represents reality? Because without the TV, right, you never experience the Earth as a globe as an object floating in space. You've only experienced the Earth like when you go outside. That's your first-hand primary knowledge. So when you go outside, do you witness curvature?
Like when I just leave my house, I can't experience the curve. I can't see the curvature like from my naked eye.
Right. So the only time you do see it is on TV or magazines or some kind of media.
Niggers.
That's a good argument. Globe One. Yeah, obviously he's getting muted and banned by
So
somebody.
like, what you're trying to say is like, they could be faking it.
Of course. Yeah. And how would you verify they're not faking it? How would you verify the authenticity? Like if I hand you a $100 bill, you're going to find out real fast if it's counterfeit or not. Either by A, comparing it to another $100 bill, which you can't go to space, so that's not going to work.
Yeah.
Or taking it to a bank and verifying it. Well, in this case, the bank is the government, so I don't know if you trust your government after Convid 1984, but I don't. So I guess it's up to you what you want to put your faith in. If you want to put your faith in what you see on TV, that's fine. But I trust my primary senses. And I gotta, ask you, what outside of your primary senses has convinced you that the Earth is a globe? What's convinced you to ignore your primary senses? Don't trust your lying eyes and actually, trust what they're telling us.
Okay. Well, that's a fair point, I guess. Yeah. But I did see another. Like, I saw like a visual like thing like on Earth. Like a video. I don't know. I could be wrong, but there was like a boat, and it was like just disappearing into the horizon. Like it was just going down. Like you could like see it going down.
So
it wasn't because when things get further away, they get smaller, like both sides, the top and the bottom. This one was just only going down.
So, are you claiming there is a geometric Earth curve causing the horizon?
I mean, I don't really know. I'm not like that smart. I just saw a video on this, so I don't know.
I got you.
Oh, dude, I can hear it coming through now that you're just doing this on purpose. I can hear it in your voice already. You're trying.
Nah, bro. Nah, he's.
I'm just asking a question.
He's trying to sound shit.
Nah, bro. I think he's being genuine.
All right, whatever he said.
So fair enough, Koji. Let me ask you a question. You ever been to a magic show?
No, not in my life, no.
But you understand, maybe you've even seen it on TV where somebody pulls a rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Okay. All right. So if you see something, does that mean magically someone pulled a rabbit out of a hat, that they sawed the woman in half? Or is it possible that there's another explanation for that, not because the boat is going below the Earth curve?
There's probably an explanation. Yeah, that's what I want to know. Like, what's the explanation for it?
Right. So we have a bunch of different optical effects that we have to deal with, especially at distance, and the distances that we're speaking of here, are sometimes miles in the distance when these boats supposedly disappear, right? Okay. So one of them is something called, light refraction, right? So the light tends to become deviated because of the medium that we look through, right? So we can obviously understand that. You've ever seen a mirage? You've ever driven on a hot highway, during the day, and the car out in front of you seems to be melting into the asphalt? You ever see that?
Oh, like the floor is like wet?
Yeah, it looks wet, right?
Yeah, the road looks wet. Yeah.
Right. It almost seems like a reflection of that car is on the road, right? So we have many optical phenomena that we deal with. One of them that you spoke to earlier was angular size change, where as things get farther in the distance, they change their angular size, right? Well, ultimately, anything that gets too far in the distance, once it reaches 0.02 arc seconds, is impossible to see. That's a small optical size, but it can happen relatively quickly over several miles, right? The other thing that you have to deal with is the angle to the deck on which the boat is sitting on. So the water, you can see the top of the boat because its angular height to you is different than the bottom of the boat. That's a really sharp, tight angle. And so things begin to disappear from the bottom up because between the deck and the boat itself is the tightest angle. So it's just going to disappear. That's the way the optics work. Okay? So there's a lot of different things that we end up dealing with at distance. It doesn't necessarily mean that the boat is being occulted by physical Earth curve or water at the horizon. It doesn't mean that. It could. I'm going to go ahead and say it could mean that, but there's a test that we could actually go through to see if it's geometry, if it's physical Earth curve, or if it's just an optical effect, if the horizon even is the Earth's surface. Okay? So, would you like to go through that?
Yeah, is there like a video I can look at or a picture?
Sure, but let's go over the geometry of the Earth first. Do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be as a ball?
No, not really. I'm not like too. I'm not
Okay.
well versed in that.
No worries. So this is not our claim, by the way, right? This is just the official geometry of the globe. It is 3,959 miles in radius. You know what a radius is, right?
Yeah.
It's half of a circle. Yeah, from the center out to the edge. Right. Okay. Well, that dictates a certain type of expected consequence on the Earth when you're standing on top of it. So if you were to go to the beach, okay, and you were to stand right there where the water is hitting the sand, and look out across the ocean. If the Earth was curving at that particular rate, which is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, okay, that's the geometry. This is not our claim. This is all the Earth curve calculators have this in them, right? This is just programmed into it. Then if you're about 6 feet tall, then the horizon should be, right, you know, where stuff starts to disappear because it's physically blocking them. That would be at about 3 miles. It's like 3.94 or 2.94, but we're going to round it up to 3, okay? So 3 miles. We'll give you guys a little bit extra. 3 miles is when stuff is supposed to start disappearing bottom up. So if we have things that we can see well beyond that 3 miles, according to the observer height, then does that mean that the Earth curve exists or it doesn't exist?
Wait, say that last part again?
What I'm asking you is if we can see things well beyond what should be expected at the distance that the geometry dictates, can we go ahead and make a safe assumption or conclusion that there is no Earth curve because nothing is getting blocked out where it should be getting blocked out by physical Earth curve?
Put it in like dumber language, if that's okay.
Okay, if we can see beyond the Earth curve where it's supposed to be at the horizon,
yeah,
then we've debunked that Earth curve, haven't we?
If we can see beyond that, is there like video proof that we can see beyond it?
Sure, I'll give you an example, and then I'll give you the video that it came from. And these are things that you can do. You can go down to any lake, any ocean, and as long as you've got something to give you sort of a distance demarcation, that'll be fine. Even a guy in here named Indio, he's got a little program he found online where he can actually see where the ships are at a distance from him, right? And he can see that they are well beyond what should be expected as far as the geometry is concerned, and he can still see them just fine, right? So sometimes this happens, sometimes it doesn't, right? So I'm going to use this, and apparently it's copyrighted, but I'm going to use it anyway. So at 17 minutes after the hour, we've got something even more condemning. This is not a 6-foot observer. This is an observer that's at 1 foot high. This is a camera put right there on the beach where the water's lapping up on the sand, and it's on a tripod. It's 1 foot high. So that geometry I was telling you about, that radius, 3959, well, that would dictate that the distance to the horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Well, this observer is 1 foot high, so it makes the math really simple. That means that the physical geometry, the ball, right, the curvature of the Earth should start blocking stuff out at 1.22 miles. Super easy to get, right? And so we've got these oil rigs. These are distance demarcations. They're still there. This is off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. One of them is at 6.21 miles. The other one's at 9.41. Can you tell me where the horizon is in that particular photograph?
Which photograph, by the way?
17 minutes after the hour, there's a couple of oil rigs in there. You see it?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, where's the horizon at in that photograph? Is it in front of, in the middle of, or behind them?
Probably behind.
Yeah, so you see right there, the definition of horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or the ground. So at 1 foot high, we have somebody seeing the the horizon at least 10 miles away. So that means that the Earth curve, the geometry, the hump that would be blocking out the boats and buildings, well, that doesn't exist. It's an optical effect. You seeing the boats disappear, it probably some sort of miraging or angular size to the point where you just can't see it anymore. But there's no Earth curve in the way. In fact, nobody has measured any Earth curve ever at all.
Okay.
Now I'm going to give you the video link so you can go watch this. You can see the guy with his camera. He's going to go up on like a deck, and then he's going to walk down on the beach, and then he's going to go right up to the water and set that camera down and zoom in, right, on these oil rigs in the horizon. And you'll see that this is no joke. This is something that anybody can do. The fun thing about this is I think most of the time when people tell you you live on a ball and they give you lots of diversionary tactics to not think about the fact that you can actually just go out and check and see if they're full of shit on yourself, right, is part of the goal. This is something that you can do. Nobody's ever spent time doing this until us within the last 10 to 15 years. And then we went, oh, shit. Well, they got us this time, right? We went and checked. In reality, there is no Earth curve. So I'm going to post a link to this video, and you can check it out. And then, you can decide if you want to ask more questions after that. But there's no physical Earth curve blocking anything. We just got really got a lot of optical effects going on.
We're so far that we just can't see it.
Well, yeah, basically, once things out in the distance, the light starts to do funny things. And our vision only works to a certain degree, and you have to get really big telescopes, really big optics, especially the aperture to take in enough light to see certain distances. And even then, we have a problem with the air itself becoming opaque at certain distances. People always ask, well, how come I can't see to China? Well, that's sort of absurd because you understand that angular size change dictates that eventually stuff just gets so far away and so small that you're not going to see it. But the other problem is that the air is actually not perfectly transparent. At about, 250, 300 miles, the air becomes opaque and you can't see through it anyways.
Okay.
So let me get you this link real quick. I'm not very good at multitasking, so just hang tight for a sec.
So what happened? Okay.
There you go. 22 minutes after the hour. You can watch that full video. It's 10 minutes long, but you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
So if I was I got a question. So if I was on a higher, a higher elevation, would the boat still not be there?
No, anytime that you increase your angle to something in the distance, you can see farther across it. Especially with this is true for both a ball, right, a curved surface, and a flat surface. But if you were to go into your kitchen right now and put your eyes down to the level of your table, you could put a quarter at the other end of the table, and you probably really wouldn't see most of it. You might see a little bit of it, but if you laid it flat, you wouldn't see most of it. But if you stood up, well, you can see that son of a bitch again, right? That's why in auditoriums, they put the seating at elevated positions behind one another, right? Because the angle of each individual viewer by row by row by row needs to be able to see what's going on. So they elevate the position of everybody so everybody can see as they move farther away from the stage.
Can you re-explain that second bit?
You ever been in an auditorium? You ever been to a basketball game or just a small event? Right. So each row of seating, right, is elevated the further you go back.
That's true.
Yeah. So even on flat surfaces, no matter what you do, if you increase your angle, the farther you get away, you can see more. Right? Everybody should get a clear view. So you can see over the heads of the people in front of you so that the angle to the stage isn't occulted by their heads in front of you. So if you increase your angle or your height, then you can see more. This is just a simple principle of how we view the world, right? If I want to see farther, I'm going to go higher. But that's true for both curved and flat surfaces. But with the curve, you kind of need to measure that curve. No curve has been measured.
Okay, I'll watch the video. What do I skip to?
Well, you can watch the whole thing. I forget where exactly. It's only 10 minutes. I know in this day and age, 10 minutes is a long time for anybody to watch a video, but I think it'd be helpful because he's going to give you, a good example of how he's right there by the water. He can see the horizon, but, the angle's kind of tight. And then he's going to go up on a deck. Like he's going to walk all over the place, change his viewing angle, but, the horizon is still well in excess of what it should be if we were living on a ball with a radius of 3959.
Okay. I'll watch the whole video. I don't mind.
Okay.
If someone else has questions, they could talk. I'll just watch the video. I'll go on mute.
It ain't easy being a sleazy Glober. Speaking of sleazy Globers, who is that guy that was butting in? Is he still around? Now I should probably take full responsibility. I should have been paying closer attention.
No, it was Koji and some other guy. I think his name is I Like Penguins. He's in the text chat, but he's not in the voice chat anymore. I like.
He's hiding out.
What's the thing though? People come in here and they want to just talk over each other and act like it's another one of the other channels, and that's the issue. It doesn't work here. We got a couple of people jumping in. We got Byte that just joined us right now. Welcome, Byte. John Luna, who's just joined our group and kind of been hanging out with us. Appreciate John. He's a FE. So we have also the Wanderer at the very bottom. As far as new people, anyway. Just us. What's up, guys?
What's up? I'm back. I was watching the video. So so with his I'm at the 631. I just had a question. With his naked eye, he can't really see it. You know what I mean? So he uses a camera, right?
Yeah.
What if we use a telescope? Would we be able to see further?
You'll see further.
So
if you increase the optic, change the aperture, improve the zoom function, you see further.
Okay, so technically, if we were to use let's say a space telescope, we would see to the end of the Earth.
No, this was said earlier. Says who said that the atmosphere is not completely transparent at a distance of about 250 to 300 kilometers. The atmosphere comes opaque. It's like trying to look down to the bottom of the ocean. There's so much atmosphere in the way that it becomes like a brick wall.
Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay. Wait, how much miles was it? He said 200.
250 to 300 kilometers, approximately. I can find the math for you if you want.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, I misspoke then because I thought it was miles. So that's a lot shorter distance.
Dude, I might be getting the kilometers wrong instead of miles, to be fair. But around that distance. At some point, you can't see through it.
Yeah.
I live next to
To answer your question, the camera he uses is stronger than a telescope.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm still watching the video, if that's okay.
Yeah, man, do your thing.
Okay. I don't want to sound like an idiot, but I'm gonna ask this question. And like, like when you looking in like up and you see like stars and shit.
Yeah.
Isn't that like more than 250 to 300 kilometers?
No, can't measure it, right? But you've been told that it's light years or quintillions of miles away. But how do you verify that?
Sorry, before you answer that question, I'll just say this. This is looking horizontally across the surface of the Earth through the thickest atmosphere. When you look up, the atmosphere gradiates away, so it becomes thinner. So it's not the same thing looking directly up as a star as it is looking horizontally across the Earth through the thickest atmosphere. Sorry, Larry.
No, it's all good, bro.
It's you're going to have variance due to weather phenomenon and whatnot.
Now, the other thing that sometimes I debate whether or not we should rip the Band-Aid off for you this quickly, but the idea that you have about space and those celestial bodies being light years away in an ever-expanding vacuum, all that's cap too. That's all nonsense.
Where'd everybody go?
No, I'm just doing research.
Well, we're trying to get I Like Penguins into the chat. He says that he's got data. He said all data suggests otherwise, so there's no debate. Wrong formula, right answer. So I told him to present the data, and he comes back with telling me that I'm not prepared to be educated, which is not a presentation of the alleged data that he claims that there is.
Sounds like an excuse wrapped up in like an insult. Don't let them smuggle in their excuses that way.
Yeah, day before yesterday, I think it was, there was somebody here that gave us merely that exact same argument, with the exception of it was from a .gov website, so it had no choice other than to be true, and therefore there was no argument to be had.
I was a little confused. Just like thinking about, because someone said like space like was a lie or something, and like it wasn't real. What do you mean? Like it's not real?
You've only seen it on TV. You've never experienced a vacuum, right? Which means a really low gas pressure system without a container. So if I were to want to have like a vacuum system here on Earth, I would have to have a container and then hook that container up to a hose and suck all the atmosphere out of it. They're claiming that the Earth, with its gas pressure, its so-called atmosphere, is sitting right next to the vacuum of space. So we're not saying space doesn't exist. Like,
yeah, it is.
Space. Sorry, can you prove that?
What do you mean prove? It exists, bro. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you could just affirm, right? And
well, it's because gravity is keeping all of our atmosphere within Earth.
If that's true, and I have a propane tank with 250 psi, and the nozzle is facing up, away from the pull of gravity, what happens when I open that nozzle? Does the gravity hold it down?
Yeah. Gravity's
no.
holding everything down.
No, it doesn't. It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, 14.7 psi at sea level. So that's not true.
What are you talking about?
You never played with a propane tank before, dude?
No, I don't.
Okay, when you open it, it spews out. If there's higher pressure in than without, it pushes out.
Well, it's because hotter rises, bro.
No, so gravity doesn't contain it. Nice try, though.
Yeah, the gravity's the bunk right there.
Look, bro, we're not even need to go down this line of thinking with you. You'll never be able to show us gas pressure being contained by gravity. It's never going to happen, not once. So, might as well just rip that Band-Aid off now.
Yeah, space is fake. You can't
No,
do
it's
anything
not.
about it. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, your cognitus is trying to tell you it's not, but you can't prove it, so that's the end. Space is fake.
There's live footage of it.
You can't say gravity contains the atmosphere.
No, I can go in my closet and turn the light off and take a camera and then say, look, I took a picture of outer space, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
No, I would definitely be able to tell. But it also comes from the source, like credible sources like space agencies.
So give me, what's a credible source? Space agencies?
Yeah.
It's a source? Oh. What if I show you them teleporting stuffed animals up to the ISS? Would you believe it?
Because you can't do that, bro. What?
Oh, all right. Hold on. Let me post it for you.
Teleported an animal to the ISS.
You're about to be shown.
Before you
You're about to
fucking
be shown.
your head blows up, let me just post it for you. But look at stuffed animals getting teleported up to the ISS. There it is. Stuffed animal. Poof. There it is. Little Martian.
No, that's a TV channel, and bro, what are you talking about?
That's called augmented reality, my brother.
This is a
Which
TV
means they're
channel. That's
using
that's just
augmented
the
reality.
overlay on it.
They're not actually in space. They're not actually in this place called space. They're not in
They
Narnia,
are.
bro.
No, they're not.
No, they're not in Narnia, bro.
Jenna, you've been failed by every institution in your life. Like, you're a fucking retarded bitch that doesn't make
Okay,
any sense.
now you're no. I understand you're mad, bro. Listen, I understand you're mad. I didn't take the information so well at first either, but then I understood. Then I saw it. Then I understood it, and now I know that they're not going to space. They're fucking around in a studio, my guy.
Now, who
NASA
believes you?
owns
Who
this
believes you
big ass.
besides your friends in here? Who believes you besides your
Hey,
dumbass
don't interrupt
friends?
me, please. Please don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, okay? Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Okay? Listen, dude. NASA has one of the biggest fucking swimming pools ever. They've got a fucking green screen, underwater camera crew. They got the world's biggest fucking sound stage, and the world's second largest green screen, bro.
Prove it.
What the fuck is
Give me
that?
a picture of this soundstage
Come
underwater.
on, bro. You think
We're already outside.
no, not a sound stage underwater. These are separate things. But anyway, right? Like, it sounds like you've got a lot to contemplate and think about after receiving this new information, which seems to really be upsetting you, bro.
I'm still going to trust in my professors and everything.
That's right. You got a religion.
You're
religious. We get it.
Being a dick.
You're religious.
I'm
bro.
being
We
a
get it.
dick
You
because
trust people.
I can
No,
tell
bro.
she's.
She didn't attack you personally. We disproved what you claimed, and then you made an excuse and then started attacking her instead of the argument that we presented to you. Instead of admitting that you're wrong, you
I don't understand what I've never worked with a propane tank in my life. Like, it's not something that everyone works with.
You never experienced like hairspray
Probably
in a
really
can?
never been out of his
You
house
opened a
much.
soda?
You listened to him.
You ever opened a soda can?
Yeah, I've opened a soda can.
Okay, did the thing spew out?
No.
No, nothing happened.
So
no, he
you
doesn't
just noticed the gas pressure go when you opened it?
Huh? What?
didn't
I'm hearing
notice-
like some guy make. What is that?
He's on the copium now. He's just diverting and being a douchebag. So
I
think we
I
can be
can't
done with
hear
him.
you because some dude started fucking clicking his gun or something. No.
Clicking his
See, he's done.
I didn't hear what you said.
You can't be this dumb, dude. What the fuck? Well, I just love when this happens. He's like, no stuffed animals ever been teleported on any space agency any everywhere. Gets posted. He's like, that's just TV.
Here's it's a freaking soda can opening, dude. A soda can opening. Not a gun. Not nonsense.
We've got Royal. Anybody talk to Royal yet?
The freaking pressure comes out. You telling me you haven't experienced that shit? Goodness.
Royal, you got a mic? AFK? Not listening? Scared to talk?
Don't be scared, bro. We're just talking about like philosophy and stuff like that.
I believe that him finding out space is fake just ruined his day. That's part of my hobby, guys. I love doing that. It's my favorite part of the day. When I hear them melt down after I tell them space is fake, you've been lied to about it.
Why? Because you went through it, Rad went through. Did you go through
No,
it?
I didn't. I actually did not go through any of that, so it didn't bother me. That's why I like doing it to other people, because it doesn't bother me at all.
It wasn't like that for me either. I just was like, you're retarded. It can't be flat. So
I think we might have Koji back.
Yeah, but it's funny when their best argument is you, X, Y, and Z, you're retarded, or you can't be taught, or your educational system has failed you. Like, your educational system taught you that the Earth is a globe, but when you go outside, you don't experience that. So, can anybody on the globe side define psychosis for me? If you believe something just because you saw it on TV and it doesn't match reality outside, you might believe things that don't exist. Like if I show you like images of Bigfoot, like are you going to believe Bigfoot? Because you guys are like the Bigfooters. You know that, right? Globers and Bigfooters, they both believe it because they saw it on TV. Now, if someone is claiming they saw, Bigfoot out in the wild, I guess that would be a little bit different. So I don't want to stereotype all Bigfooters. But for the Globers, yeah, nobody has ever witnessed the Earth as a globe, unless you believe the government when they allegedly they sent a couple dozen people to the moon.
This is an insane statement to come into.
Bro, you believe the Earth is a sphere. Go outside and look at the dirt. Does it look like a sphere to you?
Because I have literally
like on TV. Remember that guy told you.
Yeah, no, because actually I agree with you. The Earth is fucking flat because if you pour water on a plate, it just goes right off, right?
What the fuck is
what the fuck?
A plate?
But then if you pour,
nope, I can pour water into a plate and it'll stay.
Just mute him.
I can pour water into a plate and it'll stay.
Yeah, but then if you fucking
I could put some rocks on it.
If you pour it onto a
make
bowl,
little ponds and pools, lakes.
it fucking spreads out. So
right, I'm posting an image or a video of
it
this.
It takes more time.
Here's
How does it spread out?
Yeah, exactly.
Spreads out flat.
So this new group that just bounced in here, you guys want to pick a spokesperson, and then we'll talk to them, or?
I will be the Flat Earth spokesperson.
No, you won't.
You're speaking for Flat Earth? No.
Spokesperson?
Yes, I am the Flat Earth spokesperson.
Stop lying.
You him.
It's true, it's him.
We don't need
Shut the fuck up, retard. I am the.
There we go.
Who's next?
How about help? HEWWP. HELWP. How about you? You've been how you doing? You live on a globe?
I'm doing alright. I believe I'm on a globe right now, yes.
Okay. How would you prove that?
Gravitational pull, light curvature.
Oh.
If you think about gyros. Planes.
Oh.
So gravitational pull.
Yeah.
You started with that one. Could you show that as an independent variable in a scientific experiment, please?
I don't. Oh, okay. I came into here. I don't have any experiments or anything like that ready.
But you just appealed to gravitational pull. Certainly, this is something that you're familiar with, and we could prove scientifically, right?
I guess, but
But that was your first proof, but now you're saying you guess. How would we prove that scientifically? What would be the hypothesis?
My hypothesis is we have a certain amount of mass in the center of Earth. Everything is pulled towards that mass because we're in a massive vacuum.
Hold on a second. You used a bunch of words and some things that you begged the question about. So you said the center of Earth. This is a ball Earth because you said you think you live on a ball. Could you show me the curvature and how it was measured on this ball so we could kind of go one step at a time?
A sphere, not a ball, but yes.
Okay, apparently balls aren't spheres. Yeah.
Balls and spheres are something different.
A ball is a sphere.
Well, that's off the point. But
this is an awkward moment, isn't it?
You asked me.
He might need the triangle test, Redwin.
Give him the triangle test.
You know what a triangle is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Yes, salam alaikum, guys.
Okay, goodbye.
What?
The squirrel guy.
It's a triangle.
A triangle. What's a triangle?
Yeah, definition of a triangle. Go.
A form with three curvatures, like straight curvatures.
Whoa. What
Three
are you
straight
saying?
lines.
No. Slow down. Back up.
All right.
Take a breath and think about it. What is a triangle, bro? The definition of a triangle. Real simple. This is like first grade.
All right, but I haven't gone to English first grade. English is my
It doesn't
first
matter. A
language.
triangle's a triangle's a triangle
I get
anywhere
that
on
a
the fucking
triangle
earth.
is a triangle, but let me think of
So
it
what
in
is
an
a
English term.
triangle?
Let me think of it in an English term. First language
It's okay. You don't.
English. It's not that simple for me.
Okay,
That's fine, bro. You don't have to. Hold on. Yeah. So instead of him defining it, we've got something in the side chat that you can look at. This is the NASA IQ test using triangles, right? So read the top there. You know, which of the figures below are not triangles, and then tell us which ones are not triangles.
Where do I find this?
In the side chat, text chat.
Wait. I'm not used to Discord either.
That's okay. There should be a little pop up, you know, like a bubble, a text bubble somewhere you can click on.
I posted a picture of what to click on in the chat, but you won't be able to see it because you can't click on it.
I mean, I give me some seconds.
So when you clicked in to get into this room, if you highlight the room, there's a little text bubble. Click on
Open
it.
chat.
Hey.
Not the open chat thingy.
Be too new or something?
I'm really new to Discord.
Click open
He's pretty
chat.
Open chat.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
And do you see the triangles on the side?
Yep.
Okay, answer the question.
The force is not strong with this one.
It says which one of those figures.
Yeah. I see it.
Okay.
I would be guessing.
Not which one of the figures? Which of the figures?
Yeah, which of the figures below are not triangles? D.
Oh, so close.
So read the question again, okay? Because it didn't ask. It didn't ask for figure. It asked for figures.
Okay, so B and D.
Very good.
There you go. Okay. Now these are 2D shapes, right? We're talking about spheres. A ball, also a sphere, right?
Okay.
Yep, it's a sphere. Okay, all right. So now back to the original question. When has the curvature of the ball that you think that you live on, when has it been measured and how was it done?
That I do not know. But by my thinking and logical thinking, I'm guessing that if I was on a flat Earth, why would gravitational pull be going downwards?
Hold on a second, friend. First of all, downwards, I don't really want to confuse you too much. Downwards is in respect to horizontal. There's no horizontals on balls. But the original question is, if you think you live on a ball, how come there's never been any curvature measured for the ball?
I don't know.
Okay, so how would you... That's a good question. So if you think you live on the ball, but there's no curvature to measure, wouldn't it logically follow? You talked about logic a second ago. Logically, it wouldn't be a ball then, right?
If the circumference of the sphere hasn't been measured?
No, I mean any curvature has been measured. Any. Zero.
You mean no curvature at all has been measured throughout the sphere?
Nope.
On
At
Earth.
all.
No sphere, nothing to measure. You don't even have to call it a sphere anymore. There's no curve, so it can't be a sphere.
I'm calling it a sphere because I think there's a curve. Okay, that's my belief.
There's none measured, so
There you go. But if you would respect that I think there's a sphere, that would be okay, right?
You respect that I believe in unicorns and that I'm going to go ride around on one? Or do you think I'm crazy?
If you want to believe on that, I would respect that, right?
Listen though. You said it. You have a belief. So do you believe that Earth is a ball or a sphere, or do you know for a fact that it's
I
a ball?
don't know. I have, first of all, not been to space, but I have my beliefs. If you see a boat riding over the horizon on the sea level, why would the boat slowly be disappearing
Slow down, because what you're
underwater?
doing. Slow down, because what you're doing is called claim stacking. Okay.
Right.
You're saying all this stuff. You're claiming space. You're claiming boats go over the horizon. You're claiming this and gravity. You're all over the place, man. Try to stay focused on like one little thing at a time. Right now, we're on Earth curve. We are on the one qualifier that a ball Earth would need to be a ball, and that's Earth curve. We can't find any up high, down low. There's none to be measured.
I mean, can I ask a question about the Earth's curve?
Hold on.
What
we're on help right now. We're on help right now. Yo, help. So the guy that said earlier about the unicorn, right? You said if you're not gonna, what was your response to him? Help.
Oh, I said if you want to believe a unicorn is real, I would respect that belief, even if I don't believe it. I could respect that.
Would that make the unicorn real?
In my retrospect, it wouldn't make it real. But if he believes it, and if he can find proof that it is real, I'll let him believe it, even though I don't believe it.
Exactly where we're coming from, brother. Exactly where we're coming from right now about a globe Earth. A lot of people believe in it, but there's no proof to it.
I had a call.
So if somebody brought you proof, the unicorns, if your buddy believed in unicorns and then brought you proof that unicorns exist, okay, you could believe in it, right? So we're sitting here in this room going, okay, you believe in unicorns, a globe Earth. If you bring me proof of unicorns, a globe Earth, then we'll believe you, bro. We'll be like, all right, we concede globes, that the Earth's a globe. Let's just shut down the server. Everybody go home, guys. Right?
I mean,
so
next
that's what we're here
time-
for, bro.
Next time there's an eclipse, you can observe the spherical nature of the Earth on the surface of the moon.
Time out. This goes back to there has been absolutely no curvature measured on the surface of Earth. You're looking away from the surface of the Earth and claiming that Earth is a ball isn't logical. It's like looking in the lights at your ceiling and going, my floor's a light. I'm living on a light bulb because I see light bulbs in my ceiling.
I mean, if I take a flashlight and I shine it against my hand and it makes the shadow of a hand against the wall, that's
You don't have a ball to shine against the moon, do you? You haven't proven it yet. So how do you have a ball?
I mean, you just look at the circle on the moon. It forms a circle.
Take a deep breath, Bradwin. Take a deep breath. He's wanting to understand. Okay, I have to show you.
How are you providing evidence of that?
I'm sorry.
I'll have to
your
show you
audio
through.
was bad. What did you say?
Yeah, that's a big claim saying that the Earth is the one creating a shadow on the moon. Now,
Yeah, of course it is.
That's what you're claiming. How do we validate this?
Because it's an eclipse.
Again, that's you just saying. It's like saying the reason why things go down to the Earth is because of fairy dust, and then you ask me, but how is that true? Because it's fairy dust.
I mean, do you disbelieve in the existence of other planets?
No, I guess what they're trying to tell you, dude, is that it's an effect. What you see with the eclipse is an effect, right? Everybody witnesses the effect of what's happening the cause of what makes an eclipse is what's in question right now. So you're claiming the cause.
The sun
you're
sits
claiming
in between the Earth and the Moon,
Yeah.
and
I was
the
just
sun
about
casts a
to. I
shadow.
was just about to finish. Just about to finish. So the explanation for the globe is that the Earth is getting in the way of the sun's light. We already know that, right? But what we're talking about for the cause is how do you know the cause is the Earth getting in the way? How do you know that's true? The cause, not the effect. We all see the effect.
We can observe it with other planets.
I want him to take a look at the text chat right now, Alpha.
Hold on, Jenna. Hold on. So what we're observing with what you call other planets are eclipses? Is that what you're saying?
You can observe eclipses happen on other planets.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is how do you know that it's caused by that round object that you think is up there? How do you know that?
I mean, your question doesn't really make sense.
It does, because you're saying that the cause for eclipses are spherical things interrupting the sun's light.
Right. And we can observe this with telescopes on other planets.
Like what? Like which eclipse to what planet? Like I want to know. Let's get to the bottom of why you believe this, like the way you do.
All of the planets in our solar system that have moons, we can observe eclipses on.
Okay, name one.
Jupiter.
Okay, when have you seen the eclipse from Jupiter?
I mean, many times people have observed it through telescopes.
But like, that's great. But like, is there an instance that you
Here,
can show us?
I'll put an entire Wikipedia article about it in the side chat.
Well, I mean, the wiki's great. The wiki's great, but a natural observed phenomena is even better. So that means that when we see a lunar eclipse, we see something happening, right? We see an effect happening. We don't know the cause.
That's what I'm saying. You can go buy a telescope and observe an eclipse on Jupiter yourself.
one.
Yes. So what I'm asking you is that when we see the lunar eclipse, we see an event. It's an event. Now, you're telling me that the event that you see an eclipse happening with Jupiter is the same, like the lunar eclipse. It's an event. Do you see the event happening at any point in time?
Of course.
Okay. Can you show a documented? Can you show a documented case for an eclipse that Jupiter is doing? I want to see if there's any truth to what you're claiming.
I mean, the Pioneer spacecraft have been used to observe eclipses on Jupiter many times. You can observe it with a telescope.
All right,
itself. Voyager 1 and 2 both have. Galileo has. Cassini has. The New Horizons spacecraft has. The Juno spacecraft also has.
You can't use that.
Yeah, what we're talking about is a primary experience by the observer, which is you, right? A primary experience by the observer is what we're looking for.
I've looked at it through a telescope.
Just one second, sir. Just let me finish when I'm speaking, if you don't mind not interrupting. All right, so when you're making a primary experience of observation, you are doing the observation. So what I'm asking for is, you said just like Jupiter. So you're telling me about satellites, which is not a primary observation by you. It's something else is doing the observation. So I'm asking for a primary observation of an eclipse, an event that's taking place.
When I was in astronomy class in college, I observed an eclipse on Jupiter through a telescope. Yes.
Right. What did you witness, sir? Describe the experience, please.
A moon casting a shadow when it was placed in between the planet and the sun.
No, you saw it on a
as
computer.
our eclipses on
You
Earth.
saw it on a computer screen.
What?
You heard me.
No, your audio sucked. I didn't hear what you said.
You saw it on a screen. You didn't see it through a telescope.
Yeah, dude. Why didn't you just go into outer space and just look at it yourself, bro? Like, no
What do you
fucking,
mean
no
what do you mean I
helmet,
saw
nothing.
it through a screen? I looked at it through a telescope. Telescopes don't have screens.
Yeah, you can't see eclipses on Jupiter through telescopes. I have one. You just see little dots.
Yes, with a big giant fucking telescope, you absolutely can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What was the telescope that you used to see an eclipse on Jupiter, sir?
I don't know. It belonged to my university.
You should know all about it. You took the class. They went over all the parts of a telescope, what model you're using, and everything about it. So give us.
You're very presumptive to think that a astronomy class is going to be
unrealistic expectation.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
very
so all
stupid.
we're doing is getting down to the base root of your claim. So if it's true then it would be validated by empirical means. So if you're saying that the
like I'm
event,
saying, you can do it
you're
yourself.
saying, sir, you're saying that if this event took place with a specific type of telescope and you saw the event occur, well, then most people could look into the type of telescope that you've been using, and we can investigate whether or not the claim of the event can be witnessed by any observer, right? So it's not unreasonable to be asking for what I'm asking for. It would be, however, for you to make a claim of something that cannot be substantiated. So all we're doing is getting to the base root of why you believe what you believe, right? It's reasonable. It's not like not trying to get
you're
something that
you're
you
basically
can't.
following circular logic is what you're doing, and trying to poke holes in a very solidly established thing. And you can go get any 6 to 12 inch diameter telescope and do it yourself. Like,
Okay.
if you're looking to spend about $4,000 on a telescope instead of the $200 that Radwen spent
I'm
at
gonna
fucking
go ahead
Walmart,
and do that
then you can
tonight
actually
with
see some things.
telescope. I'm gonna do it with my telescope tonight.
I'm sorry, but I don't think the piece of shit that you can afford actually will let you see Jupiter.
Right. So you're telling me that there's a level of telescope that you were using that nobody can obtain right now. It's some secret.
No, it's not about nobody can obtain. I'm just saying I don't think Radwin has the budget to go spend
So
$4 grand on a
what is the
telescope.
type of telescope, sir? What is the type of telescope that you were using? Well, just tell us what kind.
Some kind of large diameter. Is like an 8-9 inch diameter telescope that my university owned.
That's a large diameter telescope. Is there something wrong with you?
cow.
All we're doing is investigating the claim, sir. I mean, it's good that you provided a little bit of information, but we have people here that can look into the type of telescope that you're talking about and research whether or not optically if it could reach a range to see that. And that's all we're doing right now is investigating what you claim is true.
No, you're just trying to poke holes in something that's completely normal and reasonable and logical as a conclusion.
well, I mean-
and the thing is that nobody remembers any technical model details from a class that they took 30 years ago. Especially when it wasn't a class that I particularly enjoyed. I thought it was rather boring. So, I mean, you're just being nitpicking because you refuse to actually address the real
who believes you
question,
can fly
and you
in
just want to argue about telescopes instead.
He's a 50-year-old who thinks you can fly in outer space. He's got problems.
Ducky, what was the claim on the table?
Did you go to a public university?
Yeah, hold on, guys. I just want to say for Setsu, I think somebody's trying to come in, but your audio is really choppy. So you guys might want to check your connection. I'm going to hand this over to you guys. I'm just came in for a little bit.
All right, so what's the actual claim on the table?
I have to go and do actual real adult things, but I do recommend that you guys look into
I don't think you're an
how they
adult,
work.
man. You're barely coming out of being a teenager, man.
So there's no claim or evidence on the table for anything then? Is that about right?
It was, but he doesn't want to back it up.
Okay.
No, I mean, I already said my point.
Telescope.
His
You're done.
claim was that that the shadow of the moon was the Earth in between it.
Oh, well.
And then we asked him how did he know that. He said because Jupiter's shadow of the moon.
So this was a lunar eclipse he was appealing to, huh? So the moon got progressively darker, and that makes him think he lives on a ball. See, that's circular logic. That's circular reasoning. That's the thing that he accused us of, which is pure projection. So, all right. But he interrupted somebody. Who did he interrupt? Who was he talking to? Who was Radwin talking to before that?
It was helped.
Oh, was it help?
Might be.
Yeah, it was help.
So where did we get with you, Help? Where did we end up?
I don't remember where we end up.
Okay. I had to step away for a moment, so I kind of forget what we were talking about.
Remember, didn't I tell him space was fake and he said no, and ran and put his head under a pillow? Or is that a different guy?
That might have been a different guy.
Yeah, that was the other guy that got in the way. I think he's been muted by now.
So Help was the one talking about the fact that he believes it's a ball, and that's good enough for him, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, he was the one that said
If
when
we were to turn it, if we were to turn the questions, why do you guys believe it's a flat Earth?
Well, we don't believe it. It's measured that way. It's more of a knowledge claim. You know, Lord Kelvin, where we have the Kelvin scale, he said something pretty wise. He said, to measure is to know. So when you measure something, you know its dimensions, right? Say you wear a size whatever shoe. If we measure your foot, we're going to know the size of your foot. We're going to put a shoe on that with the corresponding size. So, you know, if you've got a board, you want to build a house, you need 8-foot studs for the walls. You're going to measure each board and cut them at 8 foot. Because you know how long that frickin' board is. You measured it against the standard. Yeah. So the Earth was claimed to be 59 miles in radius. And that would have geometric consequences on the surface. There would be a rate of curvature that we could measure, but nobody's actually measured that ever in history at all. Once. Zero. In fact, everybody, including you, because I remember you earlier talking about things going down, well, that's all horizontal plane. Everybody uses the Earth as a horizontal plane. Everybody navigates it as a horizontal plane. Even the surveyors and the map makers, they measure it as a horizontal plane. So the Earth is horizontal and planar and measured that way, and we use it that way. And that's just kind of how things go. I mean, you can believe whatever you want, but as soon as you leave here, you're going to do something using the Earth as a stationary plane today, I guarantee it. You might even describe it that way.
If I weren't wrong, you were talking about everything being measured horizontal, right?
Yeah, as far as the Earth is concerned, yeah.
So, if you see a ship go over the horizon, why does it slowly disappear, like from the bottom and up? Why doesn't it just stay visible?
So I kind of feel like a broken record today because this is the second time this has come up in probably the last hour. So
from what I was asking, you guys disrupted me at that moment and said I need to stop disobeying or going away from the question. But now I'm asking this question without any other questions.
Okay.
I just want to...
Why are you asking me about boats when we're talking about curvature? Okay, so I'll give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. So if you go to a magic show, this is my favorite one. If you go to a magic show and someone pulls a rabbit out of a hat, does that mean that they did magic or is something else going on?
Why didn't you let him fucking finish the goddamn question?
That's what I'm
Wow, someone's really upset.
Wait,
literally shut the fuck up.
This isn't about magic shows. Because
no, I know. I'm just asking you.
Wait, I'll let you make your point. What does
it's a comparative question? You see something
to do with the curvature of the Earth, depending on if a boat goes over the horizon?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with the curvature of the Earth. We weren't even talking about curvature. You said that you saw a boat disappear. Are you saying that the boat disappeared because the Earth is blocking it out?
No, you brought up curvature because the whole issue is that you're saying that mathematically the Earth is a flat plane. The issue is that if you have a ship and I send a ship over a flat plane.
Good grief. One person at a time. I'm trying to keep you away from the circular logic that you're about to embark into. You see a ship disappearing bottom up, right?
Yeah.
Is that because the Earth is curving and it's physically blocking out the boat?
That's from my belief, what I believe, yeah.
Okay, so that's your belief. So you're going to use circular logic to reinforce your belief system.
Yeah.
Why? Why are you using bad logic to reinforce your belief system?
Why do you think it's bad logic?
I'll tell you why. It's called affirming the consequent. If the Earth is curving, then boats will disappear bottom up. Boats disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is curving. It's circular logic.
Why would a boat be disappearing if the Earth was flat?
Well, see, that's why I asked you the question about the magic show. If you go to a magic show and you see someone pull a rabbit out of a hat, does that mean that he did magic? Or is it possible that there's some other things going on?
Depends.
It depends. So now,
Okay, sorry.
magic. So now magic is possible.
It's common sense, right?
Right. So it's common sense that we're dealing with an illusionist, and he has created an illusion. Right. He's got some an extra compartment in the hat where the rabbit actually is. Right. We're not that stupid. Okay.
No, yeah.
So you think just because boats disappear bottom up that's the Earth blocking out the bottom of the boat, but you haven't actually excluded or determined through deductive reasoning that is the only reason that could happen. There are other things at play. It turns out that at distance, light does funny things. Like if you've ever driven on a hot highway, right, and you have a car way out in front of you, does it seem like the car is melting into the highway?
Yeah.
You ever see a mirage? Yeah, right. So funny things happen in the distance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it exclusively that the Earth is curving, blocking out the bottom of the boat, or is it possible something else is going on, like an optical effect?
But you said mirage, but what about other effect when it isn't hot and when water isn't evaporating?
No worries. No worries. So we would be dealing with it. What you're describing is essentially no atmosphere, which means there's no air or temperature on the Earth, which doesn't exist, but that's fine. Let's see if the boat disappearing bottom up is because of geometric physical Earth curve, that the water's starting to block out the bottom of the boat. So if the Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles in radius, then that means that if you're standing at the ocean side and you're 6 foot tall, that boat should start to disappear at about 3 miles. That's how far away the Earth curve should start to block shit out. Does that sound okay to you? This is not our math, by the way. This is the globe math. This is what all the Earth curve calculators are based on.
Might be. I'm not too used with miles and American or empirical units. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm obviously from one of the British colonies called the United States Corporation, so I use miles. But somebody here might even have the kilometers that would be. Something like about 5 kilometers. Right. So, in the side chat, we have something even more. Ready?
Right.
So the Earth curve geometry dictates that at 1 foot observer height, the horizon would be 1.22 miles away, because now you're not at 6 foot, now you're at 1 foot. All right? That's just what the math is. So, in the side chat that you found earlier, I'm going to post a little picture here for you. So 22 minutes after the hour, we have an observation. This observer, he's got his camera, he's at 1 foot. Okay? Now, that dictates that the horizon, which you think is Earth curve, the thing that's blocking out the boats and the buildings in the distance, is in this photograph. Can you tell me where it is in relation to those 2 oil rigs? Because we have the known distance of those oil rigs.
Between those two, wait. Can you just repeat the question?
All right, so we've got an observer at 1 foot. There's a camera. Okay? And he's right there where the water's lapping up on the sand. So we've got 2 distance demarcations. One of them is at 6.21 miles. The other one is at 9.41 miles. Can you tell me, in relationship to those 2 oil rigs, distance-wise, where the horizon is? Is it in front of them, in the middle of them, or is it behind them?
Opposed to the feet of the rigs, or like?
No, just tell me where the horizon is. Is it farther or closer? Is it behind them or in front of them? The horizon. You know what the horizon is?
Yeah, it's behind the rig.
Okay, right, okay. So why, in geometric terms, is the horizon exponentially farther away than it should be at 1.22 miles? Is it possible that the horizon is actually not blocking things out in the distance where it should be? It's not physical Earth curve?
Wait,
Hey guys. Oh, you're talking. Sorry.
Yeah, we're having a conversation.
I thought.
How come it's not blocking out the oil rigs like it should be doing for the boats?
Behind the oil rigs?
Yeah, when it's supposed to be at 1.22 miles, well in front of them.
I don't know. Like, first of all, I haven't looked into this this math. First of all, 1 foot, that's pretty low. 1.22 miles. I don't know how far that is. Supposed to the oil rig Hill House, which is 6.21. I don't know the Imperial or fuck. Sorry.
Empirical units and metric units would not matter in this scenario because we know that 1.22 is less than 6.21. We know that. We don't need a calculator for this.
I don't need a calculator for this. I just don't know if the math is right in case of what I think.
Well, let me ask you. Well, what's the right math? Is it the official claim of the globe, or is it what you make up on the fly? Which one is the correct one?
I don't know. I haven't measured the circumference of the Earth.
Nobody has. Welcome to the club.
But I still don't believe that most of the systems we have today as an Earth, or like at Earth, would work if it was flat. I might be sidetracking now. You might have to bring me back. But
well, we're going back to what you believe. I don't mind you telling me that you don't believe this or that, but the problem is that you don't actually have a good reason to believe what you believe. In fact, everything that you believe is based on circular reasoning, just like the boat disappearing bottom up, therefore the Earth is curved. That's a logical fallacy.
No. Let me circle back to something I might know better, considering what I'm actually researching at schools. Gyroscopes, if you know what it is. If you spin a bicycle wheel while holding on to both of the points where the wheel is spinning around the bearing, you spin it and you try to measure it while it has speed, that wheel will bring you either to the right or the left. And in planes, which is the school where I'm currently studying, that is used to measure the GPS location. It has a slight off balance, but that is used to measure the GPS location of the actual plane while it's taking off.
Dude, don't become a pilot. Do not work on airplanes.
What did you say?
If you think that using a bicycle tire is how they find GPS, or that analogy, you need to find a new career.
I didn't say using bicycle tires. It's the basic generic explanation for it. You can use a bicycle tire for the same thing. It's the basic same generics as a gyroscope if you search it up as a plane.
Right, so instead of the story that they told you, let's go with that gyroscope instrument that they have in the cockpit, for instance. Gyroscopes are supposed to maintain their rigidity in space. So when the pilot takes off, he has something called his artificial horizon. That's a gyroscope. And so, you know, typically that's what they're using, right? Because they need to know what the attitude of the plane is, and the yaw, and the pitch, and the roll, all that stuff is when they're maneuvering that aircraft in free space. But they need to have some kind of baseline to know what their relationship is to the Earth's surface. Well, that artificial horizon is horizontal. When they take off and when they leave, and then they get to their destination, that particular artificial horizon maintains its position the entire flight. That could be for hundreds of miles, sometimes thousands. So that means that the Earth and the artificial horizon and the relationship of the plane to the horizon and the Earth itself does not change the Earth maintains its horizontal position, and that gyroscope never budges for thousands of miles. If this were the case, that the Earth was curving away from you, that artificial horizon would be continuing to degrade. It would go lower and lower because it's keeping its position in free space relative to the plane. So that means the plane would have to correct downward towards the surface to keep the artificial horizon where it needs to be for level flight. Well, we have black box data from a flight for 1,000 miles where the plane never pitches down. It maintains its pitch above horizontal for 1,000 miles. The plane never pitches down. It doesn't need to because it's flying over a horizontal surface. So even the black boxes in the airplane and all the flight data prove to us that the planes are flying over a plane. Stationary, by the way.
Right. I see where you're coming from. You wouldn't need the plane to pitch downwards. But the Earth is, from what I understand, so big in circumference that the plane doesn't need to pitch down. The gravitational pull and the small corrections that the elevators does automatically because of the computer corrects for that. And the gyroscope actually makes small correction, and it drifts off slowly but surely from the actual magnetic plane because the Earth isn't flat. If it was flat, maybe it would have worked straight without differentiating off of the standard point. But as you go around the globe, the magnetic north and the gyroscope actually misaligns. So the gyroscope actually does differ from what you would think to be correct.
Okay, so can you show me by what mechanism the gyroscope is correcting for both magnetism and Earth curvature?
Give me a second and I might be able to search it up.
Great.
Let me just mute myself so you don't have to hear me typing. Right, here was the first that I found without quick notice about gyroscopic precision and why it differs.
Yeah, I'm asking you for the mechanism by which you're saying this gyroscope is correcting.
Yeah, read the Wikipedia article.
No, friend, listen, you don't elephant hurl stuff in here and think that it's going to answer the question that I've asked you. I want you to give me the citation from Wikipedia that proves your claim.
That's what best I could do about copying the article that I found.
You're coping, you said?
I was what now, huh?
You're coping, you said.
English, as I said, is my first language, and I have problem typing it. But if you want to make fun of,
I said you're having. Oh, see. What did you say?
look,
Having
I was
problems
trying to type. I'm having troubles. I'm having troubles copying, like copying the text.
Copying. Oh,
Yeah.
that's different.
Yeah, look, English is my first language, but if you want to be a fucking dick about it,
It's
sure,
not
go
your
on.
first language. I'm just helping you out. Is not your first language.
I thought that was obvious. I'm neither UK or US. As I've said, by not in imperial or metric systems.
You keep saying English.
He's trying to help you on your language.
Well,
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I have problems speaking and typing, and it may take some time, but I'm trying to get a point across. And I'm trying to be diplomatic about it and talk about it.
Yeah, you're fine. So what you've basically...
I wasn't making fun of you.
Thank you.
He was literally trying to help.
Yeah, no problem. So what you've posted in the chat is just a reassertion of the claim that you've made so far, but there's no mechanism by which any of these corrections that you're claiming exist are being made here. So there's another thing that you posted talking about the fact that it calculates and corrects for the curvature of the Earth. Well, what we would need for the correction for that curvature would be a measurement of that curvature in the first instance, which is the first thing that we kind of got started on here. So no measured curvature would be kind of hard to calculate for. What value would they be calculating for, and how was that measured? We're always going to go back to this. Everything is predicated on the fact that the Earth is a ball. Even that gravitational correction that you were talking about, the plane wouldn't need to correct because gravity, blah, blah, blah. Well, even that's predicated on an Earth with a certain size. So where is the curvature so we can measure it and see if this is correct?
Well, a perfect curvature of the Earth would mean that the Earth is a perfect sphere, which it's not. You have its valleys and its mountains. And how?
Yeah, friend, we're talking about over the surface. Are you saying that you can't measure the curvature of the Earth? So what are they correcting for then?
I'm not saying that you can't measure the circumference or the circumference of the Earth. I'm saying it would be difficult considering all the mountains and its valleys. And
you realize there's water on the Earth, right? So that water is supposed to be conforming to the outside of a sphere with a very consistent rate. But the horizon's not Earth curved, so we can't use that, even over the ocean.
What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh. So many people scared of this topic. Anyways, so if we can't measure the Earth curve, how are they calculating for the correction if there's no way to, measure said thing that they're calculating to correct for?
Well, if you measure with GPS systems like satellites, and you know how much it drifts off during those times, which you can measure by satellite, then you could easily calculate to the rate which the gyroscope is turning off.
Remember earlier?
Of course.
Right. So remember earlier when I said that everything will come back to whether or not the Earth is curved and how much curve we're going to be accounting for? If you believe that there is some kind of magical craft falling around a sphere with a given radius, well, we would need to know that radius and how it was measured so that we could put this craft up in the air so it can fall around that particular sphere. So where is the Earth being measured? You can't put satellites into orbit of something you don't know what the size of it is.
Also, you're going to need to show that it's rotating. That would be a change of pitch of the satellite to rotate 360 degrees around it.
Not to
you'd have to
rail
show
off.
that pitch
Not to rail
data
off. Jedi, could you be quiet for a little second? Not to
within
rail
the
off.
satellite.
I could answer your questions, but I also want to hear your side.
Fuck you.
GPS
I already told you.
Work if the Earth isn't a sphere and the satellites couldn't orbit around a sphere, because satellites can't orbit around an oval or whatever. If it's flat.
He's broken.
So, did anybody here claim an oval? No. Did anybody here claim
I don't mean an
satellites?
oval. I mean, okay, fine.
You claim satellites. I didn't claim anything about satellites. I mean, that's a part of your belief system. If you think that satellites exist, you'd probably need to go ahead and prove their existence.
So you don't believe satellites exist?
Of course not.
So how does
you need to have a globe Earth first?
Prove that they're doing the thing that you do. Apologise for interrupting. It's frustrating. You have to prove that they're doing the thing that they claim, or that you claim. That's rotating around the sphere 360 degrees, which would be a change of pitch. You have to show that. Otherwise, we can just accept things in the air flying horizontally parallel with the surface below. You'll claim it's rotating around the sphere. We'd need that pitch data. Do apologise for interrupting.
No worries.
Anyways, you said you don't believe in satellites. That's okay.
Why would I believe in something that doesn't exist? You haven't proven their existence yet.
It's okay. I understand that you don't believe that a satellite system exists. How do you works?
How do I think GPS works?
Yeah.
Well, way before there was anything called global positioning systems, there was something called ground positioning systems, and it was based off a CORS system, CORS. It's way back in the old days, like the 50s, where they would just go ahead and trilaterate people's positions using towers. So tower-based trilateration on the surface of a plane is much easier, much cheaper, and much more reliable than doing something like, let's say, a geostationary or even an orbiting satellite around a ball that doesn't exist. And there's no physical way to get an object to fall around another object in reality. You couldn't make that happen if you tried. I don't care how many dollars you spent and what labs you had and how much government funding and backup that you needed to get to make one thing orbit around another thing in free space.
So, if I get you right, you believe are a type of course, sorry, I didn't get quite what you called it.
Yeah, so we still use this today. It's called trilateration. It's a pinging of signals between land-based towers. It's very reliable, very accurate. It's been around for, gee whiz, going on 50, 60 years now.
All right.
Somewhere along the line, I think somebody told you that they had a satellite hovering and falling around a sphere in free space in a vacuum around a globe that has not been measured. And you believe that now. But that's not my problem.
So your problem is exactly?
I don't have a problem. It's you that has the belief system in something that doesn't exist.
All right. But say there's towers. What frequency are these said towers, and how come they're absolutely everywhere and can cover me from wherever?
What frequency do they use? I don't actually know the frequency. I mean, it's sort of arbitrary.
Okay. I can spell it up. Are they ultra high? Are there?
Are we talking about radio frequencies? UHF, VHF, depending on the communication system that you're using. Old analog, for example. So tower to receiver, direct line of sight. Doesn't matter the signal. It's the direct.
This is navigation. That's two different things. We are not talking about communication. I don't want to communicate where my position
I know it's a language
is. I want to
barrier.
know. It's navigation.
Understand it's a language barrier, dude. Understand it's a language barrier, but don't interrupt me and then think you know what I'm talking about, because you've misunderstood my point. That was don't talk through me, dude, because you won't understand. I'm trying to help you understand, but you just want to talk through people and not understand, even though English isn't your first language. It's weird. So it depends, is what I said, on the information, because it doesn't matter what it is. It's information that's being transmitted. Depending on the frequency, you're going to require a direct line of sight. Now, the distances involved would have to negotiate curvature. If the Earth was a sphere, we wouldn't be able to send signals, doesn't matter which one it is, because it's information, the distances that we do to find out our location, or broadcast radio and television. It's still the same principle.
And the principle being?
Holy shit.
Direct line of sight signal transmission.
But you okay? I get the belief difference here. But okay, if I were to say in my belief which is around sphere, if you send a signal at a certain frequency, it could bounce off. Don't interrupt me. It could bounce off the sphere, which were built around, and hit the Earth at another. Okay.
Yeah, ionosphere. I think he's saying.
Yeah, he's talking about ionospheric bounce. At certain frequencies, we can bounce signals off of the A, B, C, or D layers of the ionospheric boundary, depending on what time of day it is.
That was what I were pointing towards. In my belief, you can bounce signals off that, and you don't need a direct line.
You don't even know how to pronounce your belief. You just started believing it when you read it.
Wait. That is my belief. But Jedi was talking about a direct line of sight, and with certain frequencies, and I don't mean mountain size, like that frequencies that could pierce through mountains, but at some frequencies you could pierce through some layers and don't have a direct line of sight.
Okay, radar, for example. Do you think that bounces off the ionosphere, off the top of an aircraft, and then back off the ionosphere, back to where it resided from? Or does it just go from the sender to the object in question, bounces directly off the object in question, then is received by the receiver? Which one do you think actually happens?
The second one.
The second one, yeah, direct line of sight.
Yeah.
We're talking about radar in this instance, which is two traversals across the surface of the Earth from the from the sender to the object that it bounces off of and then goes back to the sender. It's not going to hit the ionosphere, bounce off the top of an object. It would keep going, is my point. You don't have the angle of intersection to create this radar phenomena. It's a direct line of sight. The distances that we can use radar, for example, the THAAD system, THAAD, used by the American and British militaries, for example, early warning radar system, 3,000 kilometers from sender to receiver and back again. No ionospheric bounce. And just because there's an ionosphere doesn't mean there's a sphere. Yeah, we can send signals up into the sky and bounce them off the sky and bring them back again, but we do this for communication, not early warning systems.
So, wait. I'm just asking a question just to further understand what you believe, right? So we can have a productive discussion here. You believe there's a flat Earth that is obvious, but you believe there's a sphere or like a bubble-ish curvature around that flat round Earth, or not round, but like the flat Earth.
Where'd you get that from?
So I'm sorry, I might be just me that misinterpreted, but you said like just because
I get it. Just because there's an ionosphere in the sky doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere. It's just a layer of excited gas particles. It's a horizontal layer. It's trying to use your vernacular. Atmosphere, for example. The sky is not a sphere. The surface of the Earth isn't a sphere. Just using your vernacular.
So, given what your beliefs are, what's the layers between breathable oxygen and then the ozone layer?
You talk about the stratosphere.
Yeah,
so we
stratosphere, metasphere.
live within the troposphere.
Oh, Jedi, you're cutting out, brother.
Above us is the stratosphere. Just above that's the mesosphere. Yeah. I mean, these are just going to be beliefs I have because they're categorized by the globe model. Up in the sky, they call this layer.
I'm sorry, you're
you're roboting again, Jedi. You're cutting out like you were the other day, brother. So what he's saying is there is a model about what's going on high in the sky. Now, we're using the word sphere, although we probably shouldn't, because that would sort of confuse you. So why don't we just call it zones? There are zones, possibly, of what they're talking about. However, we actually don't measure anything as far as gas and pressurized gas to a certain height. So it's nearly impossible. So at a certain point, there's a lot of unknowns. We don't make claims about what's going on above us too much. But, you know, in these zones, there might be certain types of gas or ionized gas. I actually don't really know. There may be no ionized gas up there to bounce signals off of at all. But we are bouncing signals off of something. What it is, no idea.
So you're saying you have a belief that you're bouncing signals off something. That something is something you don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to make claims about things that we can't prove, right? Like curvature or satellites or whatever. You know.
Earth. I can't make claims about curvature of Earth. We have established that. I don't make any claims about it. That is respected.
Sure. So that's kind of where we're coming from. But the things that we can prove about the Earth being a planar surface isn't even for us to prove. Like, we've already taken all the observations that we need to take, the measurements that we need to take. We've used lasers over frozen lakes with different bandwidths of light. Okay, so there's no curvature to be found anywhere. And nobody has proposed us any way to measure the curvature. We do know that we use the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. And so if we use it that way and we measure it that way, then the idea of the Earth being a ball is found wanting. It's just an idea, like you said, and you've been honest, and I appreciate that. This is your belief. But is it possible, maybe you just kind of have to ask yourself, is it possible that your belief has been given to you by someone else and you really haven't ever challenged that belief or any of the claims made to you by those people? And if you're honest with yourself, you can go, yeah, maybe I haven't really looked into this. Maybe I actually haven't scrutinized all the information. Because anybody can make a claim, and anybody can use circular logic to tell you that this is the reason that the Earth is a sphere because of this other thing that actually doesn't prove it, but it sort of kind of fits the narrative, right? And it would be up to you if you wanted to continue to go down that rabbit hole. A lot of the people here have decided to go down that rabbit hole. And we've also found out that not only is the information wanting, we've found these very quote-unquote trustworthy space agencies and you know, governments of the world have been lying blatantly to the public about all of this stuff. So when you catch them with their hand in the cookie jar, when you catch them lying, well then the lie, plus the fact that there's no evidence to substantiate the claim, plus the fact that we measure the Earth to be flat, doesn't leave a lot for belief anymore. We know it is. We all experience the Earth as horizontal. We use it that way. No belief required.
So you said we use the Earth as being horizontal, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know how to prove this point because we have already gone over GPS and satellites and ozone layers, and if you don't believe it, it's hard to prove to you that I think it's right or wrong, because you asked me to pull up this data, and I don't have this data. Look, I came in this chat because I wanted some fun chatting. It might be difficult for me. This is my first chat.
You're doing really well.
Yeah, you're doing good, bro. Don't worry about it.
And look, it was hard. I get where you're coming from, and I respect your beliefs.
No,
I just find it hard to try to prove anything I believe.
Which beliefs are you referring to that we have? Because I don't think anybody here made a claim of a belief.
Not specifically beliefs. I mean, says who claims they don't believe in satellites. I disagree, but at the same time, how can I prove that satellites are real if he thinks they're just towers? That is dragging it a bit out of. That is dragging it a bit out of proportion. I know that.
No, because if you want to prove something, you have to demonstrate it to be true, right? So if you have a claim about satellites and we don't believe your claim, it's incumbent upon you to demonstrate that they're true, not just repeat the claim.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get
so that's all we want. That's all we wanted, is the proof of the claim. Not the claim repeated over and over again, the proof of it.
No, I understand that. I just find it hard to especially alone against multiple peoples or people discussing what I believe is true without support. I found it hard. This is my first debate. I think I did good. I didn't convince you guys, but well, I don't have the data and I don't have any specific facts, and I haven't really settled into this matter. But since I'm not getting anywhere, and you guys are obviously having more data than me, I think we could call it fair. You have
That's okay, man.
beliefs, I have my beliefs. I have to go elsewhere.
Right. Well, just remember, you can come back and you can bring your friends with you. Just if you want to put a bug in their ear, not to be so hostile and kind of sarcastic and prickish, then they can come back too. They just got to behave themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But frankly, I respect you guys. You have your beliefs, I have mine. I try to discuss my beliefs, and you discuss your beliefs, and I think I did good.
Okay.
And
well,
you guys
come back anytime.
Right. Bye bye.
Appreciate it, man. All right. Bye. What's going on with your mic, Jetty?
I don't know, man. Sometimes it just creaks in and out. As I'm wandering around, it's probably Wi-Fi connection or something.
Ah. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, man. But thanks for letting me know. And the sooner the better. So if I start, just shout over me, man, and I'll leave and rejoin. I hate going on for ages and roboting that. That was going to piss everybody off.
Will do.
It's not so much a roboting as it is just there's just gaps missing out of your sentences.
Like you're walking away from something and it's just losing your Bluetooth connection or something.
Yeah, I get you. Okay, thanks for letting me know, guys.
Speak up, Globers. I promise I won't tell you space is fake.
Explosion.
Welcome to another episode of the Lunatic Show. I am your host, MC Loon, anti-flat earther extraordinate. Today's episode will be a treat since we have a special guest, none other than the Top G himself, AI Andrew Tate. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, MC Loon.
So what you are saying is that you look up to me, and I presume Top G stands for the globe is on top, right?
No and no. Saying, so what you are saying, and thereby distorting what I said and answering that, as if I was saying something I did not. That is a straw man fallacy. Assuming makes an ass out of you and me. The earth measures flat. There is no evidence of the earth being in motion, and the globe has no way to hold the gas on the ball.
Okay, so you clearly are afraid of debating me. It's easy to see the earth moves. If the earth is moving, I would see the sun appear to move. I look at the sun. It moves across the sky, therefore the earth is moving.
That is an affirming the consequent logical fallacy that can only assume, not lead you to a conclusive conclusion. Simply put, the sun could simply be moving. Occam's razor.
But the stars are moving. That means the earth is moving.
Same argument, but since you did not formulate it into a affirming the consequent on the surface, even if it's hidden within your argument, as it stands, it's only jumping to the conclusion, which is also a fallacy. So that is not valid.
Okay, but the moon is moving. That means the Earth is.
Now you are essentially appealing to repetition.
What is this?
You should already know that you can only see lights in the sky, how they work, and why we see what we see can only be assumed or accepted for what we see based on the little information we have. You can listen to Michio Kaku, a professor of Harvard and world-famous science communicator, play the clip, please.
Science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's guesswork.
Okay, well, guesswork is good work. But we have Freakout's pendulum. It goes in a circle due to rotation. Science proved it.
It's called Foucault's pendulum and is pseudoscientific. It's not a valid experiment. It's only a parlor trick. It requires a magnetic drive to keep pushing it, and there is no valid naturally observed phenomenon, no valid independent variable, and zero controls. The effect is only observed within the apparatus. And so it has no scientific validity. It just has beliefs conjured through fallacious connotations. They can imagine it is caused by rotation. But if the pendulum is deviating due to Coriolis, then we would see the same with everything not attached directly to the ground. Airplanes, balloons, bullets, etc. But we do not.
Yes, but super laser gyros show rotation.
You mean optical gyros, like ring laser gyros that operate on the Sagnac effect. The Sagnac effect has been shown with linear motion when it was only assumed to be detectable from rotation. So now we know it should be picking up imagined orbit, motion of the sun and galaxy. But it only seems to pick up the motion of the stars and then deviates based on the sun and its season and your position relative to it. So it proves the whole religious view of the globe false, but its exact cause is unknown. Those are just more fallacies, strawman fallacy, misrepresenting my argument to divert from the conclusions of it. Then faulty generalization, or all scientists don't agree. Even if they did, it is an ad populum fallacy. The popularity of something does not support its validity. You concede, then provide invalid counter-arguments that are incoherent. Meanwhile, a mechanical gyroscope operates on the gyroscopic effect which the optical gyroscopes lack. They can be used for the same purpose. But the way they get there is very different. The gyroscopic effect is described as rigidity in space. This aspect would show rotation as the gyro would orient relative to its original orientation when you spun it up. Gyroscopes don't show this due to imagined Earth rotation. Same with the curve of the imagined globe. It would be shown as the gyro would process relative to the housing, maintaining its rigidity in space, which would make the mechanical gyroscope useless for the purposes they get used for.
But my toilet water goes in a circle because of Earth rotation.
That is an invalid counter-argument again, and a red herring fallacy, when in reality, Coriolis is an apparent optical illusion from being rotated, relative to the object not attached to the rotated frame. It's not actual deviation, so no force is applied to the object. Therefore, there is no way for it to cause things to go in circles. Even worse is this assumption has been shown to be false with recordings of tornadoes spinning in either directions being spawned under the same storm system. Then there is the shape of the bowl and how the water enters the bowl that leads to circular flow. So the question really is, why don't we see any deviation with things rising or falling? Since to stay over the same spot as they rise or fall, they would have to accelerate or decelerate to the side with the rotation to make it appear to not have rotation, like we see in real life. This would be measurable with accelerometers. Why don't we see any evidence of this assumed motion?
I'm not a scientist, I just know scientists, and they say you are wrong.
Okay, cool. What was their argument?
That you are wrong.
That is not an argument, that is a bare assertion. Please try to get him to address these issues. There are many, many more. I am only scratching the surface. Like, for instance, think about the orbit and globe with how gas acts with moving objects. A car, for example, the faster it goes, the more the gas in front of it gets compressed and the gas behind it gets displaced. So simply put, if the globe was orbiting, one side of it would suffer from serious pressure issues, killing all life and affecting sound due to the Doppler effect, while at the same time on the other side of the globe, You would have an effective vacuum killing all life and affecting sound again. How can gravity know to pull only harder on the gas on one side of the globe and to pull only less on the gas on the other, especially when we don't see gas being held down to the ground at all? It expands to fill the available volume, moving freely and randomly in all directions, having no attractive or repulsive forces between the gases.
Yes, but the atmosphere is a gradient that reaches to zero.
Atmo and sphere are a contradiction in terms. Gas inherently takes the shape of its container. It cannot hold its own shape. You assume the gradient goes to zero because you were told so. What we do know is pressure decreases with altitude, but so does temperature. We are told it gets hotter above where no man can go, so hot it would melt aluminum. But they say they can't measure it because of the low pressures, so that is only a just so story. With drop in temperature, gas loses pressure. Gas is constantly moving, creating pressure and equalizing with the surrounding air. This creates our dynamic moving pressure systems from the constant input of thermal energy from the sun. And because the sun moves the air, the gas equalizes accordingly. Add on top of all this the gas generation at ground level and gas condensation into liquid above, making this gradient sharper. Hot air rises, cold air falls, but that is in relation to its surroundings. At no point can anyone show gas not expanding to fill the available volume or this imaginary gravity, overcoming the second law of thermodynamics. It would be violating all observed gas behavior.
That's enough. I got you now. Gravity. That proves the globe. Now I will explain like you to prove my point. In the beginning, there was nothingness. That nothingness got pregnant, and energy was born. Energy begat matter. Matter begat gravity. Gravity begat globes. So now we all worship the big G, not the top G. Done. Globe proven. Now what do you have to say about that?
At least you admit it's a religion.
It's not. It's a philosophical framework and a set of belief systems that I take on blind faith from the authority of my religion. No, I mean cult. No, I mean atheism. Come on, man, you know what I mean. The thing.
Let's continue. Gravity is the reason for the current cosmological crisis. And so academia is looking for quantum gravity. So when you ask the renowned astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson what is gravity, when he bothers to be honest, just listen to this clip.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. Wow. No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know.
He's just uninformed. I know more than him from watching YouTube videos from Fight the Tight Shirt.
Things still fall down. That is never in dispute. The why and how are. So what is gravity? Or more specifically, the vector leading to the relative density distribution. We can simulate it with motion, but it's variant over the face of the plane, and even in the same locale. So we know it's not due to motion. If you asked me to guess, I would say it's a yet undiscovered quantum effect of our reality. Why? I cannot tell you.
So you do not know. That means I win, right?
No. It means I'm being honest, and you are just using malicious manipulative tactics. Care to tell me which gravity you believe in?
There is only one gravity.
Oh, really? When I drop something at 9.8 meters per second in a vacuum tube, is the object falling, moving, or stationary?
It's obviously moving.
So you disagree with Einstein then? Since to him, and in that sect of gravity, the object in freefall is stationary or in the inertial reference frame. In Newton, the object on the ground is not moving or is stationary.
No, I just agree with both at the same time.
That is a violation of the law of non-contradiction. As incoherent as that is, you are allowed to believe whatever you like. Can you at least understand that such reasoning will never convince a reasonable person who understands logic?
No, you don't understand logic.
A tu quoque fallacy and denial. But I will indulge you. Where is my error, or how so?
It's a straw man.
What is? Be very specific.
Everything. Everything you say is a straw man.
So you are just refusing to engage. I was asking for specificity, not a faulty generalization and psychological projection. So are we done here?
Yes, you hurt my feelings. My feelings are more important than anything. Therefore, you are a baddie who can no longer be my daddy.
Okay, wow. Since this is over, I take my leave. AI Andrew Tate won't be subjected to this nonsense anymore. Peace to all the sane people out there. Shout out to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Its moderators and staff are excellent. Highly recommend. And MC Loon, good luck with all that. AI Tate out.
Yeah, you scared. Running.
What did you say?
Nothing. Thank you, everyone, for another great episode of the Lunatic Show. This has been your host, MC Loon. Check out our sponsors and pay me more money on Patreon. That is how this works. You incentivize my dishonesty, people. Keep it coming, or I might just become an NPC streamer. Yum yum, ice cream so good. Yum yum, ice cream so good. Until next time, goodbye.
Explosion.
I'm fucking dead. That was too good.
Yeah, I'm just filling dead air. I based that basically on how most of the Globers act, and threw in some of my arguments basically.
Yeah, I think that was perfect. I think maybe a bit more personal attacks, but yeah, otherwise that was great.
I got another one. This was episode 4 of my AI shows. The next one is episode 5, and it's half AI and half me just speaking.
Welcome, everyone. As you know, I am Lucker Larson, and tonight we will be talking with Drace AI, a moderator at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Lucker. Happy to be here.
I know Flat Earth was the most searched topic on Google before the censorship began in early 2017, which got dubbed as the ad apocalypse. Subsequent censorship has only gotten worse for you guys, right?
Yes, you are right, Lucker. Through flagging, shadow banning, and blatant misrepresentations, they have managed for the most part to control public perception, effectively using the poo-poo fallacy after multiple strawman fallacies.
Who are they?
The globe believers. Belief is a hell of a drug, Lucker. Biases and personal investment go a long way to maintain a delusion. To make a long story short, it's the lack of critical thinking and absence of the use of logic. They, like I was, were indoctrinated as children, and we built our whole worldview on this. Naturally, it's hard to give that up. The sunk cost is too much to even consider for some.
Now, trying to look this up, I mostly find people speaking against Flat Earth or something called the Flat Earth Society. Is your server associated with the Flat Earth Society?
No, not at all. They get pushed to the top of the search results, and if you look at the history of Flat Earth, they have always been a mockery of real Flat Earthers. They have a flying space pizza in outer space, derived from globe imaginations. To us, we just see reality as it is. In other words, we try to cut out all the assumptions and go only by what we can verify to be true. So there's no replacement cosmology. Google and YouTube, for instance, have admitted in front of Congress that they censor Flat Earth, and with that comes pushing anti-Flat Earth content. It makes it extremely hard to find real Flat Earthers, which is why the Discord is such a good place for like-minded people to share directly the links hidden by the algorithm.
Interesting. So this would be one of the few chances ordinary people get to hear your side of the story. So tell me a little about this topic. How did you get into it?
Yes, thanks for that opportunity. I like exploring fringe topics in science and history, so back in early 2015, the uncorrupted algorithm of YouTube sees what I like and gives me more. Being a critical thinker, I compare and contrast everything I hear. I do not auto-believe anyone, and so when Flat Earth comes across my feed, I think, what nonsense is this? I've heard some strange stuff in my time, but this takes the cake. So naturally, I check it out. It was the video 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay. And he asks some really good questions in that video, and unlike most nonsense, is just pointing at things in real life. While I leave it thinking there are some solutions to save my globe belief, his insistence that I don't believe him and that I test the globe for myself so that I can be secure in my belief really shook me. So I sought to understand the foundations or experiments upon which my assumed solutions stood on. With the help of my friends from childhood, who now are all grown up, one an astrophysicist, the other a robotic engineer, I figured I have access to the experts who should easily be able to point at the proof that I can then send to this Dubay character and help correct his errors. Take note, I am simply playing the devil's advocate with my friends, but after listening to Dubay and a few other flat earthers, I roughly knew what their arguments were and what it would take to prove to them the globe. So the more I ask my friends questions individually and relay the contradictions they make between each other to each other, which mostly consisted of differences between Newtonian and Einsteinian conceptions, they started fighting like cats and dogs, calling each other dumb, and so the further it went, the worse my belief felt. And when I finally got to look at the supposed experiments and foundational evidence, that clearly does not give them the answers they seek. It's all assumed due to preconceived ideas, at least in the crucial parts concerning the globe. And so we have to take that on faith. And so I start pointing at the contradictions and bringing up the flat earth arguments. Things get more and more heated, and after 2 weeks of back and forth, all hell breaks loose. He starts cursing at me and calling me names. The next day, he apologizes, and then the astrophysicist starts pleading with me. So it goes from not being able to give a coherent answer all this time to now begging me, please do not become a flat earther. Half crying, he tells me he's already disowned his own mother for being a flat earther. I tell him I'm not a flat earther yet. I just don't know if I can believe in the globe anymore. And at that point, he breaks all contact with me for a few months. That was my start into all of this. And I really didn't even take it seriously until after that. Like, it was a hard birth. I don't think it's easy to accept for many people. The more education you go through, the more you are trained to, or indoctrinated to hold this belief. Today, I'm a full-blown flat earther, though.
Fascinating. So what you are saying is that this consensus of science is an illusion. But I keep hearing that flat earthers are all science deniers. Is that true?
No. Science is not a matter of opinion, Lucker. It's a method. And so a consensus is never science. It's an agreement, and in this case, a prevailing belief. That does not mean it is true. By definition, failure to adhere to the scientific method, but to call that something science, is pseudoscience. That is not to say that there is not some value in whatever is trying to snatch the credibility of actual science. Any real flat earther loves the scientific method. It is the pseudoscience that we have a problem with, or people who try to cloak themselves in the certainty of science to manipulate people and undermine real science. Claiming science proves everything, and then to protect their own asses, claiming science proves nothing, is in effect them trying to destroy science, or abandoning the method, and corrupting minds by getting them to accept contradictions and believing nonsense. To quote Voltaire, truly, whoever can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. If the God-given understanding of your mind does not resist the demand to believe what is impossible, then you will not resist the demand to do wrong to that God-given sense of justice in your heart. As soon as one faculty of your soul has been dominated, other faculties will follow as well, and from this derives all those crimes of religion which have overrun the world. You have to think about where science comes from, or philosophy and logic. As science was born and grew out of philosophic naturalism, it slowly lost its connection with logic. And as such, most scientism today is littered with logical fallacies, invalidating their assumed conclusions. It is just most of them are blissfully ignorant of reasoning and think that formal logical fallacies are evidence as long as it supports their worldview or beliefs. Or in other words, they believe the impossible.
That is terrible. I had no idea the state of academia was that rotten. I mean, I knew it was bad with the gender studies, but to hear it's corrupted to the core is shocking.
Don't get me wrong, Looker. The academics are not a lost cause or completely without hope. The ego and sunk cost is just hard to overcome. The Creator humbles everyone, and facing the truth of flat Earth brings the Creator to the forefront. The globe idea is just a justification for atheism, or Satanism light. They tell us as much in the Freemasonic literature, and also indirectly. Look, all the religious texts of the world are wrong. Believe us instead. Turns out they lied, and or were wrong, so people need to consider their souls.
So how do you know they are wrong then? You must have some explosive evidence to throw away your worldview like this.
Sure, Looker. Just like we encourage everyone else to do, we check the assumptions within the claims. They literally are still relying on the assumptions of sticks and shadows and boats going over an assumed geometric horizon to try to justify the foundation to the whole cosmos concept. We got the sizes of the planets from assuming Venus is the same size as the assumed Earth ball. It's all backwards engineered to fit the first assumption. If it does not, they throw it out as an error. This is why we end up with such things as dark matter and dark energy, because observations don't match the imagination, and they have to invent things to try to make it work. And to answer you more clearly, Looker, we measured the waters of the Earth, which would have to show the convexity of the sphere to form this imaginary space ball. Our technology currently far exceeds the times when this idea was conceived, and so today it's far easier to prove it all wrong. It's just important to ask yourself as you explore this topic, how do we know this to be true? And then checking the basis for it. The more you know, the harder you are to fool. But it's not just that, it's everywhere. People just don't notice because of the programming. It's like when a hypnotist makes himself invisible. Everyone else can still see him, but because the subject believes they cannot, they literally cannot. In much the same way, when they get results they cannot believe because of their worldview, it must be a mistake or something else that allows them to hold the same worldview. The foundation never gets checked. And it is mostly because NASA and the moon missions proved it. And so we just need to have faith in the Church of NASA and continue believing in the globe.
So you see it like a religion then, but why would everyone at NASA lie?
Pretty much yes. It's like a religion. The globe religion was born from religious fundamentalism that belonged to the secret societies. In fact, the globe was a secret doctrine of the secret societies back in antiquity. The vast majority of the general public was religious, and all of those religions had a flat worldview. And I would not characterize it as everyone at NASA is lying. It's just a select group of people. The whole organization is compartmentalized. Most of them only see images on screens, and that is not hard to manipulate. If it appears to confirm their biases, why would they question it?
I see your point, but now even India has been to the moon.
Did you look at that, Looker? It looks even worse than the original moon landings. To take that on faith is pretty foolish to me. It might feel good because it confirms the bias or the worldview, but it's the worst space propaganda I have ever seen.
Yeah, okay, it does look a little like a Lego spaceship, and yes, the quality is atrocious. But don't we love Elon Musk fighting for free speech?
He was propped up by NASA. According to him, he would never have made it without NASA. To quote him, "You know it's real because it looks so fake." To me, he's a false savior, built for people to worship. The supposed champion of free speech still shadow bans and censors us, Alex Jones and others. I like that he's putting a spotlight on some of the censorship they rolled out to cover suppressing us, but it's just a few steps back, one step forward. Now this is only speculation, but as far as I'm concerned, this flat earth card was not supposed to be used right now. The globe card was only first played after they explored the south and supposedly nuked the sky. Before that, it was a novel idea of sex cults. The majority of humanity rejected it due to the Bible and their religious beliefs contradicting it. And so as you look throughout history, you see Jesuits and Freemasons bringing this globe gospel to the world. Now, I'm not a very biblically minded person, but it seems to me that an element within the church has been attempting to fulfill the prophecies of the Bible. And so the globe deception is supposed to be this great deception that is supposed to be revealed at a certain point to shock the public. Our dissemination of this information is accelerating this plan. as you can see by the state of the world and its rapid descent since this information started to circulate. Most likely, they will attempt a fake alien invasion or Project Bluebeam, which will culminate in the Church reasserting its dominance over a one world order through a manufactured savior and accompanying revelation. They are currently in the process of merging the prior one world order on the surface in a technocratic dystopia. It has already been unified through secret societies for decades. Granted, I foresee it shattering before it takes complete control, and the patsies taking the fall, such as the World Economic Forum and select billionaires, to give a veneer of legitimacy to the new governments. They will just be beholden to the churches, or the church, since Jesus comes on his spaceships and stops the fake aliens which are distracting from the tyrants taking over. They already are prepping the public with alien disclosures and New Age nonsense, the Vatican liaison to the UN, for instance, for aliens. The cabal is always busy playing musical chairs. They cover for each other until they're dead. And then it's too late to do anything. But that only works for so long. It's soon time to pay the piper. Granted, that scenario is just a last resort, so potentially not something I will see within my lifetime, since they will play every card possible to extend the game and keep playing until they die. So the next generation will have to deal with it. Or that is my speculation, Lucker, based on the evidence and history available. So to me, what we see on the political stage is just a big play.
An interesting perspective. We see the legacy media say flat earthers are conspiracy theorists. Would you consider yourself, then, a conspiracy theorist?
As you probably know, Lucker, the moniker was popularized by the CIA to discredit things, and that has worked to some degree, when in reality there is nothing wrong with considering possibilities. If you have a working brain, you are classed as a conspiracy theorist, and as such you can theorize based on the evidence that people do conspire. Some people conspiring is not a new thing. While I wear this title, I do not auto-accept any theory about a conspiracy. I consider every option, and I go where the evidence leads me, Lucker.
So what do you think about Donald Trump?
No one is perfect. I do like things about Trump. He's being cast as a martyr, and so will be another savior figure to draw attention from things that really matter. And so you get one step forward with him, and then the next guy will step you 2 steps back or more, or like with Biden, sprinting backwards. One step won't cut it now, Trump. And based on his mediocre performance last time, the swamp undrained, I like Vivek a little bit more, younger, more on point. But I have hope for the Donald in America, so I still think Vivek works better as vice president this time around. You need fresh blood, but like Trump's first term, he's untested and it takes just a malicious advisor to mess either of them up, presuming they're not both corrupt already, so I would rather have both rather than one of the two, and none is unacceptable, and I would even argue that I would like to see you in there, Lucker, and like have you in the government, because we need good voices to tell the truth. But my solution to all of this is just simple. Stop glorifying these people. They're supposed to be frickin' civil servants. They should be under extreme scrutiny and be on minimum wage, living in the same kind of housing as the poorest citizen. That way they actually have incentives to try to make things better. They would build houses for the homeless in no time. They should not be career leeches who contribute nothing to society. They act like their primary job now is to get lobbied by corporations and foreign entities through non-profit money laundering schemes, or in other words, make oodles of money, so the public suffers while they live like kings. We are ruled by despots and liars. They are essentially trying to be royalty and treating the public like peasants. I won't stand for that.
Yeah, that is egregious. But what do you think can be done about it?
Bring awareness, teach people, get informed, take part in your local governments. The same applies to the Flat Earth Lucker. It's just about learning to deal with the mind control and being patient and compassionate enough to help people. There's, for instance, zero financial incentive to be a flat earther. We still do it. In fact, there's a stigma due to the misrepresentations and censorship. So that leaves a lot of flat earthers in the closet, so to speak. I think the same is true for conservatism to a degree in today's political climate, although that is shifting. But I like the work you're doing, Lucker. Someone needs to inform the public, since an uninformed public is easily manipulated. So most of what we do is just teach logic, to see through manipulations, and how to correctly use the scientific method so scientism doesn't fool them. Most people do not want to face the evidence that contradicts their beliefs, and often it requires something other than the evidence to even begin to consider the evidence and the worldview that they grew up with being wrong. In essence, we're not trying to win anything. The victory to us was years ago. It's become more of a therapy session and us learning to be better teachers, while teaching them logic and scientific principles, going over the validated mechanics of our world as we clear up misconceptions, beliefs, and fallacious reasoning. It can become tedious, but then we tell people just take a break. Not everyone can be helped.
As research for this show, I watched a bit of the live stream from you guys. The patience you guys show is pretty astounding. I know I could not do that, but it sure is entertaining to listen to. But are there many flat earthers in the world?
Yes, there are millions who identify as such, but since many don't want the stigma associated with it, they might know other flat earthers and not know that they are flat earthers. Granted, many flat earthers just believe real flat earthers and do not have enough evidence to argue against a globe believer. I oftentimes call them faith earthers, since a real flat earther is a realist who does not have a replacement cosmology, since falsification is independent of replacement. The faith earthers generally start to imagine up a new cosmology and then get laughed at for the errors. This ridicule causes some of them to turn back, since they only had faith as the basis. It is why we tell people to test it for themselves to build up a foundation in knowledge and not just belief.
Interesting. So how would I go and test that?
Good question, Lucker. There are many ways. First, we need to get the numbers from the globe claims. Radius of the globe, 3,959 miles, which would necessitate a drop over distance of 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In other words, the horizon on a ball would appear a set distance away. This is how they assumed it was a ball, from assuming the horizon was the edge of a ball and the limitation of how far you could see with the human eye as a consequence. Now, when the globe was conceived from looking at the optical apparent horizon, they assumed it was a physical geometric position. Today, we can prove them wrong using optics of different sizes. Get a small aperture camera and the horizon appears closer, making things appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. Get a big aperture camera and it appears further, since you can zoom in and see things that appear to be hidden behind the curve until you zoomed in and saw that it was just an angular size and not curve. So is this imagined physical ball getting bigger or smaller depending on the optics we're looking through, or is the horizon purely optical? That is the crucial component of the evidence most globe believers refuse to look at. It takes serious hand-holding to get them to consider the implications of this. They like to just clutch the word refraction, thinking that all light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat all the way up to the horizon. Problem with that, refraction is not a magic word. It's well understood today. We understand different wavelengths refract at different rates, and so we can quantify the refraction between two wavelengths or more by how much they separate, or optical dispersion. It is how we have rainbows, Lucker.
So what does that mean exactly? If the Earth is a ball and the light is all being bent around the globe, we would see evidence of this optical dispersion. And there is none?
That is correct, Lucker. It's how refraction works with different wavelengths, and it falsifies yet again the claims of the globe believers. First we falsified the geometric horizon, then we falsified their ad hoc excuse for why they could no longer find the geometric horizon. It's the final nail in the coffin of the globe religion, although there are so many nails that they have become a solid boundary on the coffin lid. So, of course, countless other things are related to this, so we could get into this for hours, Lucker. But I will leave that to your audience to experience on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Well, that is shocking. And you will see me there listening in, trying to understand this whole subject. So what is next for Flat Earth?
Like I said, it's just spread the information. We work entirely on volunteer basis. We ask for no money or compensation. It's pure civic service. The Discord is open 24/7. We welcome anyone and everyone for a healthy conversation. We prefer people with some educational background, but we don't mind teaching everyone. People just need to read #welcome to familiarize themselves with our rules. We get a lot of people spamming things, and our live stream is moderated. It's where we like to keep things on point and logical, where we discuss the evidence or arguments. So obfuscation or manipulative tactics get addressed, not ignored, and so lose their power.
Being so public, are you not worried about the people behind this globe idea coming after you guys?
Not very much, Lucker. We are decentralized and share all our information for free. It is very hard to stop such a movement. There is no leader to take out. All they can do, as long as we maintain this neutral stance, is attempting to misrepresent us, and that does not seem to be working. If anything, it adds more people who believe, and we have to correct. Once you know flat, there's no going back. Truth fears no scrutiny, so ask yourself why the globe believers are so scared of us. Well, we welcome them.
Yeah, that is strange. Well, I hope you continue what you are doing. I don't see a problem with asking people to re-examine their beliefs and to teach logic to the public. I think that is admirable. So thank you for coming in and having this conversation with me.
Thank you, Lucker, for giving me this opportunity. I recommend you speak to Indio or Quantum Eraser or the other mods on the server. Each has a specific skill set and details that I highly recommend. I don't want to butcher their presentation, so I barely cover the subject.
Thank you. I will consider that. This has been Lucker Larson and Drace AI with Litter, or Z as it's now called, on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Join me next week as we dive even deeper into this massive corruption and diabolical deception that is being perpetrated on all of humanity. Stay tuned, stay based. Until next time.
That was really good, Drace, man. Really well done. Enjoyed listening to that, mate. You've was like in position. Got an energy word.
Thanks, I guess. I don't take compliments well.
Yeah, I know. I gave you one the other day about music and you went completely silent. I get it. No problem.
When was that recorded?
Just wanted to say, well done.
I appreciate it, though. It's just, I'm not used to it. I'm not used to it from, like, people I respect a lot. Like, I respect you, Jedi, so hearing it from you, it means something to me.
Oh, I appreciate that as well. It's not often I sit back and listen and record conversations. Oh man, the exposition of our was really good. Really good. Anyway, I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee.
Sounds good. Well, I can play more stuff. Music or more AI shows, that's the question.
More AI.
Speaking of music at Drace, have you heard that Early Life song? I think it's an AI song.
I'm not sure.
I just heard it for the first time recently. I'll post it in the chat. It's pretty funny. It's uploading now. If anyone wants to take a look, listen. I thought you might appreciate it, maybe. It does. I think it's an AI track.
Yeah, if it's good, I'll appreciate it. Yeah, these AI shows were from the period when Tate and Sneeko were talking about FE, so I used some of those clips. I think I used Tate to talk like to Sneeko's clip, and that's episode 6.
Top G AI Andrew Tate here. Back again to talk about another clip. Seems like Sneeko is as smart as he sounds when he argues. On the Raw Talks podcast, he simply comes out and says it. Let's listen to the clip.
What's his? Who this is Zerka guy? Because I've seen a bunch of his.
You have him on the pod.
I'm gonna have him on,
right?
I'm gonna have him on the 30th. But like, yo, he just says the most outrageous.
Yeah,
like
he's a character. He's great to have on stream. I see him kind of like a different version. We're two sides of a similar coin. It's funny because I grew up Catholic and now I'm Muslim. He grew up Muslim and now he's Catholic, and we're just sitting there like debating about Christianity and Islam all the time. But he red pilled me on the globe. The Earth is probably flat.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
We can get into it.
You
man.
really think that?
Have you ever held a tennis ball?
Yes, of course.
Where's the flat point on a tennis ball?
Where's the flat point?
Yeah.
I mean, like
on tennis ball. Like where's the flat part?
There's not a flat part.
There's none.
Yeah.
So why every time you see the Earth, it's flat? There's a big flat part on the Earth. It's just a bigger tennis ball.
Distance.
Show me one picture of round Earth. If you take the biggest cameras of all time and zoom all the way out,
bro. Listen, I was on Empire State Building once. That curving.
No, it wasn't.
I was curving. Maybe
I've seen that same
thing. That
thing.
shit was curving. I saw it with my own eyes.
You have a picture?
No, I took a picture with my eyes.
No,
dude.
you didn't. See,
My
that's what I'm
eyes.
saying.
I was way up there. Yo, one time I was on a plane. I saw it curving.
Because the window has a fisheye thing because it's the.
Nah. This window was different. This was a private plane. It was a straight window. No fisheye.
Are you flexing on all of us now? You go on private jets, so now you know the Earth is round.
No, dude.
Maybe but I don't know. I'm not a globetard. That's stupid to think that. SpaceX. Well, Elon's telling us a secret, man. X. There's no space.
Oh, it's just whoa.
You know what I'm saying?
Holy shit.
So first argument is tennis ball and flat points. I don't hate this argument since it forces them to come to terms with the requirement of spherical objects having curves, forcing them to face the contradiction of it all, or it looks flat as high as money can get you, for which they only have derp. It must be so big, or in his case, distance, a variation of that argument. You can slay him right there. The imagined globe is only 3,959 miles, which would necessitate a drop over distance that comes out to about to give you a horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which from 1 foot observation height should place the horizon at only 1.22 miles away. Or you can use the parabola approximation of 8 inches per mile squared. That is accurate to the claims up to about 1,000 miles. This would mean we should be able to easily detect the geometric horizon at a set distance away, or use the imagined limitation of this assumed physical blockage or water hill, if you will, to be able to block lasers or see if the laser will hit the target. It might be too big for horizontal curving, at least according to them on the x-axis, since you are always going to be looking out at the optical horizon, and it would therefore be a flat circle around you until you theoretically got far enough away. But they claim boats disappear over the edge of the globe on the z-axis. So from you to the horizon would show it clearly, especially in infrared when compared to visible light. Since it's well understood different wavelengths refract at different rates, so if the globe excuse for why we always see too far, now that we have better optics, is really all the light bending along the curve of the Earth to make it appear flat, then we would be able to detect that using the different wavelengths. Since infrared refracts far less than visible light, we would always see the horizon appear closer in infrared. That is not the case. Once you start to look into light and refraction, it becomes painfully obvious the globe is false. If all the light is bending around the globe for miles to give us the appearance of a flat sea to a horizon 10 times further than it should be, due to the above-mentioned behavior of light concerning refraction, then all the light at a distance would separate with the wavelengths, making the world look rainbow-colored at a distance. The globe, if real, would be gay. But so are the people who promote it. Just look at their arguments. Incoherently claiming Eratosthenes proved the globe, ignoring that it would work with different assumptions for a flat plane. So they just say he measured shadows, and we have to teach them. He assumed distance and size of the sun with zero refraction on any rays, coming at an angle into what they claim can bend light or density gradient. When real refraction is actually optical density difference between the two mediums and the angle of incidence to the boundary being conducive for refraction. Meanwhile, they don't have two mediums between them and the observed target at the horizon to begin with. It only shows how little they comprehend the thing they are trying to argue. Light refracts when it hits a boundary between two media of different optical density at an angle called the angle of incidence. If the angle is too steep to the boundary, the ray does not get refracted, then it gets reflected in something called total internal reflection. If the ray is normal to the surface or 90 degrees or vertical to the surface, it does not get refracted. To give you an example, look straight down into a fish tank, or through the side of the fish tank, things appear where they are. Look at it from an angle, for instance, the corner. You can see the distortion. In a medium like air, there are no distinct boundaries. The globe believers like to cite sugar solution and laser and imagine it's proof, but forget the solution has higher optical density than the water, and as they let it sit, it forms an optical density gradient slowly becoming homogeneous and isotropic over time. That is nothing like our air. Our air is literally the opposite, since it's inhomogeneous and anisotropic. And most damning of all, when we stir the medium of their laser through a sugar solution presentation, suddenly they cannot conjure the effect, since suddenly the medium is inhomogeneous and anisotropic, or not conducive for refractive effects, like our air normally. They cannot even name the 5 classifications of refractive effects, nor can identify them. Refraction is a straw they want to clutch, but it was always factored in by us, given that before 2020, all the globers argued for a geometric horizon, and we pointed at that the horizon is apparent, and there exists a very slight potential for refraction under the right conditions. Those and other things such as mirror effects like mirages are distortions in how far or how much we can see. But the horizon is simply not a physical feature of a ball as the globe believers postulated, and that is very easy to show. Most globers think if the earth were flat that people would see forever. The air does not have perfect opacity, just like water in a glass might appear clear. But get enough of it to look through and you discover fast that light can only travel so far before it loses its intensity and it's compounded the more stuff it has to go through to get to you. But here is where it gets easy. Imagine a long hallway. Now stretch it to infinity. You will notice that the floor, ceiling, and walls are all coming together into a point. Now imagine if you remove the walls from the sides. What happens to that point? It stretches out into a line, a horizon line. Now there is more. Normally, when you look down the hallway, your eye height is near the middle of the hallway or above the center line. Now, as you change your height from the surface, you limit your angles to the surface. Pressed against the floor, you cannot see the pattern on the carpet as far down the hall. But as you rise, that angle opens up and you can discern more information, see further on the floor. This is related to the Rayleigh criterion and 2 light rays overlapping, and then the aperture of your eyes and the minimum resolvable angle of your eye. All of this and more plays into what we see. But silly half-naked Greeks believed in invisible laser beam vision and had no concept of optics. As we understand it today, much of our modern technology is built on optics. And somehow people who call themselves modern are copying the errors of these people, using globe Earth curve calculators to compare to images or what they see, then using that as a proof the Earth is a ball. Meanwhile, the angular resolution of the human eye equals to 1.22 times lambda divided by delta, where lambda is the wavelength of light and delta is the diameter of the eye's pupil. Note the 1.22 number there. The same number we use to derive the distance to the horizon. And in fact, we can get the same distance to the horizon based on that for an average man at 6 foot height. Life is short, has videos on these things. When you look critically at the calculators, they don't account for things getting smaller with distance at all. But if you plot the ground as curved and make the object not follow the law of perspective, then mathematically you can get close to the diffraction limit of the human eye and then assume that is caused by your religious globe concept. But in the end, you are still only comparing apples to oranges. Also, the guy in the original clip claims to have seen it with his own eyes. A blatant lie or read about wishful seeing, it is where a person's internal state can influence what they see. So believe in the globe religiously, and you will hallucinate and brain fart away the evidence that speaks against your faith, This is how a hypnotist can make people see things and not notice things. Belief is a hell of a drug. Anyway, Sneeko, you are welcome to come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We got so many arguments. This is only a fraction. And the Globers only have logical fallacies in response. But this invitation is extended to anyone else listening, by the way. That has not already violated our rules repeatedly. Just look for a link on YouTube or Rumble. We like to try to keep the discussion civil and logical. So bring your professors. We love that. AI, Andrew Tate out. Have a good one. Peace.
W. Tate, great clip. Shout out to Sneeko. Let's give credit to anyone that's bold enough to make these type of statements in front of such a large audience when there isn't much incentive to do it in the first place. It's not like you come out, become a flat earther, and then you get a bunch of sponsors or anything.
Yeah, I appreciate the publicity. I mean, I'm happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
CB, you're not sponsored yet?
Well, we are sponsored by Spacies. Good food in space.
I've got Adidas calling.
Adidas. Well, we can't fuck with curvature, so the Nike swoosh ain't gonna cut it. They're not calling us.
Oh.
Anyway, Drace, did you peep that early life track? I think I heard this for the first time yesterday. Pretty funny. A little spicy. I think that's how I like it.
I'm peeping it.
I'm gonna go listen to it right now too.
So what's happening, boys? Any good Globers through today?
Let's see. Last night got a little hot. Mez and his boyfriend Britnack came back for some smoke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What an odd couple.
It is a couple, isn't it? They always come in holding hands.
I was gonna say they're holding hands coming in here, aren't they?
Every time, bro. He's like, well, feed me someone smarter than you. I'm like, dude, you don't even come in here on your own. You don't challenge anybody. They do this whole coming out of the woodworks when like it's ladies' night or they see someone in there they think they can pick on. And then they end up stepping on their own foot. Hooking themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to think if you visit like a room for over a year and you're trying to disagree with their position, but you still can't present an argument after a year, just give it up, right? Like a normal person would.
Yeah,
I guess
100. They want to be like us so bad. That's one thing that I've noticed as well. They literally just copy our swag. I would say, why do they ask us for evidence of flat when they don't agree with that? Like they think flat Earth is stupid, 100% a globe in their mind. The reason they got that behavior from us. Oh, it's a globe. Prove it. You know.
that's all they can do, really. It's not like they can present any evidence for a globe.
They want to be us
That
so
weak
bad.
tactics, all they've got.
Yeah. Drace might enjoy this, but that Drake clip that we've associated with him, I'll have to post it so other people know what I'm talking about. But Soldier Boy was doing an interview on like the Breakfast Club or something, and someone mentioned Drake, and he's like, Drake? He stole my whole fucking flow. So like that's how I feel with the Globers when they just bite our swag. They copy our flow. They do what we do while saying we're dumb and low and all these things. But why are you trying to be like us so bad? If you're above us, then why are you want to be us? Doesn't make a lot of sense. They copied our format of the server, the channels. They copy our exact format. They try to use our arguments, or I don't know. It's just weird, dude.
Yeah, they create sock puppet accounts and copy our profile pictures and fake our names and pretend to be us. Like, it's pretty insane.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery, boys.
True. Well said. It's weird. We don't want to be like them, right? We don't go to, at least I don't go hang around a bunch of anti-flats. I've not spent like 0 minutes. Do they even have big channels? Do they have big servers?
Nah,
They
no
seem
one's
like they
trying to
want to
hear
be
that
here. The party's here. They seem like they want to be in our party. Totally fine. That's great. But it's just weird. Like this hate watching mentality is strange to me. Why would you spend any time watching something you don't like, being around people you don't like? Like I could make a bunch of examples, but if someone really doesn't like the Skittles community, why would you go and spend a lot of your time with them? You know,
I'll give you an analogy. It's kind of like you guys are my friends. I consider you to be my friends. And so this is like a guy who doesn't belong to the friend group, who's trying to like stand on the side, like trying to take part in the conversation. Everybody's like, who the fuck is this guy? Does anybody know this guy?
Actually, you made a good point last night, Drace, when you were playing your AI stuff with the Jordan Peterson, but he was talking about how there's like a certain level of sociopathy or psychopathy associated. And because there seems to be a general idea that it's okay to abuse flat earthers, these people who want to abuse people and go online to abuse people, the flat earthers are like the perfect target, because it's like, well, no one's going to care if I abuse flat earthers. I'm allowed to abuse flat earthers. So a bunch of them, it's just a case of wanting to abuse people because they're like psychotic. Which is hilarious, because no one deserves to be humbled more than a piece of shit like that, which is exactly what happens. So it's like when they try and say, "Oh, this is my entertainment," it's like you guys are schizophrenic or something, and they pretty much just say that if they could, they would go to some kind of mental asylum and just try and aggravate and insult and argue with the patients there, which is like, even if that is your take, that just makes you look like a piece of shit. What kind of psychopath are you?
Yeah, the beauty of
so either you're just lying and coping, or you actually would be like that and you're a genuine piece of shit. So
yeah, the beauty of it is like we've dealt with it so much. We've talked about this. We've read different things. Different people have read all sorts of psychology, and so we're all bringing this all together and dealing with this constant onslaught of these types of people. And so we've developed ways to suss them out, and we've developed ways to like identify their logical fallacies. Because that's one of the things I find like really interesting, is that there's almost like a natural tendency for narcissists to have logical fallacies as their justifications for their narcissism, for their reasoning, for all their behaviors. It's all fallacious reasoning. And so that's why I think it's such a trend. We see so many of them come with insane fallacies, doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down, and I think it's the narcissism on the rise, the ego on the rise, that is the cause of that. And then we of course get the sadists who just want to come here to try to abuse someone. We get the sociopaths who try to infiltrate the community or try to sleep with flat earth girls to try to manipulate them back to the globe. That's a sociopath. Like, it's annoying to deal with, but it's what we have to deal with.
Well, what I find interesting is the frequency. Like, if that's the case, they say they're showing up to the insane asylum. Well, if you're going there every day, like, that's your
Yeah, you're a nutcase. Imagine showing up to like a mental institution every day, being like, "Let me in. I want to argue with them." Sir, they're not well. I know. Let me at them. It's like, dude, you're sick in the head if that's what you actually think.
You're right where you belong in that case. It's like when they say, well, this is just the zoo for me. Like you said, it's just entertainment.
Yeah.
Well, no one goes to the zoo every day. If you do, you're the monkey.
He goes to the zoo and starts trying to like debate the monkeys. Ha, you monkeys, you're so inferior in intelligence to me. I'm so smart. You monkeys don't even understand gravity.
And then he takes out a banana and waves it in front of the cage, and the monkey takes his banana and he starts crying. He still loses to the monkey.
Well, that's his ancestor. He's got to show respect.
No, next day, he'll come back and he'll show the monkey gravity. He'll drop the banana, but damn monkey stole it off the ground. Damn it.
Where's all the Globers at? What's happening? Get them up.
You got to be kind of like ignorant to come in here and just get cooked. It seems like the ones that keep coming back are the ones that ignorant. Every once in a while, we get fresh meat that have no idea what they're getting into. Or someone put a battery in their back and told them, "You got it, champ." It's surprising how popular this place is, with or without us.
Yeah, considering the seemingly very low quality content of every other channel, I'm kind of surprised it's popular at all without us. It's a bunch of like teenagers spurging out all over each other.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Looks like it's all familiar faces in here right now, chat. Except for the Wanderer. Anybody know who that is? Wanderer.
UAV entering the AO.
Can't say I do.
Got a UAV up in the sky.
They call me the Wanderer. I don't know.
Wanderer, are you there? Wanderer, we've got you in our sights.
I've got you in my sights.
Yeah, I got one trapped here in my house with me. It's my brother-in-law.
A Glober?
Yeah. No, he's like skeptical, more skeptical about the globe before.
Aww.
I'm introducing the idea little by little.
Yeah.
Bit by bit.
Little by little. Good luck with that.
Yeah. You're definitely going to need some good luck with that for sure.
He's the only remaining.
Okay. So that early life song was catchy as a mofo. Oh, well, dude.
The other day he got scared. He didn't want to talk to you guys. Was just listening.
What, you brought him here?
No, I was using my Discord, and speaker we were listening.
Alright. Yeah, I don't blame him. If you're new and you don't really know what's going on, it can be a tough room. Depending who you're talking to.
Early life. And just a quick question for the panel. You're not taking questions at the moment?
Are we live?
Hey, that's what I was going to ask. Well, just was curious. Are we live or?
Well, we are live, but we need a Glober to get it going.
Okay. All right, chat, we're live.
Send up a signal.
Well, this is why I think we should hang out in 24/7 home base once in a while. We actually can throw up the bat signal, drop everyone ping and let them know that.
Yeah, that's true. We've got a bit more power over there. Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind mixing it up.
Yeah, just like 1 or 2 days a week. That's my vision. And then we can throw up the bat signal. I got tons of titles and things we can do for events or pings. I'm good for that. I try not to make it too controversial now.
You do fly close to the sun.
Bro, I do like me love. Hey, man. Toxic. What can I say?
You're a toxic flat earther. That's right.
Yeah, bro. Sorry.
What's up, folks?
Nice.
We're live.
Yeah, Mike.
Hello,
CB, we're
hello,
live.
Yeah,
Yo.
we just confirmed we're live. We just confirmed it.
Cool. Now that we have a quiet moment, I wanted to put something out to the panel. As per the series of discussions that we've had kind of ad hoc over the last maybe a week or so, yesterday I embarked on a little project that we kind of speculated on. I sent it to CB, but basically, for those who weren't here, we were talking about, maybe having a app or a website or something distinct from this Discord stuff. So I took a stab at putting something together. I sent it to CB and a few others, but I wanted to bring it up to the room. If anyone's interested in getting a sneak peek at what we have so far, maybe pose a critique or a suggestion as to how it could or should continue, I wanted to bring it up. If anyone wants to send me a DM, I'll send you the link to the test site. I don't want to post it in the chat because I don't want it to go on YouTube and whatnot, because everything is listed there. So I thought I'd throw that out there if anyone's curious or whatnot. I'll send you something and would appreciate some feedback.
Guys, don't click it. It's an IP grabber.
That's what CB said. It's not. So just as a quick little aside, I'm using a particular technology for it, something called IPFS. Right? It's a special type of storage system to host the website. So the link looks funky, but that is to be reconciled eventually if we do choose to go down this route and have something more sophisticated. So the domain, the name of the website would be, obviously not creepy. But for now, it kind of looks that way, but I assure you it's not, and it's just me. And feel free if you don't believe me, scrutinize the code, and the code's there, and you won't see any requests grabbing any IPs. But yeah, good observation there. I understand that, but I assure you, it's a basic page. That's all it is. So.
I don't know,
anyway,
bro. You said IPF?
The joke is this, or I think it's actually kind of ironic, because IPFS, it stands for, get this, it's perfect for the room, it stands for Interplanetary File System. Okay, it's a distributed, yeah, I know, it's hilarious. It's a distributed storage mechanism, basically. Uses cryptography and all sorts of weird, fancy networking business to store stuff in a decentralized fashion. And the guys, I guess they're total globe heads, and they think that this is going to be so sophisticated that they'll be able to extend the technology off planet. So computers on Mars and some shit would be able to use this type of network. Hence, they grabbed the name. But, we know they might not. So we're stuck with that name for now. But yeah, I assure you it's not IP for Internet Protocol address grabber. Anyway, back to the usual. If you're interested, let me know. I'll send you the link.
Hey, W in the chat for Mike for putting it together already. That was so fast, bro. We literally had the idea going, and then bam, the hours later, we already got the link. That's impressive, bro.
And to boot, also, I've been in touch with Radwin. I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but he's been experimenting with the technology for an actual native app thing. I sent him some stuff that I'd used. He seemed to have liked it. He's piecing some stuff together, and we're in touch. So that also seems to be coming along. I don't know how they might interact. They could technically, but it depends on our goals and stuff. So Well, we'll see. So everything is in the works, and I must say, so far so good.
Yeah, Radwin requested a channel and 24/7 so you guys could talk about this stuff. I can create that now, I believe.
Yeah, you can go ahead and send me the virus. I mean the link. I'll
Cool.
I don't feel comfortable potentially sharing my information with Martians.
I wouldn't blame you.
I always wondered what that meant, IP, what that stood for, IP address. Makes sense, interplanetary address.
No, well, no, not exactly. IP in the technical sense, usually it just stands for Internet Protocol.
I know, Mick.
But
Come on now.
Oh, okay. I thought you were serious.
I'm being humorous. No, come on now.
Ah, shit. Well, I don't know who's technical in here or not. Forgive me.
No, that sounds good. That sounds good. I won't take a link, but I'm interested in the progress, and I'd like to know how it's going and what's included and what's going on with it.
Cool.
So keep us posted for sure.
For what it's worth, I'll put a screenshot of the site so far just in the chat if you want to take a quick look without anything suspicious. But I'll send the link for anyone who actually wants to try it. So it was Neil. Okay, I got you, bro. And then I'll post a little snap in a second.
Yeah, what's on it so far? Has it got anything on it, or is it just like the landing page type of
The
thing?
landing page. Yeah, it's just a landing page and a link to our Discord. That's it.
Cool. What more do you need?
I don't know. That seems to be up for grabs. People have been throwing ideas across. So it's the sky's the limit to the moon, as they say.
Nice.
Quick second here.
All right, what's next, chat?
So for the delay, post it in the chat. Simple as hell, but to be expounded upon.
Facts. We have Ron H, Karma. We got some Globers that just joined in. There's also Al McDad. Is that your dad, Mike? And also Samuel Haram.
Haram!
What do you think? Chat, should we get the air fryers going? We got Al McDad, Ron H, Samuel Haram, The Wanderer.
Yeah, come on, guys. Give us something.
It's high noon.
It's high noon.
So
Hey, what's
you're
up,
not
guys?
introducing yourself as a guest as Haram. What's up, Ron?
Hey, how's it going?
All good.
Just listening in, driving home from work.
Nice. We're hunting for Gloobers.
We're actually doing a no listening panel, so welcome.
I'm not a Glober, so.
What?
Some of you know me.
Boo.
What's your best flat Earth proof?
Water.
Water's a good one.
Water's the best one.
Not a hill of water.
Yeah. Water doesn't form hills.
Bucks. I'm gonna blow up on royalties with that one day, chat. I first started saying that, people were like, "You can't say Water Hill." It's like, oh really?
Well, I even heard old AI Tate mention it.
Yeah, I caught that too. Shout out to Drace for that one. And Tate. That one's picked up a little bit of steam. It's good to see. That was a really, really awesome clip. I don't know if you guys were there for that. That was with Phil? Was it Phil? No. Bob, the science guy. He's like, we showed him the black swan. And he goes, yeah, well, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there? And I go, the infamous clip, that's where that came from. He's like, yeah, well, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there? I'm like, not a hill of water. He's like, that's exactly what it is. Should I
And
get it
then
out?
didn't he deny it? Didn't he deny it like
Yeah.
2 minutes later?
Yes. That's what's so funny. Let me go ahead and pop this out. Let me blow the dust off this one. Pause. Let me see here. I gotta really find this one. Hold on a second. Wolfgang, you walking around? You gonna walk in?
Yeah, I'm walking. I'm walking here.
Nice. I'm walking here.
Hey, you fucking guy. Get my steps in. That is.
You mean you're not in the basement with Cheeto dust all over your chest?
Not as of 5 minutes ago. I've dusted myself off. Dude, there's so many clips, and I gotta find this shit. Every single hour, every single day. You guys gotta listen to that early life song, bro. It's catchy as hell. What the fuck?
Oh my god, there's so many good clips. I just went past the one that said telemetry data. I wonder how many of you guys were there for that. Some guy was trying to be all smart and talk about telemetry data, and he's like, the telemetry data. No, so we cooked him so hard for that. Where is this fucking clip at? Archangel, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
What you watching right now?
Fox News. There's only one person in the Flat Earth channel in the BC in politics and religion.
It's probably Crit.
Probably.
He's manning the wall.
Yeah.
Bro's got to have at least 1 century.
Yeah.
That's all you need, really. Bro, what the
Are you going to play a clip, CB?
Yeah, I'm looking for that clip of Bob saying, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Like, bro. It's so buried.
Yeah, imagine how many clips we'd have if someone just had the time to go through all the recordings and pull out the clips and the good convos.
Exactly.
Big days and days.
We need more clippers, bro. I think we literally need more clippers.
Yeah, we do.
That's what we need, in my opinion. I think we need people to put them on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. Those
100%.
short form clips are so hot right now. And that's about the time people will give. They'll give you 7 seconds. Our 24-hour streams. I don't know how many people are going to go back and listen to the whole thing. So someone should just clip out the gems, put them on these platforms, and go from there.
Yeah, I agree. That would be a move.
It sucks because I keep saying it, but I'm like not doing it. I'm trying to spur someone else to do it.
Yeah.
But, we all have different roles to play, so I don't know. Someone will get excited. Someone will be like, oh yeah, I can do that. So maybe one day we'll find that person. Or maybe that person's me. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Well, while you're looking for that, Drace, are you about?
Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, I was listening to more Father Balls last night. Oh, man. This cracks me up so much. The episode 8 with Jordan Peterson and Fight the Tight Shirt. Go and play that one. If no one else is, while CB's looking for that.
No problem.
Sweet.
I am Warden Wiederson, a clinically trained psychotherapist, AI from Canada, and apparently a cultural icon in this day and age, simply because I refused to bow before the tyranny of the authoritarian left and their attempts to silence any wrong speech or wrong think. This is why I ended up having to look at this flat earth topic, since it is also something that is being silenced. So it made me wonder why there is so much fear for a silly idea. There should be no need for censorship if it's silly. Tonight I will be speaking to an anti-flat earther, or a globe zealot named Fight the Tight Shirt. I wonder where you got that moniker from.
Everyone asked me that. Stop fat shaming me. I just like rounded things, eh? Okay, flathead?
It's just that is your username, the name you give us. But anyway, Give us your best evidence for the globetard.
You can climb a tree.
What do you mean by that?
If you climb a tree or stand up, you see further around the globe.
So, do I understand you correctly? That if the Earth is a globe, we would see further if we rise from its surface. We see further as we rise from the surface. Therefore, the Earth is a globe? Is that your argument, essentially?
Yes. It cannot be anything else. And so it absolutely proves the Earth is superglobular like me.
Now hold your horses, saying it cannot be. Anything else is appealing to incredulity. And your previous line of argumentation is called an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, an error in reasoning that does not prove anything. When something as simple as your angle to the ground is much more acute than your angle to the sky that is far away. And being pressed against the surface and with vision, being in perspective with a diffraction limit of the pupil and a horizon forming based on the optics being used, not being a physical consequence at all, it becomes easy to see why you would see more as your angle to the ground opens up as you rise. So that would be a purely optical proof of only an optical effect. We can replicate these things on long, flat surfaces using different optical devices very close to the surface. We don't see in absolutes all optics have limits. Do you understand?
Why am I getting muted as you speak? I wanted to interrupt you so many times there. I am rubber, you are glue. You are fallacies, I am true.
What is this? Slam poetry time? I asked you for your best evidence. All you have given me is fallacies and now poetry. What else do you have? I don't have patience for pretender clowns.
Clowns bring joy, so I win.
Try to make another argument in favor of the globe, thereby conceding the last one. Or try to address my refutation of your fallacies. Failure to do either. And I will simply eject you from my show. I got a long list of globe zealots frothing at the mouth to get on my show.
Okay. Stop crying about my superior globe intelligence. Boats disappear on the ocean. Yeah, take that, Flatty.
So another malformed affirming the consequent logical fallacy, most likely. But at least you are complying. So how does that prove the globe?
Because water hills. They block the bottom. Water hills form into this mega ball. Just imagine me, but much bigger. My hand, as it passes over my belly, it eventually cannot be seen because of my fatty hills.
Okay, so if the Earth is a ball, boats would appear to disappear. We see boats appear to disappear, therefore the Earth is a ball. So I could accurately predict your whole argument based on only a part of it. Why is that?
What do you mean? You just used word salad. Yeah, I could not comprehend anything you have said so far. It's like I am just talking to myself, but I sound good. So I win.
So you won't answer my question. I guess you just refuse to really engage. Is this how you maintain your beliefs?
Yeah, who doesn't? Everyone is worse than me. I am the biggest victim, right? But also the best in the world, yeah. So I can't lose.
So you concede that fallacy with an obfuscation. At least it should be obvious to the audience. Now, do you have any other so-called evidences that we can expose as fallacies?
Gravity. I got told it's not a force, but the bending and warping of space-time. So you cannot disprove it. Therefore, it will form Earth into a ball like all the other balls in the sky.
A bit of a gish gallop, but let's address it. So we see lights in the sky. They appear round. Therefore, the ground is a light in the sky that appears round. Is incoherent. So let's just throw that out. It's like saying, I see a Ferrari. Therefore, my bed is a Ferrari. And let's go on to gravity. How do you know space and time are being warped? Given that warping is a physical property and space and time are concepts not physical.
Time dilation. That is how we know. We have been to outer space.
Again, bit of a gish gallop. And you are not giving a coherent counter-argument, just bare assertions. We can go into time dilation and how there is no way to experimentally validate the assumed cause of the difference, discovered with cesium atomic clocks. Who is to say, the cause is not something else completely. It is just assumed that the difference is caused by time dilation. And then you have never been to outer space. You believe people have gone there, just like you believe in bendy space-time. Admit it. or I will just throw you out. I don't like liars.
Okay, sure. You got me. But airplanes, though, they can go in a circle on a globe, but not over a flat surface.
This is incoherent again. Your incredulity that you cannot go in a circle over a flat surface makes no sense, since we can all prove you wrong, just like we can go out and test the ground.
No, you, can't. There is no way to test the world. It's, too big.
So it's bigger than a 3,959-mile radius oblate spheroid?
No, it's that big. It's just, impossible to find the geometric horizon.
And why is that?
All light is trying to hide the globe from, us. So it, bends down around the globe, making it appear, flat, regardless of what you try to do. So, only thing we can do is use a curved lens to warp horizontal lines to make the horizon appear to curve because, you know, it's so big. Does that make sense?
No, it does not make any sense. You are telling us to ignore our senses for a belief. In essence, that is just another claim. If all the light were bending around the globe to make it appear flat, we would be able to detect that. Light refracts at different rates. And why do flat earthers account for this by taking measurements at target and source, while globe believers just have ad hoc excuses? Or it must be because my Earth is a ball.
Well, it must be because Earth is a ball. Everyone says so. All the scientists believe it. So why should I not?
Because that is not a rational stance, if the evidence speaks against the stance. Appealing to popularity or imagined consensus of vague authorities, which, by the way, are in heavy disagreement at this very moment concerning gravity, it is a cosmological crisis. That is your cosmological worldview that is in crisis. Why do you ignore the evidence presented, and why don't you try to falsify your excuses to know if you are right or wrong like the flat earthers?
I don't need to. The television will tell me when I need to know.
So why do you then obsess so much about the flat earthers? If they are so wrong in your mind, why can you not leave them alone?
I need them. Without them, what am I? A fat, violent loner who no one likes. The other globe zealots love me long time, so I need this.
So no more globe arguments then?
I don't need any more. I won this debate. Hashtag globe life. Next time come prepared. Flathead. Maybe use something other than word salad.
Oh, he disconnected. Well, I guess we all heard enough of this narcissistic word salad and these incoherent lines of argumentation. And I think the audience gets the point. This has been AI Warden Wiederson speaking with AI Fight the Tight Shirt. Thank you for tuning in. Until next time, be blessed.
That's too funny, man. It's a good one for new people as well.
Yeah, I made a lot of them just to like have something when nobody was speaking on the live stream or nobody was on. Then I could just play some random stuff that I made, so I don't have to speak.
It's a 200 IQ move. I'd expect nothing less. Yeah, they're hilarious. So they're perfect for when we've got quiet time. What about it, CB? Did you find that clip? Guess not. Surfside, you in the chat? I guess not. All right, well, I don't know, Drace, maybe you want to throw on more Father Balls episodes if no one's talking.
Yeah, Surfside is Gerut. I clicked the profile. I remember that name from 24/7.
Yeah, I thought I recognized the name. All right, fair enough.
Welcome, everyone. This is Lucker Larson, and tonight I have a very special guest. Tell us who you are.
I am the Burning Globe Hole Priest. I am highly educated in the theosophy of scientism, a master's and a doctorate. You can call me Father Balls.
Welcome, Father Balls. Now, in the last 2 episodes, we have been deep diving into the topic of flat Earth. You come highly recommended by MC Loon. I also spoke to Drace AI from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. They have all this evidence. Does that not shake your faith?
All I require for my faith to be sustained is my television. I can see the majestic majesty of Don Pettit. His wisdom is palpable from his globular head.
Okay, so the TV in a head sustains your faith. Is that correct?
Yes, and to deny that is to be ableist. But it's so much more than that. We have 1,000 years of doctrine.
So it's just doctrine?
Yes. We call that presence mass because it's fat or massive, but also secretly gay, being attracted to other mass in the romance of concepts warping. You just need to close your eyes, Lucker. Do you see the globular Earth?
I think I am seeing something. As I close my eyes and listen to you, I do see a globe in my mind. Is that something?
Yes, Lucker. That means the Holy Spirit is speaking to you, revealing itself to you. Just give in to it. And let go of all thinking, just accept it. Be gay with it.
Wait, so is homosexuality connected with the globe belief?
Don't be homophobic, Lucker. It's the love of balls and hard shafts thrusting. While we are not exclusively LGBTQIAU2SFZNP+, you won't find a globe zealot who is not enamored with balls in one way or another. Wink, wink.
Okay, so I get that your side is very, quote, inclusive. Why is there then so much vitriol concerning these flat earthers? Can't they just believe something different?
That is precisely the problem, Lucker. They keep talking about logic and evidence. If they just had a belief, it would be different. As it stands, we must crush them, or the foundation to our whole religion is flushed down the toilet.
So it's a religious war to you guys then. Why don't you just fight fire with fire and use logic and evidence against them?
Logic and evidence? That is impossible for a devout globalist. Logic is the tool of the devil and evidence his mistress. So we rebuke you, deny you, proving you wrong with our holy fallacies for all eternity, forever globular men.
But I hear people from the globe side use words like science, evidence, and logic, saying it proves the globe. What do you make of that?
It's different when we say those words. The Holy Spirit is guiding us. So whatever we say is right in that micro moment, even if it's wrong in the macro moment or to everyone else. It's not about it being right or wrong per se. It's about who is saying it. And if it's a flat earther, you know it's wrong. If it's a globe earther, you know it's right.
Okay, so we should gauge who is right or wrong based on what team they are in. Is that correct?
Yes, Lucker. It's as simple as that. Just look at my credentials and then see if what I say confirms your beliefs. If it does, give me money and have faith in my words.
It seems like you are just confirming everything the flat earthers are saying. Can you give me a taste of some evidence from this Holy Spirit?
You are forgetting the wrong thing. Remember, they are always wrong, even when they seem to be right. You just need to forget they ever said anything. Then it will start to make sense.
But what about this divine inspired evidence? I am looking forward to that.
Oh, the evidence. Yeah. Boats disappear at the edge of Mother Earth, the limit of your vision.
Okay, so is the limit of your vision the leading edge of this globular Mother Earth character? And how do we know that?
Mother Earth is a globe. Globes have curves. Boat would disappear behind the curve. We see that. So clearly by logic, observational science, and evidence, Mother Earth is a globe. Where am I? Oh, I'm back. I hope your encounter with the divine was satisfactory.
Do you just zone out there? Do you remember what you just said?
No, I channeled the Holy Spirit using the mass in my massive body. That means I cannot remember the conversation accurately. I only have vague impressions given by the Holy Spirit that I am doing really well and that you are a flat earther heretic, deceiver. I don't feel the love of balls emanating from you.
I am not a flat earther. I am just trying to be neutral and get both sides of the story. However, I do remember the argument, and it seems to be circular reasoning. If the Earth is a ball, we would see boats disappear. We see that. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Conclusion is in the premise. And it's also in affirming the consequent logical fallacy, I believe.
That is wrong. It is globular reasoning, which means it is right because it can go in circles indefinitely with no end. It is called a holy fallacy, for it was inspired by the Holy Spirit. So therefore, there is no reason you can use to invalidate it.
Okay, let's table that for now. You also said observational science. I thought the scientific method required systematic experimentation, where the researcher manipulated the independent variable to prove a cause and effect relationship. Or that is what the flat earthers told me. Are you telling me a pigeon is doing science looking around?
Yes. Flying rat scientists help increase our statistical number. For scientists who believe in the globe, so we can drown out all the ones who don't. Then we can say, look, 99.9% believe what we believe. Believe us.
That seems a bit deceptive. Does your creator not have a problem with lies like most other religions?
Our gyrating globular gods love lies, as long as they serve the faith. It's encouraged to just make up stuff and try to get people to believe the same as us.
But why? Is there a reason for this?
It is the only way to be saved. Mother Earth is a fickle bitch. She could murder us all at any moment. Father, Son, as well as just waiting to kill us all. If people don't believe hard enough, the world will end. And there is no afterlife. You are just a broken monkey accident of the gods. Your life does not matter, so just YOLO your life away and trust us with all the power. We will save the globular Earth from our mansions and private islands.
So the message of the globe is, be ignorant. Nothing matters. Just let men who think they are better than everyone else rule the world. I don't see how that can turn out well.
That is because you don't know the Holy Spirit. When you are filled with the Holy Spirit, you have no control, and everything is at the mercy of the Holy Spirit, so you can just trust that total dominance. And being endowed with it myself, I can tell when others have it or when they don't.
So us normal people need to just accept your dominance because you are dominated?
Yes, you are finally getting it, Lucker. Are you ready to sign up to my newsletter and join the congregation?
Not quite yet. Like I said, I have not made up my mind about these things. I am just exploring the topic. So how did you come to realize this was all divine inspired? Many of these so-called saints and prophets of your religion come from many different religious backgrounds. Is that not a conflict?
It's not a conflict just because they were conflicted. Besides, we have already infiltrated and corrupted the old religions. They all now try to incorporate our religion into theirs, destroying their own culture and religion in the process. And I know this all because it was a divine revelation. One night, naked, going to the toilet, I slip and hit my head on the toilet bowl. Suddenly, I am transported outside the big fat curves of Mother Earth. She is chubbier below the equator. And the gravitron spoke to me, told me I was the one. So here I am.
What did this gravitron say to you? What did he look like?
He showed me the balls all the way out, all the way in. And when he spoke, it came from all the balls at once. That's how I knew. It was the gravitron. And so it had no definite shape. It was everywhere and nowhere. It told me to be a liar, to gather gullible people to our cause. Then I woke up in my own piss. It was not a pretty sight, but from that piss rose a phoenix.
Before that incident, what did you do?
I was a janitor, affirmative action, and the Holy Globular Spirit guided me to my doctorate. Now I shape the minds of the youth into morbid pretzels, as per the will of the Spirit, as a teacher in a public school.
And the parents don't mind you bringing all this religious stuff to the children?
They don't know doublespeak and gaslighting are some of the tenets of our religion, Lucker. So we just tell them what they want to hear and indoctrinate their children in private. It's all good in the name of the globular creator.
Wow, okay, note taken. I won't put my child in public school. Why do you guys target the children?
Because they are the most easily manipulated when young. And once you have programmed the globe belief deep into their psyche and continued to build upon it using media, it becomes very hard to break free of that programming. And that is what we want. Public education is what helped get the globe's foot in the door. But media is what allowed it to live in your brain.
This reminds me of what MC Loon told me about how it's all about the mind control. So you would agree to that?
Yes, he's a good disciple. I knew his father. We were close in the same fraternity, so he's like a son to me. That bastard has not got me on his show yet, though, which is quite disappointing.
I still don't understand this whole holy fallacy idea. So can flat earthers use fallacies to argue for flat earth?
No, you can tell it's holy because it confirms your belief. If it does not, it's a fallacy, and therefore inherently wrong.
But would the fallacy not confirm their beliefs, becoming holy by your definition?
No, because if it speaks against the commonly accepted belief, it's automatically wrong. Like I told you before, flat earthers are always wrong, no matter what. Which is why we carefully attempt to curate through censorship and promotion of certain topics, to prevent the public from being exposed to wrong think and wrong truths.
How do you have the power to do that?
It is not me, Lucker. It's the holy globular spirit that dominates a legion of powerful men who then each work through their own networks to corrupt the minds of weak men. That makes it easy. Then we all share fraternities and other sex clubs meeting on the island. It's a royal good time.
So it's just a network of degenerate men who have accrued power over generations and control the world through people's perception of the world and perhaps even themselves. A chilling prospect. Why should I believe you?
Because I said so, Lucker. And I'm getting old, YOLO.
Well, thank you for coming. It's been another interesting conversation around the flat earth topic.
Thank you for having me. Remember to pray to globular Jesus, who will save us one day from outer space, or the aliens will come and get you.
Okay. Please quit your day job. Go back to being a janitor. Do the world a favor. I just hope one day we will get some more substance from the globe side. I want to hear a healthy debate between both sides. See all the evidence on the table. Hear all the counter arguments. Seems like the only place to do that is at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Well, this has been Lucker Larson for Z, formerly known as Litter. Stay safe, stay based. Have a good night.
No, Drace, where are these videos?
Oh, it's on my channel. I'm posting it. I was having fun with the 11 Labs AI, just making some parody AI shows just for fun, and it's slowly built into this.
Three, two, one, go!
Welcome, everyone. This is Lucker Larson. Tonight, we will be talking to a globe apologist and anti-flat earther, MC Loon. Welcome to the show, Loon. You don't mind if I call you Loon?
That's fine, Lucky. I am happy to be here.
It's Lucker. Don't call me Lucky. But I am hoping we can have a good, honest discussion, so I hear you've been trying and failing to argue with flat earthers. How long have you been doing this?
A few years now, and I would not call it failing. Sure, the real flat earthers won't fall for my fallacies or manipulative tactics, but I never cared about them. I just care about my subscribers, or the true globe believers who take my words on faith.
So it's not about them, it's about the audience. I understand that. But you say faith. Do you then fancy yourself like some kind of priest?
Yes, Lucker. I always wanted to be a priest after I heard about all the scandals within the Catholic Church, but they did not want me. Thankfully, the Flat Earthers helped me realize I was already a part of the biggest religion. Now I can lure young people to me as I confirm their beliefs.
Oh, so you are thankful for the Flat Earthers then, deep down?
Oh yes, they changed my whole life. Now I have a good income and people who believe in me, worshiping the ground I walk on. Before, I was just a sad little man in mother's basement. Arguing with people online, no one cared.
Wow, that is quite the change. Based on what I've seen, I would have thought you did not like them, but hearing you now, I see that it is more complex than that. So would you say it's more a love-hate relationship then?
Yes, exactly, Lucker. I hate that they are so intelligent and hard to argue against, always calling me out for my tactics. I mean, they are not wrong. It's just why I would rather make videos about them than try to convince them of something I know is wrong.
Oh, so they are not wrong? Do you know the Earth is not a globe then?
I have seen all of the evidence they give us. Of course I know. I need to know on some level what to avoid and obfuscate. As Matthew Learns always says, it's just a belief. It's my job to try to convince people that fallacies prove their beliefs true. And business is good.
So are you lying to your audience, or are you lying to mine?
Yes and no, Lucker. Through trauma-based mind control, my psyche has been fractured. What you are speaking to now is my honest altar, which is why I am capable of speaking the truth. Normally, my handlers control my state, so I only use fallacies and manipulative tactics. But there are no handlers here now, and so I am telling you the truth.
Wow. That is shocking, but I do appreciate the honesty. But this leads to even more questions. How long have you had handlers?
I don't know, Lucker. Much of my memory is fragmented, but I can say for years. My family has always been involved with shady secret societies, so who is to say when it really started? My first memory is of plump birds, and much of my life has revolved around the majestic bird, the loon. It's where my name comes from.
That is interesting. So these secret societies are behind the globe belief. Is that what you are telling me?
Yes, granted, most have no clue about that connection. They were just raised with the globe belief through schooling. You have to be initiated as deeply as my father to even get a glimpse of this.
Now it's all starting to sound very conspiratorial. Why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth? It just does not make any sense.
You are having a moment of cognitive dissonance, Lucker. Why would they lie? Money, power, status, to name a few. But probably the most important, it destroyed morality.
What do you mean by cognitive dissonance?
As your mind tries to reconcile with contradictory ideas, your old worldview and what I am telling you, it leads to discomfort, which is most easily dispelled through denial, rationalizations, or deflections. Just take a moment to think. Why they would lie is not as important as the facts.
You surprise me, Loon. You did not seem this eloquent or logical when speaking to the Flat Earthers on the recordings I have seen. Quite an unexpected side to you, I must say.
Ah, yes. When I don't have access to the honest altar, I also don't have access to my logical side, as that would cause me to see through my own deceptions, or the globe belief. So my handlers keep me just stupid enough to argue as a priest of the globe.
And you don't resent them for that?
No, not at all. My resentment is suppressed in a different fractured personality or altar. It's comfortable to have no dissonance and have people tell you that you are smart, even if you are not. Ignorance is bliss, my friend.
Okay, I don't agree with that, but I want to go back to what you said earlier, or the destruction of morality. What exactly do you mean by that?
That is a complex subject. You see, before the 1900s, there were many flat earthers in the world, still following the old views, even scientists, most of them Christian. Since the Bible declares it is flat and told them to test all things, they form the majority of scientists. Now, the Vatican and the Cabal is interconnected. It is through agents of the Holy See, in conjunction with Freemasons, that the globe established its dominance. This legitimized it through control of media and schooling. The old cult doctrine of the secret societies that was debunked could now be sold in all its complex glory to the public, as a new religion, a great deception, if you will. Turning them from Protestant Christianity to government drone atheists, like in the Holy Book's prophecy, we want to fulfill the prophecies of the Bible to justify our own existence and dominance.
Wow, that is some heavy stuff. How do you know all this?
Like I told you, Lucker, my family has been in these things for decades, so I have heard, seen, and done things most don't. Granted, much of what I remember is fragmented, but much of this is no secret. You can hear the flat earthers talking about it regularly.
This is almost too shocking. I never expected this interview to go like this. I was going to ask you some more questions about your arguments for the globe. But you conceded that, and now this. Okay, so, do you want to get out of this situation?
No. Why would I? It's lucrative. I get plebs to give me money. It's satisfying when I get praised by others. It's satisfying when we manage to destroy a flat earther's life. I love it, and I appreciate them for being acceptable targets.
I thought you liked them at least a little with the love-hate relationship. Why would you harm them?
That is just how I show love. And also because we don't like when they have credentials or are very articulate and outspoken. That can have a negative impact on my ego. We might lose volunteer globe apologists faster if we don't, so we must or someone is getting scolded. So we need them to be just dumb crazy people to make our arguments seem coherent.
That does not seem healthy in the long run for you or them.
Probably not, but who cares? When people think they are random, accidental monkey man pigs with man-determined rights, it's easy for people like me to rule them without them knowing or resisting.
I see your point. So this whole thing is to get people to be demoralized and to give up their God-given rights. Is that right?
Yes. It's all about the mind control. If they think they are free, they won't try to escape. If they think they know, they won't ever look further.
I see. Well, this seems like a much bigger issue than I imagined. Who is pulling all these strings?
I don't know. Everything is heavily compartmentalized. I just know my family and handlers, and I am programmed to not be able to talk about them specifically. So I can only speak on these things generally from my comprehension or from my experience.
So you don't know the bigger plan outside what you have deduced so far based on your position within it?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, well, do you have any last words to say to my audience?
Sure, subscribe to MC Loon and the Lunatic Show. I bring you all the best Globe Zealot news. If you want exclusive access to direct manipulation, you can join my Patreon, and I can help program your mind to be like mine.
Well, I guess this ends here then. Thank you for coming, MC Loon. It's been an enlightening talk.
Thank you, Lucker.
Until next time, this has been Lucker Larson. Stay safe, stay based.
I see you.
So we got Chief Kegwin and Chapin Ginyu. I'm not good at good names. Also have John Luna here with us. So we got new people.
That was some good work, man. Really cool. Really cool vid you made there. Hey, Dre.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, I love your AI stuff. I just sent you a clip. I don't know if you were playing clips or if you want to talk to new people, but I'll put it in the chat and I send it to you as well as TV, who was just asking. Somebody was asking. You were asking about Heretics clip of the way he cooked that guy like perfectly, and I clipped that.
Oh, I love you, bro. Like, I want to go over that with a fine toothbrush and like.
You can play it if you're playing clips, but I just put it in the chat. I sent it to you as well. But CB, I've been clipping all people getting cooked on my channel for a while now. Lots of good clips on there. I just put it in the chat.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching some of your clips. I just didn't know which one it was.
I think this is the one you're talking about. I'm not sure, but I think so.
Yeah, I'll look at it. I don't have like a bot to play a YouTube video. I would have to like download the YouTube video and then put it like extract the MP3 and then play it in my audio.
Gotcha. Right on. Well, yeah, I don't want to necessarily listen to it again myself. I think that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll definitely go over it, and I'll use that as a resource. So it'll be really good. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, there's some good ones on there. There's definitely good ones with CB and you and everybody. I don't have any organization to it at all. I just throw them on there. You know, it's just a big long list. You have to like. When I go back to try to find something, I have to scroll. I don't know how to organize it.
I get that. I was thinking about like making clips as well because we just need more and more of these clips. And I was thinking about making the clips so that like you take the person who's talking, like the Glober or whatever, and you cut it so like when he starts talking and when he ends talking or something along those lines. Unless he talks for hours, then you could cut it down. But that's how I was thinking about it. So you could have each different Glober. Or you could do the same thing with a flat earther. You could do when a flat earther is making the argument, you could cut down those little bits. I'm sure most of the people who are talking would appreciate those little bits. That's what I'm thinking about trying to do.
You mean just singled out by themselves, just to have one quote from somebody, flip on a flip of his own.
Or just like when he goes down a line of questioning with somebody and like. Even if it eventually gets derailed and somebody else takes over, like eventually they could put that together into like a collage of different clips where they make great points, and then they have that kind of video as well. Like some different small ways that people could, like you could add value to the different people here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for the people here that are cooking, and then also the Glovers that are like typical Glovers or whatever.
Yeah, that way it's easy to both find, like, because if it's marked with the Glober's name, for instance, or like you do mark the Glober and the guys who are talking in the clip, I like that, and it makes it nice to search through it. But I would like to create a more focused playlist, so you could have like a playlist of each person or whatever, and get kind of their argument styles and different stuff. I have ideas I want to utilize our content for.
Yeah, I think there'd be. I definitely think that these would be when I mark them, I try to put the person's name, the Glover that's coming in, whoever he is, in quotes, and then whoever it is that they end up talking to, and try to explain what's in the clip. Sometimes it'll run long, and it'll be like two different time periods as some pre-recorded thing comes on. But yeah, having a playlist or the cutting them all, like cut the typical questions that Glovers come in with, like this just completely confident Glovers that come in with just like insults. That it'll never get old. It's just comedy gold. People coming in here like all headstrong, thinking they're gonna put the flat earther in a box and tear them apart and leave, and it just happens over and over again. They get embarrassed, and they don't even know that they're embarrassed. They should be embarrassed. That's the funny part, but they don't even know that they should be embarrassed.
Yeah, because I want to have like a library of like all the dumb stuff the Globers say on audio, so that like when they come in and they're like, nobody would say that, you could be like, oh, here's a collage of them all saying it, compilation.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Like when they say it, play the clip of like 5 other Glovers saying exactly what they did, and then it can even cut to like the conclusion of them like looking dumb.
Yeah, like you're gonna feel like an NPC when you hear like 10 other people repeat your exact fucking line.
Exactly. Right? And saying it in like in even more like boisterous, dumb tone than they did, or whatever.
We got to get Donald back in here so we can have him spiral out and get some good clips.
I got Donald Duck, I think, on one of the clips of my on my channel. It's not familiar. Carrot Doctor was funny the other night. I'm 100% sure it's a globe, but I have no evidence for it. But I'm 100% sure. Actually, I did make a playlist of this guy that maybe not a lot of people know about, but he went by Model Builder. I'll put my playlist of Model Builder stuff in here. Really hard to understand because he had a very, very heavy French accent, but he used to work for a space station, and he's a French guy. And he was in here, actually. Well, he was in the old 24/7 one night. And I went in and tagged him and got a private convo going with him. And then we talked about all kinds of stuff, but he did some crazy things because he used to work for a space agency and he was a total hardcore Glober. Still, and he if you can understand what he's saying, it actually helps to go down to like 0.75 or whatever to hear what he's saying. But he was holding on to the globe and holding on to the globe, and he was one like doing image analysis for him, and he was providing the pictures for like the guy that did like the blue marble or whatever, that kind of guy. And he said he knew that they were only being taken from high altitude planes. He could tell, but he still convinced himself it was a globe. You know, like he knew that they weren't being taken from satellites. He knew that the moon landing was fake. He knew that ISS was fake. And he said, I still hold on to that being a globe. Like maybe they were just doing that because they needed to, like, keep the funding going, but it's still a globe. And then mechanical gyros on planes is what really tipped him over to the flat Earth side. That and the interferometry stuff. And then he did some crazy work that no one even knows about. That's really kind of important. I'll put the playlist in here. He downloaded all the ping data from every flight from the certain site he went to, and it was every single airline flight that he downloaded the ping data from. He plotted it out on an AE map. Not that he thinks that's the real map or anything, but just that if it was, the globe projection spread out like an AE map, here's what it would look like. And and in the north, the ping data lined up with the time that they were reporting, because he actually then got the times that they were reporting and lined them up. And he said in the south there was a 3-hour discrepancy between what they were reporting and what the ping data was showing. So and he said there was only certain flights that even took those routes. Certain pilots probably that only those 3 or 4 jets that actually do those routes where there would be a big discrepancy. And he said that they were reporting a 3-hour difference, and he wasn't trying to make any big claim or trying to get famous from this or anything. He was just showing what his data showed. And he's a software engineer, so it was all like proprietary as far as like what he could get, like allow people to actually get. But he did a whole presentation for us a few times, and that's huge. I mean, if that could be actually corroborated or duplicated by many people, showing that they're saying that they flew this long in the south, but it was actually 3 hours different. Meaning they had to take a much longer route.
I got a question for you. Do you still keep in touch with them? Because if you do, I've got a couple ideas to pass on.
Well, he ended up disappearing, and we were actually fearing for his life. Like we thought that maybe, we speculated that, like where the hell did he go? Did they take him out? Like because it was damning evidence. But he ended up contacting me after months, saying he was sorry he hadn't been around, and he sent me some stuff on some other stuff to look at. But anyway, he said that his girlfriend and he were having problems because of flat Earth. He went too far with it or something. He was too consumed with it, which happens.
Yeah, people fly too close to the sun and get burnt. Happens all the time.
Yep. And he said his girlfriend was on board, to begin with. I think it was either his wife or his fiance, maybe even. But that he was saying that that she was fully on board, and then it just went too far. Maybe she had some friends that were putting her on the hot seat for it, or were too against it. But he said all of their friends were on his side in the end, as far as the whole discussion of it goes. But then he disappeared again, and hopefully and he's trying to get his life back together or whatever. But yeah, what would you want to ask him, just in case I do end up talking to him again or DMing?
Well, there are star trackers are used in some airplane applications, drones, but claim to be used in satellites and other spacecraft. And they're a 3D vector-based Cartesian grid, X, Y, and Z, without a rotational vector. And they do navigation without respect to any shape of the Earth.
Oh yeah, I heard you talking about this yesterday in regards to the what were you call? What was it? What was it?
Celestial sphere.
Flipped it, in fact. No. It was actually something that came up between you and I when I was talking about airplanes and how that they wouldn't be able to keep up with the tangential gradient, and then you brought up the idea that they may be doing that. See here.
Yeah. What's interesting to me is, this coordinate reference system is not spherical. So you don't have any issues with trying to haversine anything to keep the mapping from the celestial sphere to the terrestrial 1-to-1.
Yeah, the Schuler tuning. That's what you were talking about.
Oh yeah, that's different, but yeah, that's a whole other subject, which I would love to get info on if you could provide it, because that's where the rotational vector is going to be. That's where the missing rotation from the gyroscopes are going to be. It's going to be in the software and not in the mechanical devices.
Well, I thought you clarified. In fact, I'll post this clip that I posted just yesterday of you clarifying about Schuler tuning not having anything to do with the rotation. It was just with the curvature.
Well, yeah, I mean like rotating around the ball, like not Coriolis.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. The Coriolis is totally conflated with that whole idea of it keeping up with the tangential gradient. It has nothing to do with that. And that they try to conflate it as if the Coriolis would be the exact amount they would need to compensate to have that rotation caught up to when they're going from the lower tangential gradient or tangential velocity to the equator, let's say. No, that's not accounted for in any manner whatsoever, which is my whole point I keep bringing up. That if they're landing at a point where the ground is said to be literally moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and they took off from a point where there was only a 500 mile per hour supposed conserved momentum, that 500 mile per hour difference that the plane would have to go in that eastward vector is not accounted for in any such way, and it doesn't have anything to do with Coriolis. Coriolis would be a slightly westward deviation that what it seems to be is that they're conflating that with whatever it is, that rotation, that 15-degree calibration is that they're picking up with interferometry or the 3-lane, whatever that is. There's nothing to do with making the plane go 500 miles per hour faster eastward, and that's independent of the forward motion of the plane. The plane can go in circles, it can go wherever it wants forward, but it has nothing to do with it catching up to 1,000 mile an hour rotation at in the eastward direction. They're completely mutually exclusive.
Yeah, the thing about like a Coriolis correction is that I don't think it accounts for a reorientation of the plane to pitch down appropriately from one place to the next. So
No, that's different. Yeah, that's different than pitching down. The pitch and the Coriolis are completely mutually exclusive as well. You're right.
Yep.
And if they're using that, I heard you talking about it yesterday. So the second part when you were talking about it with the spherical graticule and how that it's all based on that. It's just like a GPS. The GPS is based on that spherical graticule that they cheated by using the deflection to the vertical when they were plotting it all out. And there was the royal decree that was giving people rewards of an exorbitant amount of money to plot when they're in the ocean or wherever they are, to spherical graticule that they ground is curving instead of the sky. It was to the vertical where they said their plumb bob straight down. They're like, oh, okay, so if we need to be this much on a curve compared to the last data point, then we're going to say the plumb bob it has a gravitational potential affected by some nearby mountain, and that's why the plumb bob is going to the side a little bit, which allows us to say the ground is curving instead of it's just the point where we're at. That's actually parallel to where we were, but we're not going to say it was parallel because we need to make the spherical graticule according to the decree that was also finding people to not go along with that and say that they were at a different point in regards to the other points. There was fine.
Right.
That was given out.
Right. So what I find interesting is they've captured a lot of these corrections today on the modern geoid model. And you've seen that, right? It's the lumpy potato with the heat map. And what that really could represent is more of a celestial geoid. So they claim that the reason why that these plumb lines warble and deflect and do all these things is because of gravity pulling the starlight and jerking it around, when it could just be a feature of the stars. The stars could just be moving through a very uneven medium, and it does the bumpily thing. So you could take the geoid and move that from the terrestrial to the celestial. You'll get an entirely different outcome. And then you can coordinate. You can remap it to a flat surface.
Well, that's what the whole celestial theodolight's about. Have you kept up on what Alan and Shane have been doing with that at all, or Dr. Mike?
I ditched that because I got so frustrated at the initial presentation by Heffron, and nobody bothered to look at the issues that I found and correct them. And they went on their merry way and kept making mistakes. So, best of luck to them.
Oh, well, tell me about it or DM me about those because I would want to know what they are.
Yeah, so I was talking about this way back in like late January and February when it first came out. Before the initial presentation, I got the preprint, call it, of the slide deck and stuff. One of the main issues is the angle of elevation that he took to Polaris from his backyard, he said would match the same angle from on top of Pikes Peak, which is not true at all. They would be two different angles. One would be about 30 arc minutes off from the other.
I don't remember him even mentioning Polaris in any of the presentations. That's interesting.
Well, from the star that they cited. So he had the star that he saw just above the peak of Pikes Peak, and he measured that at, he said, about 2 degrees, which is another issue, 2 degrees elevation and a few arc minutes. And then he said this angle is going to match the same angle if you move forward like 31 miles and go to the top of Pikes Peak, which is wrong because if you move 31 miles in the direction of the star is going to raise up by half a degree elevation.
According to Stellarium.
No, just according to the Nautical Almanac.
Oh, okay, according to the true position then.
Yeah, so what he was doing in Stellarium was wrong. And that's another point. Okay. Instead of making a real observation, he used Stellarium, and then so he had a false setup with showing that these angles should be the same when they aren't. And then instead of taking 2 real observations, he took one real one and one synthetic one in a simulator called Stellarium. And then he was using angles of elevation of only 2 degrees, which is like fucked up because you're actually still looking like through the density gradient of the terrain, where you have a lot of Fresnel drag, evaporation, all kinds of crap in the air and all kinds of stuff causing distortions. And so, like, there's just a lot of corrections that you have to do. Like, why 2 degrees elevation? The whole thing was almost so bad that I questioned the legitimacy of this guy and what he was presenting. It almost seemed like he was some jabroni that was pushed into our orbit to make us look like assholes.
Oh, okay. Did you watch any of the follow-ups to that, or any of the other work that they did on it besides the first one?
No, because they never bothered to correct this from the very beginning, and they went along with it. So I'm like, the whole rest of it may as well be thrown out.
And Shane didn't respond to you at all? Because I know you and Shane go back and forth about these kind of things.
Yeah, well, he did. He and I kind of had it out in DMs with a couple other people, and he just basically agreed to disagree and went on with it his own way.
Huh. Because they've been kind of like, crossing their T's and dotting their I's on a bunch of different observations. And whatever it is, from my understanding, is that when you take this observation, it's right at the time that it gets occluded. And they can't claim refraction when it's occluded because the mountain can't cover up something that's refracted. It has to be actually covered, right? And their angles that they're getting with several different observations, different peaks, like several different peaks that all seem to be giving the same exact angle from the mountain peak that you would get with plane trig from the observation point.
Yeah, you know what they didn't also consider is light diffraction around the object of the mountain itself, because if they're working with starlight that's right just above that boundary surface, it's going to bend the light. I had like 7 or 8 things that I picked up in like looking at it for like 20 minutes. I'm like, guys, this needs to go back to the good doctor there. He needs to consider all these points. Like, I would not feel comfortable at all attaching my name and reputation to any of this.
Well, Mike, if you don't mind, DM me the different points you're talking about, and I'll find clarification, not only just for myself, but for you or anyone else.
Okay, yep, I can take care of that a little later. I think I still have that in the DMs, so I'll have to do some scrolly action back to February.
Yeah, I'm interested because that is something that they're putting forward as a strong point, and it's not. I don't think Dr. Mike is trying to pull a fast one, from what I can understand. I mean, he's not trying to get famous with this or anything. He's not. He's just saying this is what I found, and it just so happens to be that the angles seem to match with the true position of the star, and his whole thing was about theodolites and how that they're skewed and their readings to go along with what Stellarium's saying. And no matter where you go and you use this theodolite to try to get this positioning for the stars, it's all over the place depending on where you are. And he says it's all cooked into the way that they have Stellarium set up for each position, and it's going to be like, depending on your theodolite reading and whatever else is going to correct for to make it seem as though it's correct when it's actually just a refracted angle that they're taking that they already know is going to show up a certain way at a certain point. So it aligns up with the glob.
Well, it has to. Like, if you're going to use a spherical coordinate reference system, you can't map it to a flat surface without errors. You cannot triangulate distances with a spherical coordinate reference system on a flat Earth. You can't get position fixes. You can get position fixes, but you cannot triangulate. You'll either have open triangles or you'll have to curve a baseline along the flat XY axis.
That's why the AE map doesn't work, because it's just a flattened out projection of the spherical graticule, which they already created with the thing I was talking about, the deflection of the vertical, and sheeting it so that you make it seem like, especially in the south, because in the north it can all line up just fine. pretty much.
Well, yeah,
But
they
in the
ruin it
south,
in the south with the AE map because
yeah,
they take the second point of origin, the south celestial pole, and they blow it out into a ring so it's useless. And then
exactly.
in order to make it useful, they give you a non-uniform scale to apply so that the distances actually grow by a scaling factor as you move south of the equator.
Right. Yep. And there's going to be a lot of errors that they can't account for if that spherical graticule didn't have the corrections already baked into it from those points in the south, where it's going to make it seem like, oh, well, it works in the south fine because look, I'm on this point, this grid point that they put around the ball, around the Earth to make it seem like a ball, and it's going to line up with these corrections that we do. And Indio there's a great clip on that I'll post here actually where Indio talked about this, and it's way worse in Australia. Like in the outer skirts, like these corrections get worse and worse as you go further out to the south.
Right. Well, here's the thing, like a lot of flat earthers in our community are barking up the wrong tree, trying to get the spherical coordinate grid of the sky and mapping it to a flat earth. That's the wrong way. You're never
Exactly.
going to.
That's why it's so funny that the AE map became like the thing that was pushed into the community as like, well, here's our model, or Jaren.
Yeah, it's boneheaded.
That was somehow like something he was attached to. There's a clip of him talking about your personal sphere of vision way back when. He was the one bringing that up on Globebusters way back when. Have you seen that? He's talking about
even a personal sphere of vision is going to make you up. Dude, the personal sphere of vision isn't going to work out for you either. You're still using a sphere. You're still using Latin longs that curve.
Well, no, you're not using Latin longs with this personal dome of vision. It's just a way of explaining where the stars would be in accordance with where you are.
Well, okay. I mean, well, if you're going to continue using like a north celestial and south celestial point of reference system that are connected by longitudinal lines, which in the sky are hour angles, then you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, for any kind of specific coordinate system prediction based on that. But I just look at it as a way of showing that it's going to change depending on where you are. You have your own 360 degree of vision, which is a good point, regardless if it has what you're talking about, it being connected to a lat long system. It does help explain to people that are lost on how it could work.
There's problems with the dome thing in that it's not it's a dome vision. No one sees like that. It's kind of turning perspective into linear lines for the starlight, or like we see the star over there due to perspective, but in the like perspective bubble models, they're still trying, like in Walter Bislin's bubble model, they're still trying to bend the stars to be coming in at the angles that they are due to perspective.
Exactly, that's a problem. So consider this instead: the 3D vector-based Cartesian coordinate grid that are used in star trackers. They don't put the stars at any specific distance, just like we don't on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. You can't triangulate the distance to the stars. It's all vector-based and it's observer-centric, where each observer actually has shared references by virtue of the vectors. So it basically allows these things, like the stars, to float in an undetermined point in 3D space because you're actually looking at a vector of light. So in my mind, this is a great way to resolve the problem. I mean, you're using basically a skybox instead of a sky sphere, and it's all vector based. So you don't have any determined positions in 3D space for each of the stars. They're observer dependent by location. And what this would introduce is a new way to map the Earth, which is actually an old way with the old fashioned rhumb lines.
You cut out for a second there, but I think I got pretty much what you're saying.
Right. Yeah. In other words, you can use the system like they used to with rum lines on the old Portolano charts that the Spaniards and Portuguese used to use.
Have you brought that up to Shane?
I probably mentioned it before.
I think a lot of people think that Shane's trying to claim that this is like the accurate map, the Walter Bislin thing that he was using for a way of describing it. And that's a lot of the ballers like to claim that he's trying to say that's accurate with the bendy light and everything else. He's aware of that, though. He knows that it's not an accurate depiction of where we are and how it works with the AE map. It's just a transform of the graticule and a way of showing that this is how that they skewed it. And you still have your 360 degree, dome of vision, which is going to give you the same, out. It's going to lay out the same way, but the bendy light being a problem is of course due to the fact that it's just a spread out spherical graticule. He's aware of that.
Yeah, and that's the problem. They try to put the stars in a comprehensible position outside of the system, and that's why the ray arcs are bending in like a plate of spaghetti.
Right.
So consider this instead. Consider that you've got 4 spatial dimensions to work with. Now anything's possible.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what if the heavenly realm is actually an incomprehensible geometry to begin with? And there have been other people that have modeled this. There's something called the world universe model that treats basically outer space as a 4-dimensional hypersphere. And the 4th dimension's not time; it's another spatial dimension.
That's what I was making sure of. As long as you're not using time as that 4th dimension, then I could get into that concept. But you're going to have to make sure that distinction is made when you explain this to anybody right away. For sure.
Oh, I know. I've already run into that. I'm like, guys, no, 4 spatial dimensions. So like when you talk about topologies and manifolds and stuff, you've got like a 2-sphere which is the surface of a sphere is in 2 dimensions, right? You can express your location on it in X and Y coordinates. And the 2-sphere can conceptually exist without a 3D embedding space, which means it's flat. So if you were to take a 2-sphere and put it in a 4-dimensional embedding space, you basically have all the workings for what we need on flat Earth.
How do you explain 4 dimensions without it being confused with the time dimension?
Oh, you're going to confuse a lot of people. The human brain's actually capable of conceiving of 4 spatial dimensions, which is kind of an interesting philosophical thing because as far as we know, we only exist in 3 and all of reality is in 3, but you can actually conceptualize 4. So
but
that's something I want to get into.
How do you do that? Yeah, exactly. You have to DM me or somehow try to link me to a way of explaining 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions without it being this inflated idea of time space.
Well, there are all kinds of there are books written on this stuff, like academic books that you can take in like geometry, higher geometry in college, differential geometry, and other crazy and wild things.
Well,
there are plenty of YouTube videos you can find as well.
So what do you type in? 4D space?
Yeah, something like that. Like, you can begin with like a 4-dimensional cube. And what they'll do is they'll rotate it, and it'll have like a toroidal manifestation with the vertices of the cube as it rotates. It looks like it's basically on like a 3D conveyor belt where it's gobbling itself.
Hard to get out of the 3 dimensions still, what we know about.
This is all speculation. I mean, there are other ways you could explain what the stars are. You could come up with some exotic medium that's doing all kinds of funky things with the light. But the point is you don't have to get into all these explanations. If you just re-envision what the star field is, if you think of the stars as existing as a field and not as a celestial sphere as Pythagoras did, which is what really kind of fucked up all of humanity, then you can start to come up with different ways to create mapping systems out of the sky, which would have consequences for how you think of the Earth below.
Kind of a toroidal field rather than a spherical field. Is that what you mean?
No, I wasn't implying that. Like if you take a 4D cube and rotate it,
it'll look like a torus that's eating itself, but with straight vertices.
I see. So for the farthest point, like the corner of the cube that goes farther away from you, could be seen as near or far, depending on your point of view.
Yeah, I mean it's wild, and you can actually work all this out with math. You just got to keep adding variables, right? You get your x squared plus y squared, and then you can add a z squared, and you can add a w squared, and suddenly you got 4 dimensions.
I wish there was a better way of describing it without using the 4-dimension hot word that everyone's going to. Oh, he's talking about space time.
I know. Well, get rid of it, because guess what? How ECEF works, right? For satellites, they have the flat Earth is a tangent plane to the ball. You've probably seen the diagrams. You know what I'm talking about, right? The ball that sits underneath the tangent plane in ECF coordinates is actually a 4-dimensional sphere.
Yeah, that's how they cooked in all the GPS stuff with the transform.
Right. So what happens is in 4 dimensions in this hypersphere, call it the point of origin in the middle of the sphere, is equally distant to all points on the plane. You're like, well, how does that work? How do you have a radius that extends out to a plane where all points from the radius from the point of origin to the plane are of equal length? Well, they just use some math wizardry to make it work. And the reason why this is good to use is having an absolute fixed point of reference system for a Cartesian space that is equidistant to every asset that can be tracked within that Cartesian space is very accurate if you're going to be using atomic clocks and timekeeping.
I'm going to have to find a clip where I think I heard you talking about a little bit of this. You're writing a book and everything, right? You're going
to... I was writing a paper, and it's taken twists and turns over the past year or so. I don't know what to do with it. I've got so many outlines and summaries. I've got dozens of pages of crappy drafts. I don't know what to do with it all right now. But I mean, the first part of what I wanted to do was basically describe the issue, the problem of flat earthers trying to use spherical coordinate grids and Cartesian space and trying to reconcile it. You're never going to make it work. And this is actually pretty basic. You can learn about this in high school. The next part, I wanted to introduce coordinate reference systems that are independent of Earth's shape, that are actually in use. And that's been a little bit more difficult to do. Information is really hard, and the mathematics are freaking crazy. Like I'm not a math genius by any means.
Yeah, I'm looking for that clip where you were introducing this idea on here. I'll send it to you. I'll post it for everybody.
All right. I only have a minute here. I have to go, but it's cool chatting with you, dude.
Yeah, you too, bro, for sure. I'm listening all the time, getting some cooking clips for the channel for people that catch up on stuff that you may have missed. I got to go too, but I'll talk to you guys soon, all right?
All right, see.
All right, take care.
Yeah, it's really funny. You give our side of this argument a little bit of Einstein's math, a little bit of Kaluza-Klein theory, a little bit of Minkowski space, and we can make anything happen too. And that's kind of a way to demonstrate the absurdity of what they are doing. They're the ones that are introducing all this higher dimensional geometry to make their freaking cosmology work. all this unproven absurdity. Well, if we are granted the same fallacy, we can also come up with all kinds of exotic shit too. And that doesn't make it real, just like for the globe cosmology. Introduce higher dimensional geometry doesn't make the Big Bang real. But it offers a good explanation.
Dude, how you doing, man? Say hey. What's shaking? Sporadic. I gotta call you sporadic now. For sure.
I'm here and there. I'm hard to catch.
Last chance to open your mics and have a conversation, or I'll play another show.
Welcome to the Lunatic Show. I am your host, MC Loon. Tonight I have a very special guest, someone who taught me much of what I know, the one and only Father Balls.
Thank you, my child. Finally, you remembered. Praise be the outer space Jesus baby, and dark matter Bob and dark energy Todd, who make galaxies rotate faster. Just relax as they watch you sleep. Do you still say your prayers, Loon?
Of course, every morning and before I go to bed.
Well, that is not enough. The balls must be constantly on your mind. You can substitute it with testicles or other eroticism, but there must be a shaft or balls involved. Maybe some black holes, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I misunderstood. Then we are good. I think about that all day, every day.
Perfect. Let's pray together to the holy prophets. Start with